And yeah, he is grinding like a grandmaster, stealing one from
Wow,
Magnus
no,
Carlsen.
this is losing. It's a terrible blunder. Takes, finish.
Gotta say I'm sharp.
One heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Wow, she blundered the
Whoa.
hook. It's like a mouse slip.
I didn't even know that was possible.
Where is the killer block? Exactly, Book C2. Fantastic play by Dubov. What a stunner.
I'm talking one shot for the kill.
Oh, look at him. Magnus is distraught. He is furious. He's like, what am I doing?
And Vincent is back in the game.
Check the movement is yeah.
219. Wow, what a marathon.
Now the future is yours.
She wins it.
Nonina is the world champion.
Smart setup from Bodnar. What was that? Oh, Humpy lost the time. Anastasia Bodnar wins the Women's World Rapid Championship.
Oh ho ho! And there's another fork. Unbelievable!
And Magnus Carlsen is world champion once again.
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Welcome everyone to the 2024 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships. We're looking at the beautiful Manhattan Bridge in the one and only New York City. Yes, I will say Merry Christmas to all that celebrate, and of course Happy Holidays. It's a pleasure to be with you guys to commentate this great event. Can't recognize New York City without, of course, the Statue of Liberty. We are live from the Cipriani event venue in New York, and you can already see it's a very popular event, and people are just clamoring for the best seats in the house. You can see the fans filing in, the players as well. The venue looks beautiful, and I'm so excited to take this show away with all of you beautiful people in chat. My name is Grandmaster Amon Hambleton. Yes, the Grandmaster actually comes with it. This is quite literally my favorite event on the entire calendar. I'm so excited to be here. Guys, I actually think that this crests even the World Championship for me. We're spoiled though. We just had such an amazing World Championship event. Now we get to see, instead of just classical, the Rapid and Blitz tournaments decided. I've actually played in this event before. I can speak to how difficult it is. Quite literally, the best players in the world will find themselves here. And as we take a look at this venue, guys, it is really, really beautiful. Every time that I see this event, it just feels like the venue is getting better and better. We see Fabi. He's going to be a fan favorite there. Obviously, eyes will be on Magnus Carlsen, who is no longer the classical world champion, but he has a couple titles to defend. Nepomniachtchi as well, another not just fan favorite, but clear favorite in these tournaments as well. The one and only Hikaru Nakamura, with fans worldwide. I'm sure he's up there with Magnus in terms of just receiving the most attention and support, if I had to guess, from the wider audience. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm curious to know who do you guys have? Who are your favorites to do well in the Rapid event? MVL is there. It just feels like name a top player and they are in New York City right now. Right? Even exactly. I see some Eric Rosen love. There we go. I was competing in this event when it was held in Kazakhstan, and guys, it is a really serious event. It all feels like holiday season, fun and games, but there is a wave happening in the chess world right now where honestly Rapid and Blitz World Championships are becoming really coveted. I know the players take it very seriously. It's not just some side event. It's getting up there along with the World Championship in terms of notoriety and how impressive it is to actually pull out a good result here every single year. Daniel Naroditzky is also competing, another familiar face to people as well. Round one will be getting underway very soon. We'll be covering the Rapid for the next couple of days together. So the next 3 days will be all Rapid, and then of course the Blitz is to follow. We're waiting for all the players to take their seats, and there's someone that everyone here, and I mean it, quite literally everyone here, should be familiar with. Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen takes his seat at board 1. And we are getting this World Rapid Championship underway very, very soon. Suited up, absolutely. You know, I have to say, I am very happy that we've seen more of the dress code enforced, because, dang, we look good out there. That's a good look for chess. The games are underway. I think the first notable thing, everybody, is that Magnus is actually at the board at the start of round 1. So this is perhaps already an achievement for him. Let's see if this continues. We'll stick here on this this cam for now. Give you guys an idea of the playing venue. His opponent here is also someone that may not be too unfamiliar to people as well, a Wonder Liang. Weird to listen to Grandmaster Ramon Hamilton without music. No, guys, I can manage. This is a familiar position, actually. You know, after the move d5, for example, I would say we're still in some pretty heavy theory, and clearly in round 1, we are looking at a position where, you know, this is rapid. Magnus is obviously going into every single game that he plays as the favorite, really. And so there is that innate pressure on him every single game, and we do see d5. Yeah, I think this move is very expected. A Wonder probably happy for the moment to be in a familiar position. There are a few ways to handle this. I would say taking is very normal. I think you probably can also castle, but playing a move other than e takes d5 here, I think would be surprising to me. Yeah, ed5 looks normal, and I've even seen some variations where after capturing, black does not take back. Yeah, and actually we see that right there. So Magnus castled there, and I feel like we didn't even get to appreciate the crazy lines that could have happened because a Wonder just castled so quickly. He's so familiar with the pawn sacks that could have happened there. So I actually even want to just go back a move here, because after castling, pawn takes on c6. A lot can happen here with moves like rook to e8, and for example, bishop e3 already runs into knight g4, knight d5 with quite a lot of pins in this position. So obviously, I don't think a Wonder wanted any part of that, and so he's just continued with, I think, the standard play here. All right, let's return to our board here. Castles, bishop g4, knight e2, takes back on d5, h3, bishop back to h5, and the move c4 played by a Wonder. So, I mean, already I have to say, we're in a pretty interesting position. Magnus will probably be happy with the imbalanced nature here. There may be indeed either an isolated pawn here or certainly a damaged structure for black with the a and c pawns like that. But usually you want some type of imbalance. Pretty clear where black's rooks kind of want to go. You have this pressure with the pin. I would say that a Wonder is looking to play, you know, queen c2, get out of the pin, and follow up with knight f4. So once you get out of this kind of unfortunate pin that the bishop has you in, knight f4 threatens to just win the bishop pair, no matter where that bishop goes. And at this level, even something small like just having the bishop pair against your opponent is quite a big deal. So that could be the move on the horizon there. He's played the move c4. Obviously, Magnus to respond here. Rook e8 looks like a very natural move to hit the knight. And I would say even c6 makes some sense, but you have to keep in mind, a Wonder has a very clear plan. Queen c2, right? And then after queen c2, it seems all but guaranteed that knight f4 is happening next. So there really is a lot of pressure on Magnus. I think in every single game, you show up to a Magnus Carlsen game and you feel like you're just waiting to see how he's going to win. That's the kind of pedigree that he has, really. So we take a look at the many boards that we have here. This one, I mean, just the players are way too accurate here. I'm looking for one of those games that has, an opening blunder or maybe an advantage for us. So where can we head here that looks kind of interesting? I definitely think that on the third board here with MVL, this game is also kind of interesting to me because we get to see MVL in a really unique position. He's actually done something that a lot of people would find a little bit strange. So I want to back up a few moves and just look at this, because check out this maneuver here. This is a Queen's Gambit, and MVL actually takes this knight from f6 and voluntarily plays knight e8, knight d6. So knight e8 offering an exchange, to which white refuses, and then knight d6. I mean, how many of us, and I will group myself in with the rest of us, absolutely, I would not be considering something like knight e8, knight d6. Does that make any sense at all? Taking the knight from its fantastic post on f6 and voluntarily putting it on d6, spending 2 moves to do that. And then a5, knight a6, extremely unorthodox game here from MVL. So already kind of excited to see this. Yes, the engine is going to sit here and say white has a clear advantage, but what I'm seeing is a knight on d6 that is actually doing a pretty good job controlling some important squares, including f5, by the way. And we may very well see this knight from c7 go to e6 and g5. Even more control over the e4 square. And for white, I would say the main plan that you see in this position is one of two things. We either have b4, b5 happening, sort of a minority attack. If you guys are familiar with that term, usually means, black actually has 4 pawns here, white has 3, but white is the one launching an attack, trying to undermine the pawn structure. But that does not look very appealing with the 2 knights there. So I think white might be switching to a different plan of maybe f3 and e4. This is the other one that I'm more familiar with here. There are some slower moves you could play, but rook d1 seems to indicate an interest in playing the move e4 directly, or maybe including f3 and then playing e4. Because f3, e4 you can recapture with the f pawn, and yeah, it actually starts to look pretty good there. Even though MVL is kind of playing this unorthodox setup, the pieces are trying to find unusual homes. I actually think that the simple play from white here is working out well. So I'm curious to see how this develops. I think a theme that you guys might see in round 1, which I do notice a lot, especially in these World Rapid formats where every point is so important, is when you see that rating mismatch. So you have a higher rated player in MVL, he does have about 250 elo on his opponent. You're probably going to have situations where MVL may take an opening that's, not dubious, but slightly worse, maybe not optimal, because he's interested in the opportunity to outplay his opponent and take him to an unfamiliar position rather than something that's very well explored. So interesting that MVL seems to be doing something a little bit like that. As I'm scanning through the games here, trying to take a look at some of the other positions here that look pretty interesting. Bishop h6 just played in this game from Alireza that really caught my eye. Thought we would drop in on this position here, but I also saw another game that caught my eye too. There are so many games going on, which is why I do say that this truly is like one of my favorite tournaments on the whole calendar. It feels like we're spoiled. Name a top player, your favorite player. They're probably playing this tournament right now, and it just feels like there's always something to look at. So bishop h6 played in this position. Alireza is he's got the black pieces here, and what an interesting in-between move. You know, we've got this pawn here that's just loose, but instead of capturing it right back, we saw knight f4 played. And then the queen goes to d2, and we see bishop h6. So knight h3 is a clear threat. The rook is hitting the bishop on c2. Obviously, the queen is in trouble here, so feels like queen d1 is the move. But then, why are we moving the queen over and over again? It feels like bare minimum, Alireza can just recapture this pawn on b5 and be completely fine here. And I mean, fine is probably an understatement. Yeah, I think he's doing quite well. g3 at some point, you feel like you have to remove that knight, but as soon as you play g3, the power of the bishop is really felt from b7. So yeah, this position looks very, very good for Alireza with bishop h6. He seems to be pressing an advantage already in this one. Taking a look at some of the other games, one that certainly caught my eye was Arjun Erigaisi, who I know everyone has their eye on. Arjun, his amazing rise to quite literally the top of the chess world. And he plays enterprising chess all the time, just dropping in on this opening position here, guys. What the heck do we have here? I see a pawn on g4. I see white, you know, attempting to violate all development rules that they try to teach you. But let's have a quick look how we got here, because I was going to say it looks like the move g4 was voluntary. Knight a3. I mean, there really is a point in chess where you get good enough that you can break all the rules again, because no one here should be playing knight a3, right? Knight comes into c4, g4, and then to maintain the beautiful position of the knight on c4, we see pawn going to a4. So not only can black not play b5, we see the bishop on c8 having trouble developing. The knight can't go to h5. It's a weird position, but it actually feels like black does not have a lot to do. Rook e8 definitely feels like an easy move to make here, but rook e8, I mean, at this point, guys, I'm thinking about king f2. But of course, we'll probably see a smarter move, a piece to e2 instead. And so black plays the move knight e8. What do we think of this position here? The engine is already, after queen d2, bishop h4 check. I'm assuming we're going to see king d1 from Arjun. And this might be the most exciting position that we see in this round so far. Right? King d1. I'm just assuming, by the way, we could actually get bishop g3, but you know, if Arjun is appreciating all the fans out there, we have to get king d1. Let's be honest. Also, king d1 heads to the c2 square. I don't even think that's a move you play because you're messing around. I think it's actually the best move. I think it's the best move, and he plays it, guys. We have king d1 on the board in round 1 of the World Rapid Championship. I love it. I really do. This bishop could actually be a liability on the h4 square. It's kind of easy to see how the pieces will develop for white as well. So I like this a lot. And a really important theme to keep in mind, we may not actually see this happen, but anytime black plays a6, especially in these structures, it's just key that you understand how to meet that. Obviously, b5 would not be a threat right away, but just to let you know, a6 is almost always well met by a move like a5. It's kind of like a knee-jerk reaction. In this case, with the king on d1, I think a few different moves and rules may apply, but nice to know that a6 always has a5, and it's not even a threat to play b5 right away. So super interesting position here by Arjun. We expect nothing less from a guy that, you know, has gained just so much rating in recent years, the recent year to be more precise. And what do we have in the game. We actually have knight a6 played by his opponent here. And it feels like, is this the theme today? Black playing knight a6 and knight e8? If I'm not mistaken, we also saw this in the MVL game. So I don't know what's going on, but this is rapid chess, not even blitz. And I feel like we're seeing the best players in the world break simple opening principles that we all are supposed to know. So it's kind of enjoyable for me to see stuff like this happen. Knight c7. I assume we're going to see rook b8, and he's going to try to get that b5 move working. Absolutely. But this is a really interesting position. I think we'll probably leave this one here for the moment. We can jump to the bird's eye view and just have a look at the many games in progress here. But Arjun certainly, in my opinion, with one of the more interesting positions of the round so far. You guys have any favorites in chat? Anybody that you think we should really take a look at? Because I know which game I have my eyes on up there. It's definitely going to be the game of Fabiano. So why don't we jump in on that one? We haven't taken a look at Fabi. Phenomenal player. And we haven't jumped to his game just yet. It actually looks like one of the more boring ones, but there are many different ways to play a chess game, and I tell you, this actually might be one of the bigger advantages that we have on any of the rapid boards so far. All right, we will definitely make sure to check all of these games. Let's have a look at Fabi, and we can take a look at Hikaru's game next. We'll make a rundown here of the Americans, but let's talk about this Fabi position for a sec, because he's got a huge time advantage, and the engine is really enjoying his position. It feels like it's nothing special, like just no problems. But when you're playing a guy as strong as Fabi, he's able to make a position like this feel like it's +1, +2. And that's just not the reality, but he's able to make it feel that way. The c7 pawn is under attack, so the rook is tied down there. There's also a little bit of pressure on the rook on e8. It might not feel like it, but just try to combine a few ideas here. For example, the pawn on c7 being defended by the rook means that there's potential the e8 rook is undefended from the queen on a4. And also, the rook and queen are both eyeballing that rook through the knight on c6 and bishop on e7. So if you're looking at pieces that can move for black, are you starting to see what I mean? If you move this knight, there could be a bishop c7 move. If you move this bishop, I could take the rook and take on c7. So black is kind of running out of pieces to move. And it feels like we're just in the middle game, no problem, right? And if you move the queen away, who knows? Maybe the h-pawn will also go up the board. So yeah, I thought we'd shine some light here on maybe a different approach from Fabiano. He's not going the MVL approach. I mean, it helps he has the white pieces. Let me first start by saying that. But he's looking to take a very normal position, even a highly symmetrical position. And he's happy to say, look, I'm currently playing 5 minutes faster than my opponent. I have a marginal edge. So let's take this one all the way. Fabi's position looks very good here. We'll continue to monitor it. I asked you guys which games you'd like to take a look at. Let's jump straight over to Hikaru's game. Got to take a look at what he's doing, because he has another advantage that is, he's looking to push. And this one looks like a great position, but once again, this is for the people who appreciate positional chess. Do I have any positional chess players? They are few and far between, a dying breed, I want to say. But there really are two walks of life in a game of chess: those that are all out with the tactics, and those that appreciate the positional grind. And Hikaru is definitely a man talented enough, very capable of both of those. But in this particular game, much more on the positional side, maneuvering game. Just going to jump back a few moves here to see what happened. But all the bishops got traded, and playing with the knights is a skill that even the best players still need to hone in. A5 looks really nice. To me, in this position, I would be thinking with black, man, I want to play b6 and a5 to make sure all my pawns are connected. But Hikaru kind of beats him to the punch, and no, he's not ready to exchange any pieces. g3, king h2. We see the move knight to d4, and it's immediately kicked out by the move c3. Now, obviously, black is aware he's sort of wasting time by doing this, but are we going to see queen e2, knight to c4? Both moves look pretty good to me. What I'm looking at is this pawn on c5. It can't really be supported by the b pawn. The a pawn will be hanging there. And look at that time disadvantage. Hikaru is playing so confidently here. And yeah, you can just tell he's very comfortable with this position. He's got, 11 and a half minutes to 4.5 for the opponent. So, as I said, looking very, very comfortable in this position. Engine, I mean, the eval is around +1, guys. And we're not even up material. So that's a pretty good sign there for Hikaru. He's got the c4 square. Nothing can touch it. No pawns. The d5 square as well. And probably we'll see the move queen to e2. The one thing I want to highlight about this position that Hikaru is doing so well, and a little bit of a tip for anyone there who wants to work on how to play against knights, have a look at black's knights and tell me where they are going. Look at Hikaru's pawns. All beautifully covering just every entry, every access point that those knights could want to use. We will most likely see the move h4 by Hikaru in this game. I can guarantee it. This move also stops knight g5, so it happens to restrict the knights even further. But just pay attention when these strong players play against knights. I mean, I'm sure we all feel like a knight is the most annoying piece to deal with, but when you watch a strong player play against it, it just, yeah, it feels like it's no problem at all. So rook d7, very clearly looking to double up. If I'm guessing moves for Hikaru here, I would say queen e2, h4, and perhaps one of the rooks d1 in order to support the d pawn would be in short order. So that would be my prediction for this particular game right here. And also that massive time advantage. Is there anyone better in the game of chess right now than using a time advantage? I feel like that's a real skill to have. Not only just being up the time, but being able to utilize it, right? Hikaru is so good at having that extra time and then being like, okay, I'm going to play a specific variation that I know you just don't have the time to calculate, right? It's just too complicated. So continue to monitor this, but looks like a very good position for Hikaru. We can take a look at the bird's eye view of all the games in progress right now in round number 1. I don't believe we have any results on the very top boards, but yeah, Hikaru's advantage looks pretty sizable right now. Definitely one of the more comfortable positions out of the top players. And who else do we have here? You can see in the background, Hikaru just moving instantly, playing so confident. We are at the Cipriani Wall Street venue in New York City. There are a lot of people that I feel are, playing or attending that may not have played or attended a World Rapid or Blitz Championship before. And that's the beautiful thing. It's so accessible to a different part of the world this year. I see a lot of game suggestions here. There really are so many to check, but let's have a look. Scrolling down, looking for some imbalances here. I will jump to Danya's game. We gotta check in on chess.com's very own here. Let's have a look. Naroditzky is competing in this event, which you may have not even known that. So we're going to have a look at this one. And speaking of time advantages, I mean, we're looking at one right here, right? This is a very serious time advantage. We're only on move 16. This was a Scandinavian, which is not an opening you see too much at the top level, but certainly you see it more in Blitz, in Rapid, and wow, e6, d5. I can't say I was too familiar with this, but it makes sense. I mean, the bishop is hitting the queen here. That move probably caught black off guard, and immediately a pretty nice opening position for Dania. Bishop to e4 here. We see f5 and bishop takes f5 on the board. So I wonder what Dania is trying to do with this position. I would guess maybe castling just to threaten that bishop, but it is a full sacrifice. So I don't know if this, actually don't know if this is going to be justified here. It is rapid. And with 2.5 minutes on the clock, it should be noted that the players do have increment in this format. So they do have a 10-second increment to play with. It looks like the position is around even, but it's one of those 0.00 evaluations where I think everyone watching can appreciate that this is not a draw. This is just such a complicated fight that it could go either way. So I definitely don't think this is headed towards any kind of draw, but I do think that it's not a guarantee just because Daniel's up on time and he seems to be the one pressing the issue. I don't think that necessarily means that he's got this one guaranteed or anything like that. And wow, b4, we see some quick moves here. b4, queen e5. He does capture the bishop. The queen recaptures. Are we going to see Daniel go all out with long castle here? Because he can no longer short castle. Yes, you can play rook f1, but guys, that's not how castling works. You don't get to bring the rook to f1 and then say, oh, wait, sorry, actually, forgot. I was going to put my king on g1 as well. No, there's no castling here. You can't castle through check. However, I realized as I was talking about long castling that you guys may have been confused. You can castle that way. All right, just to let you know, with the queen covering b1, that is fully legal. All right. I'm going to bring us to what I think is maybe one of the nicer finishes. It's just one of the first results we've seen. So let's just have a quick look and appreciate Yu Yangyi just concluded this beautiful game as we jump away from that particular position. But wow, just a one-sided game against Tuan Min Lei. Wonderful time online. Yu Yangyi just sacked on h3, brought the knight into g4. I mean, this feels like textbook attacking chess. And look at this finish as well. Bishop takes on f2. If the knight recaptures, can we all see the finish? Queen to g3. The king has to pick a side, and no matter which way it goes, there will be a checkmate next turn. So beautiful, beautiful game there from Yu Yangyi. Just, I mean, there's no other way to say it. Brilliancies galore. That is what I can see is one of the first games done, at least on the higher boards in the open section. And I say open section because we also have games in the women's that have gotten underway. And one thing that I actually like about the way things are done this year is that the games are kind of staggered, so that you get to see the start of the open, and then the games in the women's section follow a little bit afterwards. So as you can see here, the times not ticked down as much, which means things have just got underway. We're taking a look here at Zhu Wenjun. This looks like it was I mean, you can get to an isolated pawn position so easily in chess. There are so many different openings that can take you there. Queen's Gambit. In this case, it does look like it was a Nimzo. Yes, it was. Maybe this is an opening that quite a few people play themselves. Queen d3, and finally capturing on the d4 square. So What is this opening all about? For white, probably a move like this. Bishop to g5. And I would say bishop b1 comes to mind, right? Like this feels good as a chess player when you reroute that bishop behind the queen, target the h7 pawn plus the bishop on g5. That's exactly what you want to be doing. So I would say as white, you have to be pretty satisfied here. For black, for Zhu Wenjun, I definitely expect the move b5 to be played in order to put this bishop on the great b7 square. But remember, it also helps white do probably exactly what white is planning on doing, bishop a2 and maybe bishop b1. So this is definitely the case here. We're also, of course, wondering in this event if Gunina will be defending her rapid title from last year. There are so many strong Chinese players competing this year. Zhu Wenjun is just one of them. We can look at the bird's eye view here in the women's section of the World Rapid Championship to get an idea of who we have competing. But you'll notice pretty quickly that on the top boards here, there are a number of strong Chinese players. Of course, we see Alexandra Kosteniuk, simply one of the greatest players of all time, especially dominant in these formats, representing Switzerland there. Maybe we can jump in and take a look at her position as well, as she takes on WGM Atusa, who has just played b5. And I tell you, just optically looking at these pawns, I can appreciate a bishop pair, but I also know what a scary attack looks like. And this is probably the one situation where the bishop pair is just not worth it. As we take a few moves back, trying to see where exactly this happened. And yeah, it looks like it was straight out of the opening here. Just, wow, e5 and f5 pawns. The bishop coming to f4. This does not look like a comfortable position. And it looks like white didn't do too much. Yeah, just kept things defended. Black plays queen a6, and you might be looking at this as like, oh, why would you take those double pawns? But it actually looks like a very strong move because white is on the attack. And black is, in the meantime, trying to get a queen trade so that the bishops can be felt maybe in an endgame or something. So wow, this looks like a very dominant position here for Alexandra. As you can see, the suggestion here, knight g3, just offering this c-pawn appears to be the way to go. I would desperately love to bring this queen over here and launch the attack, but I have to be careful of this pawn. So I would maybe like to play queen f3, queen g3, but dropping the f-pawn means everything falls apart. So for that reason, knight g3 appears to be a pretty good move. If you take here, this queen could really go anywhere, but the move that I was highlighting earlier, queen f3, is all of a sudden possible because this is defended. And I guess b5 takes, it's just not going anywhere. Black's pieces are just not active enough. White is going to create some threats. Maybe I can even bring the rook over, but I have to say, I'm not fully convinced of a breakthrough yet. I don't see it. It looks super scary, but I imagine that the engine is going to do a way better job defending than a human in this case. It's just one of those positions, guys, that I feel like if we were sitting here playing with the black pieces, it would feel like it was nearly lost. But the engine is like, oh, okay, it's not a good position, but don't worry, it's not mate. Whereas I'm sure if I was playing black here, I would just be assuming that every single move is mate. Because really, I'm looking at queen g4. I'm looking at knight h5. Knight f6 check. There's even knight takes on g7 in some lines. Like this looks frightening to me. So looks like a very, very good position for Kosteniuk here. But after b5, some important decisions, because if you do take on b5, the queen can recapture it. And this, with bishop a6 coming and with the bishop hitting the f5 pawn, it's very difficult to avoid this queen trade. So this would flip things all the way back in Atusa's favor. So you do have to continue with the correct move there. I wouldn't say this is completely easy, but definitely a nice game for Alexandra. So let's hop back to the bird's eye view of the games here and have a look at what else is going on in the women's section. Immediately, I'm actually drawn to the game of Katerina Lagno, who appears to have, I would say, just a winning edge. Wouldn't go so far as to call any position. Can't look at an extra pawn and say this is GG, but no, this looks like the case where not only do you always have bishop c1 to guard that pawn, but you don't even need it because you're threatening checkmate at pretty much every interval. So you can leave this pawn hanging and even focus on bringing the king in. So easily one of the biggest advantages that I can see in the women's section so far is this one right here. With Lagno very comfortably a pawn ahead, looks like a very successful opening. And with 10 minutes on the clock, this is just a matter of conversion. So yeah, this looks extremely comfortable. Let's check another game in the women's section here. Lei Tingjie, as we see, perhaps not the best move played in this game, but I want to jump right to Lei Tingjie's game before maybe we go back to the open section. Lei is one of the players that was really on fire in the candidates. I was hosting the FIDE fan zone there. I just remember Lei was really a fan favorite. Great with the fans there. Rook to c1 just played in this one. Bishop on g4 attacking. It looks like white has a slight edge here. What I really am looking at is immediately a move like queen g3. And if this bishop moves, h4, h5. And I feel like that could cause a lot of trouble in a potential endgame. And this pawn on e5, if it gets taken, there comes the move c5. And that pass pawn there is quite troublesome. So I actually really like this pawn on e5. It seems quite annoying. If you ever take it, even at the cost of a pawn, and by the way, we can just take it back, but even at the cost of that pawn, maybe I would sack it just to get that pass pawn. Could be worth quite a lot. But yeah, I really like the idea of maybe getting the h pawn up the board. This looks like the way to go. Yeah, very comfortable position for Lei here, but really not the end of the world for black. It's just when you play these fianchetto systems and you don't have the fianchettoed bishop, it's usually not the best feeling. So if we evaluate this position, especially in terms of king safety, we have to give white the edge based on that. And here, without much thought, based on what I was just saying, I would really consider this h5. So that's probably going to be my final suggestion here. Is that's the best way to attack this pawn structure if there's no knight on f6. Just h4, h5. So that's probably what I would do. I don't know if it's the best move, but to me, h5 here is a really, really strong idea. So yeah, that being said, let's hop back to the open section. There's probably some more developments that have happened there. We can jump right back up to the top board here and just see how Magnus is choosing to handle things with a wonder, because this is round 1 and already it's looking like Magnus Carlsen is not going to be getting this win. I mean, can he keep any winning chances here? I'm struggling to see the possibility, right? With the black pieces, obviously he's surely not risking a loss at this point, but a wonder is looking completely solid. He's going to liquidate that pawn over there, and whether he recaptures with the rook or maybe Magnus is going to leave the pawn and take back himself, if he squeezes a win out of this, this is going to be, this will be too impressive, even for Magnus. Remember, there's increment as well. It just feels like no, that can't be possible. So we'll wait and see here on this one. But Feels like there's more exciting games to look at. Magnus, for the moment, does not look like he's going to get it done. Jumping quickly to Fabi's game. I just saw that he, in the last couple of moves, I think managed to win a piece. Just that slow maneuvering game by Fabi. F3, kind of trapping the rook there. And, well, the bishop was sacrificed because the rook was in trouble. And getting the queen exchange here, Fabiano is absolutely cruising, especially with that time advantage, to a round 1 victory in the Rapid. So, yeah, this looks nice and easy. Continuing to jump down in the games here, going to take a look at Maxim's position. What is happening here? Rook e3 just played big time trouble here for white. MVL with the black pieces. Opposite bishops, but a really important theme for everyone to keep in mind is when the queens are on the board, the opposite bishops usually favor whoever is on the attack, whoever is kind of pushing the pace in the position. And right here, you know, it's fair to say that person is definitely Maxim. So the opposite bishops actually provide very decent winning chances. So interestingly enough, why am I saying that Maxim is sort of pushing the pace here? I think it has to do with this pawn. It's so weak that even though white is sitting here up a pawn, it feels like, you know, MVL is behind here, but I promise you that's not the case. Once the b3 pawn falls, and it looks like it will, it's very difficult to hang on to that pawn. That's an easier target than anything white has in the position. Plus, I can see queen g6 happening with some big problems on g2. So I wonder how he's going to continue here. It looks like taking and queen g6 with rook g5 coming. That's one of the first things that would come to mind, especially once you move this rook, bishop d5 and queen e4 on that diagonal there. What was I just saying? Okay, decides to take the pawn. I wasn't sure if he was going to go for the attack or just collect the material, but it looks like he took the very, very simple approach of rook takes d4. He's not wasting time there. Let's see if MVL can conclude this. Remember, 10-second increment means that white played the last move with 3 seconds on the clock. 3 seconds. Clearly under immense pressure here. Even taking on e5 is probably okay here, but we'll see if MVL can do a little bit better. You guys are, like I said, I use the word spoiled. I don't think there's a better word for a tournament like this. There are going to be upsets all over the place. We'll do our best to bring you guys all the results, but it's impossible. It's difficult to be absolutely everywhere. And wow, look at this calculation from Maxim. He calculated this whole line and then saw g6 at the end and says, okay, now it's up to you. Because guess what, guys? He's threatening queen h3 checkmate. What a cool move. Queen takes h3. I think he's going to get the win. Yeah, I think that's just it. I'm assuming that this means that he's won the game there, probably timeout. I don't know what to do at the end. Queen takes h3. What an amazing finish there. Fabi did collect his win as well. Looking at Hikaru here, time pressure for Jumabayev, and I mean, looks scary for Hikaru, but honestly, if you have to take with the pawn, you're kind of blocking the queen and rook. This looks like a very tense moment here in the Rapid, and it just, you have to feel like there's no one you'd rather bet on than Hikaru in a time scramble. But let's see how it gets handled here, as the moves probably will start to fly in. We see queen to f1. Yes, Fabi did get the win. Magnus is, still trying, but really feels like a wonder is not going to lose that one on board 1. MVL's game is actually still going there. It was just a delay with the move transmission. So his game is actually still going, but he is completely crushing. That was a very convincing game from MVL. And it looks like we're still waiting for more moves to come in. I imagine at this point, everyone, and MVL did just win the game just now. It looks like moves are coming in a little bit slow as the players are playing so quickly at the end of the game, waiting for moves in that Hikaru game. We're going to jump for a second over to Wei Yi. All the action is happening at once here. Wei Yi from China, actually one of the higher rated players in the entire Rapid event. So truly one of the, I think he's coming in as number 4 overall by Rapid rating, which I don't think is something that you would expect. You think of like the top Rapid players in the world. Somehow Wei Yi is not the first name that comes to mind, but it really should be. Still waiting for moves rather in these games. We do see some here. They're coming in rook h2, rook c1, king back to g3. This knight is kind of dominating the bishop for the moment because it feels like if white plays f6 and the king goes up the board, then it's all good. So I'm kind of surprised on that last move after rook c1 why we didn't see that happen, but I think he was concerned that the g-pawn was just going to start running. You can see on the camera there Wei Yi and Aram Hakobian from Armenia. Yeah, rook c6 back, rook e5, rook d6. It does feel like Wei Yi is the one playing for the win here. Rook h7 looks like a fantastic move to start with. King also up to g4. I mean, look how black's rook has been taken pretty much back to passivity on d6. That's a good point. That's a good point. The field is just so strong that honestly, you could sit there and try to predict a winner and just name some of the top players, but it's quite possible we have maybe a surprising winner in this year's event. A4, A5. We see the rook slide over to C2, and rook H8 actually being one of the better moves is, I'm not going to lie, a little bit of a shock to me. Rook C7 looks like an automatic move, and I'm wondering, does it have something to do with rook H6 and maybe just, I don't know, some kind of draw here? I think that might be it. It still feels like rook c7 is the move you want to play as white here, but amazingly, it feels like Hakobian kind of came up with something with rook h6. Yeah, I think this is actually pretty well played here from black. He did a good job. Rook c5, and I mean, the time will basically continue to hit 0. These guys are playing pretty much on increment. Another game that I wanted to take a look at was the game between Kadrich and Nepo, which is really going down to the wire here. We could even see, well, actually, I mean, at this point, I feel like we could see a win for either side. Like king takes e3. I'm looking at queen g5, and you have to be sure that you're not losing that king and pawn endgame. If there's one way that you really don't want to go out, I feel like it's that way. Like losing a king and pawn endgame just because of a miscalculation at the end that's a rough way to go. So he's not taking the pawn intentionally, right? Because if he takes, there is that queen to g5 move. And so we see king f3. If e2, he'll probably take it then. Well, I say probably. He will most definitely take it then. And the issue for Nepo is that where can this queen move, right? If you take it, there's also moves like queen a3 check, but on e2, there's no checks with the queen. So you can see that Nepo had to bring the queen out to h4, and bare minimum, Kadrich is making a draw here by perpetual, and he's probably thinking, do I actually have more? And he's not crazy for thinking that. Nepo couldn't sit there with his queen on e7, guarding e6, and just wait for the game to end, because obviously Kadrich could eventually make some progress there. Magnus did draw his game on board number 1, just as an update. A lot of the results coming in, including an Alireza victory as well. And yes, everyone's favorite thing to do, draw conclusions after round number 1. This is something I like to do as well if I'm in a tournament with a strong player. You know, if they draw round 1 and I get the win, you know, someone take a screenshot. Because there's a lot of players right now that are ahead of Magnus Carlsen, who only drew his first round game. This looks like it'll be a draw, though. And I believe we see the offer there by Kadrich. Nepo is, I mean, he's thinking, but I don't think he's really thinking. This cannot be anything more than a draw, surely. So he's giving the perpetual checks, but remember, at any point, I feel like if Nepo kind of continues the game on, look, there's going to be e6, e7, e8. This is unstoppable. So there's really nothing you can do as Nepo here. It feels like it has to be a draw at some point. So I believe the players will eventually reach that conclusion. He's trying his best because Nepo is looking to take this pawn with a check, and then he can take the other pawn. So that's why you'll see Nepo playing on here and why they haven't just agreed to a draw immediately. But I just don't believe there's a way that it can be forced. If you could force it, I understand. And he may find a way, but if he does find a way, it'll be off the back of a blunder by Kadrich here. I think what we will do at the moment, because it looks like this is headed towards a draw, is go back to that Wei Yi game. And the reason why is we're looking at a game that definitely has a chance for a win from Wei Yi. One of the players has a lot to play for here. The Kolbian seems to have been outplayed over the last little while. The last series of moves, at least. And with these two pawns in the center of the board connected and everything, this looks like it should be doable for Wei Yi. The king right now is cut off, which makes it feel like it's not that easy to win. But as soon as white is able to fix that problem, then I think we'll see a difference. So, question is, how do you do that? I'm sitting here trying to think, how do we actually connect our king to our set of connected pawns in the center? Because, you know, black is probably going to, play a move like this. King to c7. We also might see this, but I would say keeping the rook on that pawn makes the most sense. At some point, you have to get these pawns going. So how do you do it? Is this, I mean, there's no way that I can sit here and say that this could possibly be a draw, right? That's impossible. There's no way. But I got to be honest with you. I don't immediately see like a super easy way to say that this is a win. It almost feels like I'm tempted to give up my A pawn. I mean, yes, rook king to b2 looks tempting because I want to get the rook off of that square. But the rook can go over to d3, and again, I'm just not 100% convinced. So interesting. Wei Yi goes for the move that I was thinking of. It does make sense because now we can sort of use these pawns instead you know, like the C pawn is actually a pass pawn now. Before, the B pawn was kind of covering both. If the rook captured, we would have seen rook check and rook exchange for an easy win. I'm assuming we'll see one of these moves now. Looking to get the pawns going, give another check. I do think that black can try to manage a defense here, but it'll be super, super tough. I like the way that Wei Yi is trying to win this. Makes a lot of sense. Nepo and Kadrich, by the way, did draw that queen endgame with the checks that we were just on. Rook down to A1, and now that the king is connected to the pawns, I actually think this is a rather routine victory. But it was tough. You know, black was in a position where he just kind of felt, well, if I leave my rook here, what am I doing? Like, I'm just getting steamrolled by these pawns. But I promise you, with the king up close to the pawns, this should be quite an easy win. So we can just watch the technique shown from Wei Yi, but it should be, as I said, extremely routine. And you can kind of tell from the body language of Hakobian here that this is all but over. So we'll probably see that rook check. But also, as I'm looking at the position, rook A6 comes to mind as a tempting move to get behind that A pawn and just ensure that no funny business happens. But I do believe the best move is rook G7 check. That's exactly what we see. We just want to keep pushing these pawns up the board. And remember, if the black king goes to C8 or D8, the rook can always swing to A7. So king B8 does make the most sense to at least stop rook A7. Will we see rook B7 check? Yes, we do. Remember, if the king goes to A8, it looks like maybe rook B3 can be played, or at the very least, rook B4, and we have rook A4 winning the pawn. So that would kind of force the rook to go there. But if king C8, it's even easier, rook A7. This is unfortunately not, I think this is not competitive. The rook has to go to A1 now, and the king will, well, actually, we could just see the pawn push, and that could be that, but also the king sliding into C5 and into D6 feels like another way to get things done. I think it may be just a matter of taste, and yeah, he does go for D6. I think that's the way to conclude it. Rook D1, we will see. I was going to say most likely this, but if you go this way, what's going to happen is you're going to get checked to the point where if your king goes to A4, you may be in some trouble. So instead, he's going to go here and run his king this way. King E3, king F2 if he gets checked. And remember, there's checkmate in one threatened here. Very, very big threat. So at some point, black has to give up the checks and play king B8. But the A pawn will fall. And I wonder how many games we still have going even after this one. The women's section did have a staggered start, for those wondering. So the open games happen first. Rook D1. And I believe we're getting to the conclusion here. This is the last pivotal game of round one in the open section. And Wei Yi comes away with the victory. Kind of a picturesque finish there. C7, the final move. The rook is hanging, but obviously the pawn is becoming a queen there at the end. And that will wrap it up for round one in the open here. Wei Yi getting the victory. And we saw a number of interesting games. As I said, there's so many to keep track of. We'll do our best to bring you everywhere that you need to be. But a lot of the favorites getting a win in round one, but not everyone. There were some upsets, even some draws. Right now, we're going to head to a very short break after the conclusion of round one in the open section of the FIDE Rapid Championships, because I'm excited to bring in my host for the rest of the show, James Canty. So we will be right back after this break.
A hanging piece is simply a piece that is under attack and can be freely captured. Winning material. If you don't hang your pieces and you capture the ones your opponent hangs, you will win most of your games as a newcomer to chess.com. Related to hanging pieces is an important term, LPDO. Loose pieces drop off. It's one of the most helpful phrases in tactics. It's a reminder to keep your pieces defended and to keep an eye out for undefended pieces in your opponent's camp.
Gotta move.
Oh, no more checks.
Oh, and what's happened there?
What happened?
We see a reaction. Magnus is
Oh no!
A hanging checkmate is similar to a hanging piece. It is just a checkmate that your opponent has not defended against. Like this time, that Hikaru hung checkmate against Magnus, but Magnus didn't see it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
This past year, our goal has been to grow chess as a positive influence in the world.
We're joining forces with Chess.com to launch a fundraising campaign to support the education of 5,000 children next year to help them get back to school.
This is Chittle Bear. I was here with big brothers and big sisters and Chess.com at St. Boniface School. We're here to play some chess, to have some fun, just have a great day here.
A world where every person can enjoy the game, connect with others, and be accepted in the community.
Chess just became something that I could do. I just fell in love with all over again after my accident.
We strive for broad representation in our product and in our content.
Three sisters smashed chess's greatest records, and it all started with an experiment.
I use your puzzles, and I have 2 people I play with on 3-day.
Believing you can do it is one thing, but knowing you can do it is a whole different thing.
We hope at the very least to earn the respect of our opponent.
Are you afraid of being wrong? No.
We aim to create a place where everyone belongs, regardless of their background or identity.
Whether you call it ajedrez,
Schach,
chess,
xadrez,
Schach,
Schachmatte,
or chess. It's the global game that unites us all.
Welcome back to the coverage of the 2024 FIDE World Rapid Chess Championships. The beautiful playing hall in New York City is home to this event, and I'm very excited to welcome my host, your host for the rest of the show. It is FM James Canty III. What's up, James? And welcome to the Rapid Show, my man.
Hey man, we are here, Big Hambo in that Lambo. Of course, we always like to say that. I'm Hamilton here. And myself, I'm excited to be here and watch the games as always. I was just out in Norway as well, watching a lot of these players get ready. And it's just awesome to see, bro. I've already went through a lot of games. So let's just get right into it. Where is the action? What's going on, Amon?
Absolutely, yeah. We have actually, James, a game still continuing from round one, which is Salem Saleh against Vugar Rasulov, an all GM matchup. And yeah, this one is still going, and you may be wondering how that's even possible. But when you see the position on the board, I think it will start to make sense. We have the queen against the rook, which any GM should be able to put away, but you got that extra pawn on the board.
You know, there's some, that's hard. That's like Devereski page. I don't even know what page that is. And I know a lot of them pages by heart. I'm not even going to lie to you. But that rook and pawn one is some type of imbalance here. And it is winnable because I've seen wins, but it's like they kind of walked into it. It just happens, which this is a very, very hard in game. Of course, it just says this is winning. But yeah, forget about what the eval bar says. This one's a difficult one.
It really is. It all comes down to the counterintuitive idea that as black actually moves that pawn up the board, that's actually kind of what white wants. So sometimes as white, you get nervous when you have the queen because in order to win, you kind of have to let that pawn creep up the board. And that kind of gets a little nerve-wracking, especially when the time's ticking.
And then you would have to really you would have to take a draw there in those type of situations. So kind of what it's about. Where it goes back and forth. I'm gonna say we was doing this actually prediction wise in Norway with Tanya. So he was betting 100,000 per move. I made 200,000 that trip, so that was nice. Or predictions here, right? So, but here I think this one's going to be a win for white, believe it or not, because the pawn is not further up yet. So somehow I think this is going to work out for white. That's just generally what I've seen. I've never seen a draw here. I know it's supposed to be, but I've never seen one yet. Also, Salim's time is low. What do you think?
Interestingly, in this position, and this will be kind of supported by the engine, but it makes sense. If black actually plays king g7, I think it might become a draw right away because then the rook will go to f5, h5, and just
fortress.
It'll just stay there. So in order to stop that, white plays the only move, and I think this is a huge move. So your dream is still alive here for the win here, James, but I think queen h6 was an only move by Salem Saleh under time pressure. That was phenomenal right there.
And 17 seconds left. He's a tactician. I've talked to him many times, so he loves tactics and make things work. So if there's a tactic there, he's going to see it most times, more often than not. King's Indian player himself, also Sicilian Najdorf. With white, he has a more classical style, d4, c4 type style, which I think this game was d4, c4 as well.
Yeah, this, it feels so long ago, and yeah, it was a semi-Slav, but you know, it takes a while to even scroll back to the beginning of the game, James. We're on move 131, and you can see also, just in that shot there from the Cipriani Wall Street venue, you can see the crowd gathering. And I mean, James, have you had that before in an OTB event at all? You know, that feeling when you're like the last game of the round and it kind of gets nerve-wracking.
You know what? Now I see that. I was like, what are all these people doing right there?
Yeah.
I was just thought they was just spectators or something. You know, like I really was not paying attention now, but now I see this. I've actually had this in Blitz a lot growing up where in Detroit, Michigan, actually we would have crowds a lot of chess. So I'm used to crowds like this, but in an OTB game, you know, never had one classical chess-wise. When crazy stuff's happening on the board, I will catch like 5 or 6 people watching a game. Then more comes, and then more people like, "What's going on?" And that's exactly what's going on here. Look at the zoom in there. Wow, they are ready, locked in, bro. All these people watching the game.
They really are.
That's cool.
Salem Saleh is, I mean, you kind of spoke to his pedigree as well, but he's also a guy that has experienced some recent success in the Beal Chess Open. I mean, he just absolutely smashed it when he was last there in the classical and blitz sections. So I think at this point, we're just seeing whether he is going to have space to work here. But I'm not going to lie to you, James. I feel like we are closer to a draw than a win because this queen has to kind of stay preventing king g7. And if the king ever reaches there, it feels like both players understand that it's kind of a draw. So we have to see queen h7 next from white. I would be surprised if we don't see that one.
He's also doing this with no time. So, you know, you have the problem of like, I mean, flagging. Come on, you're not going to flag here. But if you do lose the game. So it's not like, you know, you're drawing here if you flag. So,
and here's the thing is, if that rook just hangs out on the 8th rank, I'm wondering, how does white make progress? Because one thing I will say is if the rook steps up the board, white can kind of creep behind with queen g8, queen f8, kind of force the king up the board. That's sort of what you want to do. But if the rook hangs out here, that might be difficult to achieve. And that's probably why you're seeing the eval bar just hovering right around 0.00. It's not because it's like immediately a draw, but it's probably because the engine, the table base, is foreseeing that the 50 move rule will come into effect with best play.
That makes sense. Of course, exhausting all the options here. We cannot allow king g7. Okay, cool. We've done that. But then when you move the queen around, yes, but the rook can shuffle back between the squares it's been doing already. Rook e8, h8. Don't go to a rook e8 and a a8. If you go to h8 at the wrong moment, obviously queen c3 ends the game on the spot. But
that's right.
That's
a slick one.
Yeah, a little quick trick there. But yeah, there it is. Rook back and forth. Yeah. So that's crazy. His king may have been closer. Like, how would this? I've seen this win before, but like it's so rare. It's very weird. More likely or not, it's like the rook being on the 5th rank or something. I don't remember how that was. The configuration worked. Like king e6, rook f5, and queen somewhere on the h file. Somehow be able to create some problems.
And we have to remember that, of course, these players have no idea about any of this table-based stuff. They're just taking it move by move, trying to find the advantage if it's there. Salem is clearly trying to get this rook to move off the, and it actually does. Okay, maybe there's a possibility here. I wouldn't say this is anything to go crazy about, but as white, I'd be happy to not see more shuffling.
Such a question mark here, and that's crazy. Like, well, okay, cool, but how is it winning? You know,
right?
Queen d6, king e7. Yeah, I guess king g7. Is there a shuffle? No, I would have to check you on c3 or
right to get some sort of fork.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how is this like so bad. Maybe queen
f4.
You're
right. If the king goes to g7, probably queen c7. The king would have to go to h6, and yeah, something about the king on h6 and the rook being on a dark square, it really doesn't feel good to me. You know, especially with time ticking down, I would not feel comfortable.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't either, actually. But quick update. In fact, all games in the women's section have ended. They've all ended there. Good to know. Round 2 will be coming up.
That just speaks about this game, James, right? Like if all those games started afterwards and they've ended, I mean, what a marathon we've got on our hands here.
I mean, you might as well get some lunch, guys. We're going to be here for a while, you know, like
that's right.
People are doing. People are like, bro, can you finish, bro? But like people are gathering around wondering why the round is not starting. It's because there's a game still going on. Now, let's actually take a look at the results from the open section. Look at those. like the video. There we go. Boom. Got a few pages of these. A Wonder and Magnus with a draw. I know he's happy about that. I actually caught the front end in that game. And I was like, oh, A Wonder playing Magnus. Everybody's hyped to see. And Magnus with the black pieces draws in that game. You got Fabi wins against Fidel Corrales. MVL winning with black there. Wei Yi winning. We saw that on camera there. Dennis and Jan with the draw there. I know Dennis was happy with that. And Levon winning as well. We got a few pages of standings here. Let's take a look at the next.
Yeah, at this point, you're starting to get used to the theme that we do see a lot of the favorites winning, but not everyone. Hikaru notably with only a draw there.
Yeah, actually, I heard you in commentary. It was like, yeah, you know what? Screenshot it. Listen, if I win and one of these favorites you draw, right. Screenshot it. I am ahead of you in the standings. And
let it be known.
Let it be known, right? You can see here in the standings all the way down here. Nishikiri winning too as well. Some favorites there. Arjun with a win there. He chose a Trumpowski. I've been actually using that. I used that one time so far in a tournament game, and it was critical, and I won the game. Like first time ever playing it. Trumpowski is deadly, though, so don't try that at home. In fact, try the Trumpowski at home. Prague as well there on the standings. We see Alexander Grishik getting a dub draw there with Anashuk and Johan Christensen from Norway there. We have Muradli, half points there. I mean, that's crazy. Liam Lee on board 22. Guys are insane here. Everybody strong. Jack there for short, what he likes to be called, Vakidov, with a win as well. All the way down 30. Bortnik. And we got Naroditzky fans here too. No, I know Naroditzky was here. Jacobson with a win. Sarana with a win there too as well. Ray Robson, the U.S. Team USA there with a dub. And Salim, 0. And look at that. Wow, 0 and 0. That's crazy. I've never seen that in mine. They both did not win the game or draw.
It may have to do with the fact that that's the one that's still ongoing.
Oh, they still playing. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think honestly that our guys running the show, they set you up for that one.
Yeah, they 0 and 0. I've literally never seen that. It's kind of funny, but yeah.
I actually have seen that, James. I have seen a double forfeit before. So
really, how do you double forfeit?
Well, I suppose the simplest way is quite literally you can have 2 no-shows.
Oh, and they paired against each other.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's the simplest way,
crazy.
But there probably are more complicated ways that can happen. But yeah, super, super rare. But no, those guys are the only match that is still ongoing. I like what you said, though. You were calling out some of the big names in the tournament, and you find them all the way down on board like 50. And you're like, wow, that just speaks about how strong this event is when you have a name that you recognize as one of the best rapid players. And yeah, they're on board 30.
World Rapid and Blitz, that is here, guys. The World Rapid and Blitz is insane. Strong competition here everywhere. So good to see. Good to see and great to commentate on as well. That rook seems like you can grab this rook, bro, but you cannot.
I'm going to do a little bit of checking here because I'm curious when we had the last pawn move. So I think it was move 104. And we are now on move 52. So we are quite literally a couple moves away from the 50 move rule.
I wonder if he counts or knows. Because you have to know too as well to be able to claim.
So my understanding of the rule, because I actually played in the World Rapid and Blitz before James, and one of the reasons I bring this up is I was defending rook against bishop for a very long time. So I had the bishop. I believe it was the World Blitz part. And what happens is at any point you can stop and make a claim for sure, but you don't really know as a player. So I was not trying to distract myself with like, oh, let's just play one more move and then we're there, or trying to keep count. What I did was I just played and played, just focus on my defense because I knew it was a draw if I played it right. And after 75 moves, the arbiters will step in and just auto call it, because they're tracking the moves. But a player can make a claim and say, hey, it's been 50 before then. If they want, they can do that. And if they're wrong, it's just a time penalty for the opponent. So not a big risk. So I'm curious if we'll see any of the players try, well, not any of the players, obviously, Black try to make a claim here, or whether he's just going to focus on the defense and just try to play on and get the auto claim at 75 moves.
It's very rare that you have these type of positions here, but he's going to play it out as he should here with the queen and having, now they're both lower on time, so it gives black more chances to make mistakes here.
I mean, white's making some progress, at least visually, right, James? Like, it feels like white's kind of doing something here.
Feels like a check, and then blocking with the rook would be a funny mate there. But of course, you have check and king. Okay, he went there.
Yeah,
instead.
rook h3 needs to be played, and then queen e4.
Oh, because takes. I mean, you have takes check. Yeah,
isn't he's winning it here? So this is what I mean, James. Right here, you have nothing to lose by, because white's about to play queen e4 check after rook h3. So he's going to make the claim right now. Look at him.
He did. He makes it. Oh no, this is a draw, bro. And let's see.
Exactly.
Wow.
Because why would you not make the claim? Exactly what I was just saying. It's only in your favor to make the claim. It's, who cares? It's a time penalty for the opponent. You know that this is how you play this. And so it's definitely going to be 50 moves. This will be a draw. That's exactly how I think it's going to go down.
Wish we could hear Mike's there, obviously, but it's a draw. They shake hands.
Yep.
What a claim. Boy, if you play on and then lose, that hurts, right?
Yeah, so you could probably play one more move, rook h3, and then do it, but no point. At this point, he realizes that he's actually going to lose the game. So he's like, actually, excuse me, arbiter.
Arbiter,
I'll make that claim now. Yeah.
I'm going to make that claim now. Thank you. Cash in on that. Thank you. Wow.
So I don't know if the people have ever seen something happen quite like that before, but that is all above board, all within the rules. I think everyone played their part perfectly there.
That's all she wrote, in fact, as the round is cleaned up very nicely there. Round is done. Man, we got a lot of spectators there, but good to go, man. That was awesome. Shoot. All right. Well, we got round 2 coming up, huh?
I know. That was, it feels like a long time ago that we began the show, but really, guys, we've only had a single round happen in this tournament so far. This is a sign of things to come, James. I think people have a lot to be excited about.
Absolutely. I think the same as well, as we do have more games coming up there in the women's section. We got to get over there too to see how they're doing, what they're playing in the round wise as well. Did you see any spectacular games or anything crazy there?
Well, actually, early on in the women's, it looked like pretty comfortable positions from some of the more recognizable names like Lagno, Kosteniuk, Ju Wenjun, obviously number 1 ranked over there, and we do have some of the obviously the results to go over there as well.
Oh, that's a big win there, Tuesday. I know she's ecstatic. You'd be Kosteniuk in any time control. You're hype. In fact, I have 2 draws with her, but against Kosteniuk. But Tuesday there winning. Tenzong Yi, absolute beast, winning with the black pieces there. Lei Tongji loses. What an upset there. Ju and Ju with a win. Nice. Okay, we have draws there. Alexandra. Ibisara, nice.
It really is, James, from Atusa, because I was looking at that game earlier, and I was saying she was under a huge attack from Alexandra. So I give her a lot of credit for being able to survive that position, let alone against such a strong player as well.
That is insane. I'm not even gonna lie. That's awesome. It's good to see because it's rapid. Like different things happen. Time control. You get in time trouble, etc. The time pressure is really on. Nana there from Georgia. Draw there. Katarina Lagno with the draw. Is sort of an upset there. What else do we have? Humpy at the loss. Wow, upsets everywhere. They are not playing. They are just swinging out here. That's a few more upsets as well. Marika with the win there. Great job, Indian team. As well. Pretty nice. Round 1.
Yeah, I do notice more upsets so far in the women's compared to the open, James, at least on the higher boards. But man, just looking at this sheet right here, no one was holding the punches, and we don't even see a single draw.
All the boards there were no friends being made at those boards at all, even though they all know each other very well. Divya there from India goes down. Kenem there is actually, wow, that's an upset too as well. Natalia in good form, looks like. Marissa Yip will hit you in your lip. She is a very strong one. Okay, so she got a dub there on her board on 19. I was like, how many times she's women's champion now? Very nice. Shout out to her. Valentina Gunina, strong. She wins as well. Rochelle Wu.
And if I'm not mistaken, the defending Rapid champion, Gunina, as well. So down there on board 20, that just kind of that paints the picture of like how the scene can change championship to championship.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I actually just saw the like we had some footage of her basically all over social media. I've seen like, oh, Gunina wins and etc. A promo for this event. Pretty cool to see. She's on board 20. Alina Kasnikaya, very strong, aggressive player. She wins as well. So, wow. It goes down a lot of boards there, man. We're going to be here. I'm going to watch all this. You want to learn from it, too, as well. See what they're playing. You see any London, Jet? I didn't see any Londons, Amon. I saw one Jobava London, actually, which I think Drew
were you scanning? We need a third commentator, James, that only scans for London systems.
And Jobavas, and that's it.
That's right.
Jobava Londons. I didn't see any Londons, unfortunately, bro.
But, I would say there's potentially a majority out there that is very happy that no Londons were caught on screen at all during the broadcast so far. So we're making some people happy, I am sure.
Yes, of course, London and Jobava Londoners are at home. Of course, Iman will play the London all the time, and one of the greatest do it on his stream, Chess Bra. Me, I'm a Jobava London guy, got courses, of course, and we play all the time. But we got pairings ready. Let's go. Hopefully we see somebody, Magnus or one of them boys, with a Jobava London. No, but we see these pairings up here. Anything stand out to you, Iman?
Well, definitely one of the interesting pairings is the very first board, because let's remember Magnus is always going to be playing on that board 1 slot. That's no matter what his result is, because he actually did not win that first round, and neither did Kadrich. So Kadrich has a unique start to the tournament. He played Nepo, Drew, and now he's playing Magnus. I mean, you quite literally, I don't think anyone has a tougher start to the World Rapid Championship than that man right there. So Dennis, good luck to you, my friend.
Shout out to Dennis, and we're not talking about the other one, Dennis Lazovic, who's an absolute beast as well. But Dennis Kadrick here, actually drew him with Accelerated Dragon, like in a Millionaire Chess 2014 with the black pieces. I drew him. It was nice, but he is very strong, incredibly, and he has a very, very hard time already. But he drew Nepo, right? So you can, I'll be very positive about it. Like, hey, I drew Nepo here. Just try to play your best against Magnus here. Play the game. Yep. We got Merson versus Fabi, MVL, and T-Poff there. That's going to be nice to see. Aryan Tari versus LeBron, aka LeBron Aronian, especially when he's in good form. He is definitely like a LeBron. So we'll see. That's going to be a heated matchup too as well. I'm looking forward to that one.
Absolutely. Very, very exciting matchups there on the top boards in the open section. Obviously, Fabi, he just kind of went under the radar, just had such a clean first round game. I mean, it just looked so easy for him. Wasn't flashy like some of the other beautiful, brilliancy ridden games that we saw, but he just, he's business, James. He just came in, got it done, and kept it moving.
Absolutely. I mean, they're always going to keep it moving here as you have to with the time format, and of course Blitz coming up, which is even going to be faster. But of course, we got more action with me, myself, and Amon, and you guys. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
And yeah, he is grinding like a grandmaster, stealing one from
Wow,
Magnus
no,
Carlsen.
this is losing. It's a terrible blunder. Takes,
What?
HD, finish.
Gotta say I'm sharp.
Wow, she blundered the rook. It's like a mouse slip.
I didn't even know that was possible.
Where is the killer blow? Exactly, rook c2. Fantastic play by Dubov. What a stunner.
One shot for the kill.
Oh, look at him. Magnus is distraught. He is furious. He's like, what am I doing?
And Vincent is back in the game.
Check the movement is yeah.
219. Wow, what a marathon.
Now the future is yours.
She wins it.
Onina is the world champion.
Smart setup from Bodnar. What was that? Oh, Humpy lost the time. Anastasia Bodnar wins the Women's World Rapid Championship.
Oh ho ho! And there's another fork. Unbelievable.
And Magnus Carlsen is world champion once again.
It's one art, one shot. Now the future is yours. Go.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships. I am here with Amon Hamilton, James Canty III here. It's going down, guys. That was an incredible intro, by the way. Of course, I was watching it, getting hyped. You know, how you feel about that intro, Amon? That's crazy.
I know. It feels like the type of thing that I can just watch over and over, and I still get the same goosebumps. It feels like we've covered so much chess, James, but we're only about to start round 2.
In fact, round 2 is coming up, and we have the women's, and we also have the men's, the open section as well. So I'm excited to see it. Of course, we got Magnus on board 1 there. You got Fabi. Hikaru's playing right all the way down. All the stars are here. Look at Nordibeck. Nordy. What is Danny calls him? Nordy, the magical, mythical dragon, whatever. It's like it's like insane. You know, they got these names here.
I mentioned this earlier, James, but I appreciate just the extra element of this event being hosted at the Cipriani venue, Wall Street. I think everyone's just on that best Wall Street behavior. You know, I'm seeing a few more suits. Everyone is looking beautiful, dapper. I just think it's a great look.
It is. Everybody's fly here. You know, ready to play. It's in New York. You know, it's fans everywhere. A lot going on, and you want to play your best chess here, which is what they're looking to do, and they're trying to get that done. So I think it's amazing. I love the fact that it's in New York as well. I'm sure a lot of the fans love that experience too. Did you see those tickets, Amon?
Absolutely. I'll actually be heading over to New York myself, James. You know, obviously not as a player. You know, I'm sure a lot of people who are competing are happy to hear that Big Shark Hamilton is not going to be in there with the best of them. But no, I'll be checking out the venue myself. Excited to see it, but for now, just happy to be looking from a distance. It looks beautiful, just covering the Rapid.
Yeah, I mean, and Blitz is coming up even after that, guys. Even faster chess, of course. For everyone loves that. It's gonna be fun. NBL is how many times has he won Blitz? I know he's won it a few times.
That's a good chat trivia question, honestly.
Yeah.
I feel like whenever it comes to something like this, like I have a guess, but I wouldn't know if I'm right. Chat always knows, though.
That's true. Chat knows. Chat
how
many
always
times has NBL won the FIDE World Blitz? In fact?
And I like to see him at the board. I don't know if you've noticed this, but it's kind of a thing that in general the higher rated player kind of shows up second to the board. Not all the time, but I have noticed it a little bit more. Obviously, Magnus is the king of that behavior, but yeah, I don't know. It's just nice to see the higher rated guys locked in at the board ahead of time, just tuning everything out.
Yeah, and like the Magnus type of thing. I think you probably, if you're playing Magnus, I'm showing up late. On like, oh, you want to show up late? Cool. No. You want to show up later than him. That small psych edge, just a little bit, because whatever you need, every edge you can get when you play Magnus.
That's right. Yeah, you might, if you show up later than him, you might get the psych edge, but you may also be down, a couple minutes on the clock. And trust me, it's not going to be worth it.
It's not going to be. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. Definitely. Seeing spectators there. Players are starting to sit down. Good. Oh, yeah. Excellent venue there.
Looking busy. I like the spotlights too. You can really appreciate the kind of dark crowd area, but then just spotlights where they should be on these phenomenal players.
A lot of traffic going on. Wei Yi, is that Theodorou?
That looks
No,
like,
that's
Wei Yi,
Donchenko.
maybe Donchenko.
Donchenko, yeah, that's Donchenko.
And interesting thing about Wei Yi is I feel like people are not quite aware that he is coming into this tournament, I believe at the number, third or fourth highest rated player in terms of rapid. So it's like, put some respect on Wei Yi for a second.
Whoa, Wei Yi is vicious. He looking like a big dog out here. He really is, though. In fact, coming in with the 4th ranking there. Of course, if you ask chat, hey chat, who's your favorites? And Wei Yi is generally not up there in the top 5. I'm not even gonna say like top 5. You got Hikaru, you got Fabi here. I mean, MVL, right? Firouzja's, all these other players. Wei Yi though, yeah, I'm a Wei Yi fan. He's very aggressive. Love his chess.
Yeah, I'm a big Wei Yi fan as well. I actually remember one of the first tournaments that I played when I started really pursuing chess. Wei Yi showed up to the tournament and absolutely dominated. It was the World Junior Championship in 2012, and no one knew who this guy was at the time. So he was there. Ding was in the tournament. It was just such a random occurrence that, like, who's this untitled Wei Yi from China? And he smoked everyone.
Yeah, he's a very aggressive player. As we've mentioned before, he likes Grunfeld. He loves all Sicilians here. But here's a big matchup here. Magnus and Dennis. Dennis is ready to go. He has another feel. Oh, look at that. Smiles. All smiles. Yeah, bro. We doing this? Yeah, we doing this.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm Dennis there, I'm just gonna soak in the moment because he knows he's the underdog against Nepo. He knows he's the underdog against Magnus, but he already secured a draw against Nepo. It looked like he played a great game as well. So just keep staying in that zone, Dennis. Look to do it 2 times in a row. You gotta feel, if you're attending the World Rapid Chess Championships, James, got to be happy with a pairing against Nepo and Magnus to start things off, win or lose. I mean, that's why you're there.
Yeah, sure, exactly. Play these best guys here. He actually drew against Nepo there already, a great result, and then playing Magnus next. 5 pieces. Let's see what happens. Round 2 is getting started. Any predictions? What do you think he's going to play? I think it'd probably start with a knight f3 or d4 as general stuff.
Yeah, what about, James, a London?
A London? Wow.
D4 and bishop f4 from Magnus. We would for all the big London enjoyers out there.
If he goes Jobava London, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to absolutely lose my mind here, and then I'm going to put my course on sale. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
immediately
lose my mind and then hit the promo.
No, but Magnus played a few times. We do have some games for him. But let's see what he plays. He's locked in. He's ready. Figure out what he's going to play here. Everybody is ready in the zone. Hands on face there, right? Just the nerves. Usually those go away when the clock starts.
Yeah. At that point, it's kind of like when you're watching a track and field race, the 100-meter, and everyone's just like ready, set, and you're just waiting for that gun to go off.
Dominguez, veteran as well, has become very, very solid. But before, I mean, nowadays I'm like, bro, the games be so boring. But if I look at if you check old Dominguez, like, oh no, he was very vicious. I think he became more universal, to say the least. But he was a very aggressive player at some point.
That's right, and I think his current style just suits him. A lot of players, as their career progresses, have stylistic changes. They don't want to take as many risks as they did maybe when they played different repertoires in their youth. But hey, we have things underway, and I don't think either of us get a point for this one. Magnus Carlsen, E4.
Ooh. Okay, we got a Sicilian on the board, boys. Oh, maybe. Is this a Sicilian? I think.
Yeah, it's hard to make up from a distance. Definitely see the move E4 there. I'm not 100% familiar with Dennis's repertoire, but it does strike me that E4, E5 would be pretty common.
Yeah, see, this looks like maybe a Petrov. Knight goes back to F6. This is interesting here. Knight came out. There's a knight C3 there. Okay, cool. We got boards up. Where you want to go for it? Well, we obviously got Magnus's first. Yeah, it was a Petrov, maybe, I think.
It was a Petrov. Nice. Yeah, I got Magnus's game up here, but obviously early days, we just kind of look at the games here and see which opening maybe comes off as the most interesting or intriguing so far.
Got a Berlin over there. Won't be over there.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, looks like we'll see MVL in round 3.
See you guys in round 3. Have a good one, buddy. Okay. Actually, Merzen and Caruana probably will spark something there. That's a Sicilian choice. Looks like a Sveshnikov there. In fact, as we see the Chessable promo with Fressinet, I think that's how you say his last name, but just Laurent just dropped that course, which is nice. I definitely have it. They're going down. Some nice mainline stuff is here as well. It's pretty cool to see that. Maybe we'll go over there for a little bit too. We'll dance around.
Yeah, we're seeing, as expected, very timid openings. Remember, this is rapid, not blitz. Nobody needs to take crazy risks to start things off for any particular reason. I mean, everyone here is very capable, so I don't think we're just going to see someone play like, the Benko out of the opening for no reason at all.
Right, Benko players at home are like, what do you mean?
Hey, I'm actually allowed to say that, James, as a Benko player myself. I have to pass.
Yes, I have played some Benko myself. Get some very fun positions as well. All right, castles on the board here. Petrov seems to not be really in maybe Kodrik's toolbox. He's moving a little slower here. Usually you'd be whipping moves out as you see Magnus up. A little bit of time there.
You know what, James? I would be playing slow against Magnus, even in my number 1 opening of all time. I would just naturally find myself second guessing things, double checking everything, maybe for no reason at all. What stands out to me initially is that with the bishop covering f5 and the pawn covering h3, the bishop on c8 is not the most comfortable. You kind of need to commit to b6, bishop b7, or maybe move that knight to f8 and just kind of develop bishop d7, bishop e6, kind of passive. And I'm not sure that either of those is very captivating. So I kind of like Magnus's just slow advantage, calm advantage that he seems to have out of the opening.
Slow, methodical play, as he's very good at, of course. Rookie 1, but just improving your position. Maybe follow up with a bishop f4, bishop h2. It's a sort of a Philidor vibe here. Big Philidor vibes you can get from this, except the knight is on c3, which is sometimes a problem. Depends on what you want. I actually nowadays like the knight on f3 and knight e2 type ideas with g4, but your king is on g1. So it's a little bit different. Maybe bishop f4 though, queen e2 or d2. Maybe eventually swinging the knight over to e4, goes to c-pawn. Magnus just has a lot of flexibility here, but black is extremely solid. That's what you get in Petrov.
That's right. And one thing about the move b6 that I can already foresee is potentially Magnus could switch and just play on the light squares. You could see something like b6 and immediately try d5, knight d4, bishop b5, and just jump on that c6 square as soon as it gets created.
He plays an h6. The response, Magnus did make a move here. You got a bunch of moves. You could also, he goes with the a4 option.
Yep, the pawn on a5 is actually really annoying because if you were thinking about playing b6 with the pawn on a5, that's out of the question all of a sudden.
And so he plays a5. He's like, well, what if I play a5? They're playing chess here. In fact, pun intended. No, a5 maybe, but yeah, he's just going to develop. It's not really much to do here, but get the pieces out. Looks like he just went bishop f4.
Yeah,
and
bishop
f4
f4
walks away. Oh,
yeah, bishop f4 is a jacket off kind of move. Yeah, I like this. This is nothing special, James, but we keep saying, look, white's development is so easy. Don't need to think about it. Black constantly second guessing. Where do my pieces go? What's the best way to get developed here? So nothing actually wrong with the position for Dennis, but Magnus can't hope for that much more against the Petrov, right? With the white pieces.
That is correct. I mean, Petrov, you can go very aggressive with Petrovs. There is some nice Petrovs you can have aggressively from white standpoint. I just always like to play things aggressively if you can. But I like the principal approach too here is Magnus is doing. Get your pieces out, develop, have control over the center. These are basic principles. Good things happen when you follow them. That's what's happening. And Kodrik has no problems with his position. I mean, you just need to get the bishop obviously off of c8 via b6. or bishop b7 type of thing. It does weaken the light squares there, but you do need to develop. Maybe he does go for this knight f8 just to keep everything solid. Don't touch anything yet. Knight f8 around the g6. You have the vibes from a Italian game, and then the bishop maybe comes out to e6 or bishop d7 around to c6. Slow play, lots of maneuvering.
Yep, agreed. Lots of maneuvering, which means, we can probably venture elsewhere and let the gentleman here do the maneuvering for us, looking at that bird's eye view of all the top games.
All right, let's see what we've got here. Look around. Anything great? Anything fun?
I feel like MVL is really working to get some screen time there, playing the Berlin, but actually having a reasonably decent advantage, right?
Yeah, he has rooks to the center, knight coming into f4. I will let you shatter the pawn structure. I can play f5 sort of twice in some cases there. There's e6 possible with the g7 pawn being weak. Do I let him take on f3 is the question. If I don't, where do I move? Okay, knight d2. Very possible. Keep everything alive there. He is playing for more, though. He definitely is playing for more. It's not rare, but in the Berlin here, you're just being super solid. And c-pawn very strong. I think MVL can create some chances here with this e-pawn too.
So I'm actually going to venture a little bit down the boards here because, I'm trying to feature some players that we haven't necessarily taken a look at. Everybody has a favorite, but definitely one of the games that came to mind was Andy Woodward against Alexander Grishuk. I mean, Grishuk is one of the names to keep an eye on. It doesn't feel like he's right at the top, maybe where you're used to seeing him, but you can never count Alexander Grishuk out of a world championship in any time format, really. And he's up against the kid, Andy Woodward, who I think you're a bit familiar with his game as well, James.
In fact, he's playing his repertoire. Andy loves playing these positions with like Catalans, bishops on g2, very slow play, but also it can be very aggressive. He's a tactician as well. He made it to the puzzle finals, which are coming up in January, but he was he's a puzzler too. So like I actually, not picked it up, but I just actually checked a lot of Catalan lines and just started diving into it and learned that it's very aggressive. I mean, okay, there are positions that can be very aggressive and very tactical out of nowhere, right? So it really fits his style very well. He's a Najdorf player and a Grunfeld player because that's like a reverse Catalan. So he has a very nice repertoire, very great openings there, and it's a lot going on. Knight d2 can happen, e4 immediately with e5. You got the h4 Catalan ideas. It really depends on what you're doing, but Grishuk here is very strong, obviously, as we know. How many times winning Blitz and like Russian champ and all this other stuff, accolades. Knight d2 does happen though, and b5 can't be played because the pawn's hanging. So knight b6.
Yeah, knight b6. Also, another typical idea here that people might not be familiar with is, I'll put it on the board, for example, knight d5. Knight actually captures on c4. And even though you might think, oh, I never want to allow the knight to just take this bishop, James, you probably know, maybe the people don't, this is actually something that white invites and says, yes, please do that. I got great control over e5, and the bishop on g2 is the best bishop on the board.
And also, I have looked at it. It took a few months and was diving into Catalan and looked at in this line. Generally, you go e3 and king h1, and then out of nowhere, you use the g file and you start going for mating attacks. With
right.
the Pillsbury knight in a way, knight gets into the e5. Other knight goes to e4, bishop f3, double on the rooks on the g file, and you're like, what is this? I thought this was a Catalan, right? It's crazy. It's so nice, and you always want to pick up stuff, especially from the younger sharp players like Andy, who consistently plays the Catalan here, and you would think it's just a positional masterpiece, but okay. No, you are always going to have some tactics here, especially when they snatch the pawn, and you can play in the center, you can play on both sides of the board. It's pretty incredible. But knight b6 on the board.
Makes sense. I mean, knight d5 is always available, but knight b6 holds the a pawn, holds the c pawn. Suddenly the question's back on Andy saying, okay, what are you going to do here? Andy, because a4, c4 defended, d4 even attacked. I guess back to that other plan you mentioned, e4.
Yes, e4 is a nice plan. But for me, I always got stuck around after I go e4. Oh, he went knight e4. Whoa, these moves came in very quickly. Now you could take on c4, but have that idea with the obviously knight takes f4, open the
Right.
g file. But yeah, I never know what to do after you get e4. Like I have to study more games there. But when you get to center there, it's like a lot of play. Do you play e5 or no, knight coming to d5? When do you break with d5? All these little subtleties.
Yep. Yep, that's right. And we are going to get this position. I wonder if we're going to see knight takes c4 or if he's going to want to keep a knight on the board. Surprisingly, I was actually thinking maybe knight takes could be a move. And I was looking at a3, just trying to get that pawn up there on a dark square could be one of those things that you feel like doesn't matter until you get to the end game. And then that's the pawn becoming a queen.
Yeah, that's AlphaZero stuff we've seen. AlphaZero has helped us learn. Pushing that pawn all the way down, whether it's an H or A pawn, has some very nice benefits, especially when it gets to end games. So here I have to be, spoiled for choice here. I actually like these positions for white. I love imbalances. I like the G file open, but you do have to create something and probably less trades. So we can create something on the G file. G6 will kind of break everything down at some point or lock everything down, I should say.
Right.
And we, it's hard to break through there. But on the other hand, Grishik needs to figure out how to develop his back rank as well.
Agreed. Yeah, he really is struggling for space and good places for his pieces, but he does have that bishop pair, kind of a long-term thing. Right now, it doesn't feel like he's doing much, but if he hangs on to it, it will pay dividends. I would say white's position looks easier to play. Just, you got e3 coming, knight e5, rook c1, maybe a3. You mentioned king h1. Just feels like there's a lot of moves that you can get on the board here, no problem with white. So maybe a decent position for Andy and kind of reflected on the clock as well, because he's looking comfortable with an unsurprising time advantage against Alexander Grishuk, who is known for time trouble.
It's kind of funny, right? It's like, yeah, he gets stronger as the time gets lower. It's like insane. But no, he definitely has a time edge here. He's playing his opening. He's comfortable. And a lot of these things can add up, even with psych edge and building confidence in the game beyond the chess. So he's playing what he likes to play. Him being Andy, plays this opening time and time again in all time controls. He's up time. There's slightly some tactics here. Also, I like the fact that, my light square bishop is better than yours. And, again, the time is on you. So looking good for Andy there. Looking good against Grishuk, but a lot of chess to go.
Well, James, why don't we jump over to the one and only Alireza Firouzja? Not only because, this is a game that needs to be checked absolutely every round because of how exciting he plays, but in this particular position, the reason I wanted to bring us here right away, James, is how crazy it could be if we see in this position, Alireza has the opportunity to bust out this move right here, James. What do you think of this?
That's crazy. Knight f7 is wicked, bro. What? Okay, so bishop takes, I can see bishop h6. Rook f7, right. Okay, I get it on queen g6. King f7, though.
Yeah, so that's James has got the easy calculations out of the way.
Oh, bishop d5 and then e6. Oh my goodness. Does that work? Takes e6. His king could go to f6, bro. Are you kidding?
Yeah. King f6, queen h4.
And then g4 mates, I think.
Amazing stuff that could happen here.
Woohoo! Nice. How did we get here? Is this a King's Indian attack? We've been playing that.
So, yeah, this game actually, getting back to it here, it started so modest. Just the ready, we saw G3, B3 system from Alireza. And by the way, he's still thinking, you can see him on cam just completely locked in. Is that the type of thinking stance where you think he might actually be spotting the insane knight takes f7 here, James?
When you locked in like that with your hands on your head, you are 100% calculating knight takes f7. Maybe he's looking at bishop h6 too as well. He's looking at bishop d5. He knows something is here. And it's kind of wicked because a lot of times, one of my favorite books that I read a bunch of times, actually my tactics went up so crazy after this, was Forcing Chess Moves. But I go through when I teach students, there's books you have to go through to graduate out of before you can read the next one. But Forcing Chess Moves is one that is fire. It's like wicked moves here. And one thing is, after I read it the fourth time, I started noticing this pattern of when you have these type of attacks, there's so many pieces involved. Like this knight, the knight is 1, the pawn you can count as a piece is 2 on e5, the 3 with the queen on g4, the bishop on c1 being 4 pieces, and the bishop on g2, and even the pawn on g4 in that king f6 line. So all this it's insane. They're this is working because you have everything ready to go here. But knight f7 you first have to even consider those type of moves. Forcing chess moves helps you consider those type of moves. But it's wicked. I mean, knight f7 is crazy. How much time does he have?
It's crazy. Yeah, he's sitting there 9 minutes and a half, ticking down. Would be a real shot if he were able to find it. And I'm starting to wonder almost that body language from his opponent, Raunak Sadwani. It's almost like he notices the potential of knight f7 as well. So this could be a massive turning point in the game, because I don't know how you come back from knight f7, James. Like, what do you even play?
Yeah, knight f7. Well, first thing you're like, okay, well, you got to gather yourself before you just flip the board here, like in front of everyone and knock all the pieces over. So first thing, you gather yourself. Secondly, you have to, do I have to take it, right? You know, like, do I have to take it? It takes to go G. Oh my goodness, this is
so gross. I think this is the line that he's probably considering, because look, if you take here, you've only got 2 pieces for the rook, and that's not really what you want to do. But if we're really playing correctly, we're taking here, we're playing e6, the bishop's going back, and this is what a strong player like Alireza is going to have to justify, James. He's going to have to sit here and say, you know what, takes, and yeah, excuse me while I play the best move, rook e2.
Ooh, yikes. That's tough.
You know, so he's probably looking at this position and saying, I know I'm crushing here, it looks good, but at the end of the day, it is 2 bishops for that rook, plus I got a lot of pawns, but still, easy to second guess yourself here.
Definitely. Easy to second guess yourself, especially as the time gets lower too. Then you're like, I guess I got to make a move. I thought too long ago, and I think there's a Tao story like that. I forgot. I don't remember what it was, but he thought like 45 minutes on the sacrifice, and then something didn't work, so he just played a regular move. But, you know, it's you don't have that type of time here. So if he gets lower on time, the likelihood of him playing it may not, it might be lower, much lower, because it's like, oh, I'm running out of time. Look, hey, look, slight head shake there. He's like, I don't know, should I play it?
Yeah, that's a head shake of like he fully sees it, but he doesn't know if that end position is better for him or not.
Whew, well, we're gonna see. Knight f7. All right, chat. Prediction is on you. Is he going to do it or not, chat? Put the house on it. Don't do that. In fact, we are not responsible for what you about to put on. But do you think he plays knight f7 or not?
Yeah, that's a tough call, because I think we've established that he sees it. He does not play it.
He does not play it.
He goes for a move that is going to get the double question mark, full blunder. Now, believe me, he did not just drop a piece or anything crazy, but yeah, this is actually going to get the double question mark because of what was missed by Alireza in knight f7 there.
Yikes. And chat, some of the chat says, there goes the house. That is completely on you. Secondly, yeah, the double question mark here, it makes it now just black's just better. Now, of course, you have to find, why is this better? I mean, this still looks scary. I mean, black is getting attacked here.
Queen here can be played. D6, bishop takes G6, that's fine. But still, you know, black's pretty well developed there. The engine is actually hoping for the crazy queen a5, the fake recapture queen a5. I mean, just madness. You got knight f6 next.
Yeah, that's you can't blame him for that. I actually just like how quick Raunak is playing. He's playing quickly, confidently. Cool. H5. It's on you now. Where do you put the queen? Question. That's a great question here. Where do we put the queen? F3 or H3? Obviously, there's differences. H3 stays around the H5 pawn, but I lose D6. Wow, immediately. Dang, am I just worse in every line? Am I just worse here? I guess there's a rook e6 in there at some point. Something like that.
Well, we can let them, you know, let them figure out this position. But it felt like we had to stick for that moment right there, as we saw whether he would play that crazy knight f7 move. But it looks like the moment has passed, and obviously the game can continue from here. So where should we head next, James?
Let's actually, you know what, a fan favorite we always want to see, of course, is Daniel Naroditzky. Let's see where he's at. Let's see what Naroditzky's doing. I'm sure you guys, there's so many places we could go. There's so many players. There's so many like fans. Oh, let's go to this game. Let's go to this game. But we are going to bounce around as much as we can. We're going to get over to Daniel Naroditzky. Let's see what's going on. So this looks like a King's Indian. Which variation?
Yeah, definitely a King's Indian setup here. It just honestly, yeah, the most standard classic King's Indian variation, just knight f3, bishop d3, and then bishop back to e2. I mean, I gotta admit, I'm not too familiar with that.
I've never seen that one either. I'm not gonna lie, but okay. So far so good. C5 and D5. Yep, E6. Got to break Benoni type structures here. Sweet. Knight B to D, H3, snatch. Okay. Good Benoni. Very good Benoni.
Yeah. Interesting, because I would definitely say that white has absolutely nothing to complain about here. Okay, 3. You see F4. And, you know, he is kind of stopping this pawn advance here. But, oh, G4. That's an aggressive move.
G4 is quite aggressive. Wow. Okay.
I think you have to take that one.
Dang, he played G4. That's a nice move, dude. He played out of his mind. Who is this again? Alexei. Okay. All right, big dog. Okay. That's a very strong move. En passant is best move by the engine here.
Takes.
F
if
takes.
you take it back, immediately,
first thing.
I'm looking at this and thinking, okay, the bishops are actually kind of covering quite a few squares. But James, what move is the engine looking for here? It's a move I think is a fan favorite. You know,
Knight G3.
Okay, maybe that not that much of a favorite. A more modest, aggressive move.
More modest, aggressive. That's crazy. Queen E7, Bishop D4. No, these don't make any sense. What is the move here?
It's crazy. It's like such a typical move in the opening, but for some reason,
here
your mind is only on the king side. But
B5.
They want you to strike over here and get that rook down to A1, so you're hitting him from all flanks.
That is hard to spot. That is hard to spot, especially through all the navigating through this immediately. Danya is able to do it here. Oh, and chat says en passant is forced, so we will see F takes G3 from Naroditzky. He has no option.
That's true.
He has to take it as en passant is forced. So
and Naroditzky knows that.
He knows that.
So we will see F takes G3, of course.
Queen G5. It's illegal. It's illegal. What?
You can see, James, we've tagged it with a question mark here, because obviously, huge mistake not to play the forced move.
It's illegal. Like, I can't believe he allowed this. That's insane. That's insane, bro.
And he goes back. Yeah, he's probably just thinking like, oh, let me defend this F4 pawn and hit him with H5 next. So it's possible that white is still going to need quite a few good moves here to survive.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. H5 is actually very nice. In fact, in the first game Danya played, and this is one thing I love about Danya's play, and you can always model it to as a home of your own style, especially if you're an aggressive player like Danya is. He was actually losing. It was like -2 at some point, but if you turn the engine off, the position was nice for an attacking player. Like, it's just open stuff. You don't know what's going on. Basically, you're like, oh, this, and it feels, and he was able to win that way, right? So it's actually very possible, in this game too as well. To have that type of style. That's what happens in King's Indian. A lot of times, white's better, but you can't figure it out. And then the King's Indian stuff happens, you're getting your king attacked and you blunder somehow.
It's true. It's true. Well, James, I'm going to keep showing us around the room here. There's one player that we actually haven't checked out in the event so far, but the guy is Daniel Dubov, and he really has a reputation just as not only being an incredibly creative player, but a rapid specialist. Dubov is, if you haven't seen a Dubov game, become familiar. He's a very exciting player, and the position that you see on the board is just reflective of his style perfectly. What on earth do we have here?
How did we get here? Number one, maybe a Catalan, but this is what I'm talking about. Catalans can get crazy like that.
Yeah, this position right here is all you need to see. It's really just from that Queen's Gambit decline, that Catalan structure. But he quickly got the pawn into the center from c4, and he's like, okay, you got the advantage over here, but that's so far from, from becoming a serious threat. The action is all around the king and the rooks down the middle of the board. So this is a position where you can kind of just, pick your poison here, James. Take is good. D6 is fantastic. Everything looks like it's winning.
I like 95 there. I'm actually pulling up the game immediately to figure out how they even got to this position. I got to see this right now. Because, this is what you're getting from Catalans, bro. Sign me up. You know what I mean? Like, I'm playing Catalan every single game. Let's see how they got here. He went the regular way. He went B3. and then you play e4. Oh my goodness! It was
Mixing
he
it
makes
up
it look so
completely.
easy. Like he make it look so easy. It's yeah. Then you have 95 is a very nice nice move here. I think even DE obviously, but 95 I liked because it just hits the bishop, and then actually before DE actually it's 95 immediately.
Right. So yeah, he already played D.
Oh, he
takes
played
E,
DE. Oh
and
wow, he
now
already played it. Okay.
probably see the queen need to move somewhere. But I mean, where can you go that's actually safe here? Let's not forget, there's also like a knight f6, queen takes g6 threat that I could see the next couple moves as well.
Ooh. Oh, that is a beautiful
Like queen
sequence.
e7 here, for
Queen
example.
e7.
Hit him with
And then-
your move, knight e5. Like I can't even recommend here. Bishop takes e4, probably take with the bishop. Threaten a nasty checkmate idea there.
Knight of 6, and then what happens?
I mean, you're just invading here. Yeah, this is done.
Cooked him with the Catalan. That is nice. I'm not gonna lie, man. Listen, I was like, I was always thinking you can play mini openings very, aggressively or however you want to play them, to say the least. And I just figured that out this year about the Catalan because I was like, I should probably check the lines and check them. And now I see why. I understand.
How
Sometimes
how dangerous it is.
right, how dangerous it can be, especially when you sometimes you just don't know what's going on, what you're doing, which is quite possible. I mean, how many moves is this? They're on move what? 24? I think he played 58 here.
We're barely into this game. It feels like, but it's probably going to be. It could potentially be done in under 30 moves here.
Beautiful. That was a very nice game so far. Shall we go somewhere else? Looks like we already have a result. Abdusattorov with a dub over Merzin there. That was a quick game. Curious to see what happened there. We'll go back to check that one.
I think he was playing Volkitin. Merzin is up against Fabio on board 2. But yes, he did get the win in early, so that's the first big result in.
Nice.
I'm just going to jump to Magnus's game because I see that there's been not just some action, but a little bit of, how about it, brilliancy. Rook takes e6, James, from Magnus Carlsen. Yep. That's a beautiful one right there. And look at the follow-up here. It's the follow-up that gets me every single time. Knight e4. Like, it takes literally one of the best players in the world to ever do a move like this. Like, how do you sack the rook and follow up with a move like that? So calm.
I know. And realizing that you're just better because of the light square weaknesses. And also having the bishop pair around his king. Yeah, that was a great spot from Magnus here. Also, I think it's extremely practical because of the time. Like, you under a minute trying to defend this, bro? Come on, man. It's just not happening.
Exactly. Like, you're out of your mind. The king is so safe on h2. Like, look at the time difference. We got 9 minutes between these two. It looks like Magnus is going to get back to his winning ways here. And although he started with a draw, his first chance with the white pieces, it looks like he's going to capitalize.
Looks like he is going to come out on top there. Very nice. You also have a bishop e5 coming. I mean, that was a brilliant sacrifice there from Magnus. Excellent. As we see, probably the last few moves here. 20 seconds for Dennis.
Yep. We get to witness the time pressure in real time here. Night before, I mean, understandable in a way, but probably just not going to be good enough.
Because he has many ways to do it. Maybe knight f7 to start, but I mean, you don't have to do that. Maybe go bishop f5.
Yep, I was kind of thinking what you were saying there, like, oh, just keep the bishop somewhere, and then you still got knight f7 anytime.
Yeah, knight f7 is going to be devastating. I think we will see a bishop move here, maybe queen e5 from black. Knight f7, rook takes, queen takes. I guess he's still in the game. He's still in the game temporarily. We can always go knight g8 to block, but then, yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky, but white is easily for choice here. Maybe there's like a queen e7 or something.
Yeah, I like queen e7. That looks like, if the king comes back over, we might have bishop g6 there, for example. And really what I want to do is just move the bishop, get my other bishop to e5, and then everything is going to be working.
And we have a move. Let's see what he chose. So many options. He chose.
Nice.
Okay.
It does feel like king g8 presents itself as the most eligible option here. But then when the bishop moves, there's going to be a huge threat that is basically winning the game. So king g8, bishop f5 does not look very tempting.
And he goes. Moment of silence.
Yeah, the thing is, there's really no need for Magnus to play quickly here, but he's still keeping up the pace. He feels like, why not? I've got the guy pretty much on the ropes here.
And you also just bring more pieces to the party here. He brought rook a8 to move out the way. Knight takes d3. We don't want to allow 7 check. Oh no, now tactically sense is tingling here. Knight f7, king g8, knight takes h6.
Right.
Pawn takes. I mean, you could take on f6, but he takes on d3. But is there a bishop g6 in between move? Because your queen looking crazy. Knight f7, king g8, knight takes h6, gh, then bishop g6, which is like crazy. Maybe even bishop f5, like bishop e6 check there, and bishop e5. Jesus, oh my goodness!
Like at this point, looking at the variations, knight f7, knight takes h6. If you take, you were talking about bishop g6. It all looks winning. You're down a whole rook here, but you got bishop e5 coming in. Even the rook coming back to f8. Nope. Bishop d6.
Yeah, it's just he's cooked everywhere. Everywhere.
Yeah. He's at this point, he took on b7. He can go back to e7 here and just collect the pawn and do it all again. Yes, he does. So he's having a good time at this point.
Having a good time. Stay here for a while. And then play queen b7 back to e7.
So
nice.
I think he's going to manage to take this one out, James. I'm looking at the rest of the games here, and definitely some of the players that come to mind that maybe we haven't even taken a look at yet are.
How about Geary?
Yeah, like Geary's a guy I don't think we checked in the first round. Take a look at his game here. We got, I want to say opposite sides castling, but no, we just have one side who castled. That's it.
Yeah.
And huge time pressure here, by the way.
Geary here with I don't know what this opening could have been. We get an opening update. What did he play?
I mean, this is a Pierce, but it's one of those cases where the eval is close to like 0.00, and I don't believe it at all. I mean, it's the biggest lie I've ever heard.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you definitely like black for choice here, I think. Okay, white has his chances and Trump's in a position. Then we got the open H file. It seems like there's an attack for white, but I mean, your king is in the center of a lay board. Of course, you got to be very, very careful here with your king on E1. So many tactics available with the F file open, queen B4 check, C file open. Like you barely can move. It feels like he goes queen D2.
Queen D2. Yeah, I mean, this is a game where Anish is actually facing quite a funny situation, James. I would just take us here to remind us that we actually did castle, and it's almost like an achievement when you have your opponent's king in the center of the board. But this is one of the first times in chess where the king is in the center of the board after being castled. Like usually you castle to get out of danger. This guy went back into it. He said, no, it was actually more dangerous where I was.
He's like, nah, I'm good. I'm going to get up out of there. My bad.
Yeah, they tell you to castle for safety, but he's doing the exact opposite. I'm putting myself back in the center.
Sometimes you have to castle to uncastle, guys. That's how it goes. Of course, this is chess.
And I see Magnus did come away with the win there, so can confirm that result for everybody.
Great job, Magnus, with a win there. Looks like MVL is winning as well. Nakamura is winning. Let's move over to Alireza game. Whoa,
Let's
they
have a
are
look.
on seconds actually over there too. Oh no, that was another game. Yeah, Alireza is on second. Okay.
Alireza is on seconds, but he also has a bishop against the knight that is doing nothing. Alireza, after missing that knight f7, he is going to be kicking himself. He knows he's dead lost here. Down a pawn, bishop with pretty much no targets, although there is bishop e5. That's about the only thing. But yeah, he's definitely lost here.
You can see from the body language here, he's annoyed and irritated and like, I can't believe, I know I had chances. He's going to go back and be kicking himself. I did see this. I should have went for it. But hey, I mean, big win for Ronak if he's able to convert this. Ronak, who actually stays very poised and very, very good in these rapid time controls, as we saw him play for, I think, did he win? I think he was on the winning team of the GCL Global Chess League. Oh no, maybe he was on Magnus's team. I don't remember, but he played more than once. In fact, 2 years in a row. Shout out to Ronak Sarwani, very incredible at this rapid format. But this would be a big win for him if he's able to convert here against Firouzja.
Yep, and that bishop is kind of dominated by the knight. Like, you can't actually move there to attack the pawn. I know it kind of feels like the bishop's dominating the knight as well, but at any point, if you want, black can just play knight to d6, and you cannot take because you will lose that king of pawn endgame.
Yeah, you have to study these king and pawn games, and I mean, I like the moves that will put the pawns obviously on the light squares. You do have 3 on the dark squares here, in fact 4, but this b6, c5, d4. Got to be careful allowing the b6 pawn to be attacked. So a few moves here. Knight c3, going to take some precision. He didn't play bishop a7 or bishop c7, which I thought was coming. Oh, there was knight d1 check. Okay.
Yeah, knight d1, because you can afford to lose this b pawn and then just defend the c pawn. So if black starts to take everything over here, it's probably a little too much.
Yeah, 30 seconds for Alireza here too as well. 5-6 minutes here for Rana. Feeling good, comfortable, take your time, try to convert and win. The end game here, still some precision.
And it feels like b5 to just always have your pawns connected and protected is the way to go.
Alireza here looking very dejected from the game, which is very understandable, as losing definitely never feels good. But hey, it's a strong competition. Very, very strong
it is.
Here.
Yep, this is not a position I think that Alireza can come back from. Sadwani has so much time on the clock. He's got the easy minor piece to play with, just knight against bishop. Yeah, it really feels like this is going to be a win for him. MVL can also confirm.
They said Fabi is losing.
Fabi losing.
That's what they say. Fabi is losing.
Merzin.
Chat is saying Fabi is losing. Chat never lies. Okay.
That's true. That's true. We'll have to take a look at that game right now as well. Everything is popping off at the exact same time. And yeah, Fabi's position looks like it's on the brink of collapse here.
Merzin trying to get a big win here. What an upset that would be. I'm actually going to take a look, see how they got there. What was the opening choice? Oh, this was that Sicilian, yeah.
Well, the reason that it looks so tough for Fabi to play is I don't think because of any one specific calculation, but I'm not sure what Fabi can really do. Like his last move, Queen C8, is there really like an offensive idea with this move? I don't think so. The queen kind of looked more offensively placed on C5. So this almost looks like it was a move played for defensive reasons, which makes me think that white has all the options here.
As we have some nice captures. Wait, hold on. We got some moves. Quick move there. Nice camera angle here, too.
I was going to say the exact same thing. Great
we are
camera
locked
angle.
in. We are locked in, Amon, at all times. I know. Sometimes we look just alike. Of course, I get it. Pawn takes.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this is looking ugly for black here. Wow, you got these pawns are really strong. F6, knight e7 at some point. This is ugly for Fabi. Wow. Very good from Merzin.
Yeah, it's hard to come up with something to recommend because there's not much you can do about F6. However, the one thing that it does do is gets him some trades. I just think the outlook of this position is not very good for Fabi, who's also playing on seconds here. Let's not forget.
Very strong. We have some moves. Takes. Yeah, I mean, oof. F6 is vicious. He plays E4. I guess just trying to make things murky. He wants to get the bishop to E5, I think.
Yep. While that's understandable, I think a cold shower is the move F6 because the queen is hanging and he has to trade on H3.
That was nice. It's understandable not playing F6 there. That's like crazy.
No, definitely understandable. Absolutely nothing wrong with what he did, but surely Fabi is going to play bishop e5, right? I feel like that's a must-do.
Chat says Fabiano and Alireza losing. Incredible, right? It's crazy to think about tournament like this, anything is possible. Even Magnus not winning, of course, 4. Very possible.
But a huge potential upset here on board number 2, Fabi against Murzin. We know how strong Volodar Murzin is, but I mean, this is a real way to prove it.
Yeah, bishop b4. Okay, Fabi making quick moves here. Hands on head. He has to move. Rook a7, defending.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what even what could the next move be? If you move the queen like to f3, then all of a sudden knight g3 is possible. So you got to be careful with that. I was kind of thinking about queen g4 and maybe trying to switch the rook over to the h file potentially. You could also go like just on the attack with like g6. So he does go queen g4. We see knight c3 played quickly by Fabi.
Oh, he's saying he's not made. The king goes to the corner. So can we take anyway? Check and no, that doesn't work. Maybe we should take and check though. That's probably wait, but then queen
he's trying to put the pressure on. He's trying to put the pressure on his young opponent who just might not have the nerves or experience for this position. You start to see it a little bit here. Honestly, James, I'm trying to zoom in on just the cam for this one. This looks like just full pressure and nerves.
Let's get to the cam, full cam. There it is, guys.
This is what we want to see. The stress.
Yeah, this is nice. This is the stress, and you also have to hit your own clock, chat. You see him, look at him glance at the clock. This is incredible to watch.
G6. Now it's more that Fabi has to find some important moves because, oh man, you can almost find some sort of like amazing queen sack for a mate if you're not careful soon.
Fabi moved very quickly there. What was the move? Rook a8. Okay.
A1.
I mean, rook a1. Yeah. Thanks. You have g7. Okay, you might have to just take that and then run the king. Oh shoot! Fabi's playing very nice for trick. Takes check. King g2. Check.
And does he come all the way back to a7? Yes, he does. Have to defend that h7 pawn.
Maybe you just take it. He does, and he goes into a winning game, I guess. Oh,
so rook takes, pawn takes, and then we're going to see queen f8 from Fabi. Obviously, king takes h7. Huge blunder in that position because you would be walking in to f6, which would be a check.
Queen f8. Maybe you could go knight e7. Oh, there's no, I thought he had knight e7 there. Queen f8 is a good move.
How is Fabi doing it?
Now queen. What happened? We're watching. Board's updating.
Yeah, queen a8 from Fabi. This is tense here. 10 seconds apiece, gained every single move. Fabi is definitely lost here, but certainly not over. I don't think we're at the point where, you know, you're kind of lost hope, but Fabi knows he's much worse.
Definitely. Very strong. A lot of nerves here, guys. Whoa, bar goes down. Bar goes down. He's able to take the pawn. He's saying, I can save this.
He takes it. F6 check. I think at that point, Fabi has to go up the board.
H6. Yes, he like made it. Oh, he played king f3, though. Maybe some nerves here.
There's no queen h2. I feel like this is what the World Championships are all about here. Queen a1. By the way, both players, in my opinion, can still win this game.
Anything is possible, of course, as we see that 3,000 level bullet with Aman playing 3K bullet. I am 2850 high, stuff like that. 3K is a little bit different. All right.
Maybe kind of king g7 here. Just collect yourself, get out of the pin, or discover check, rather.
Yeah, this is nice. I mean, f6, there's lots of mating ideas here, but okay, knight g7 out of the way. I mean, king g7. Maybe we go knight g4 in some cases. f6 can be played, but that gives the pawn up. Queen g2.
Yeah, I was going to say queen g2 makes a lot of sense. He's offering a queen trade. There's no shot that Fabi takes that queen trade, so you can rule that out already.
Not taking it.
King e4, I am a big fan of here.
Absolutely. King e4, there's no queen d4. There's no checks, literally.
Mm-hmm.
You have f6 as a nice decoy.
Oh my goodness, what a position here.
Queen d5, queen d3.
And where can this queen go? You almost want to consider queen e1. He goes queen c1. Is he going to keep going here? King d5? Is it time for that?
Nigel Short king walk?
I kind of think that he might.
He goes for it. King of the hill here.
Yeah, look at look at him go.
King of the hill. Very nice. King e6, queen d5, and
what an insane game here, guys.
Wow.
King to the middle of the board. I mean, you got to be sure when you're playing a move like that.
Yeah, and it's crazy because, like, okay, he gets right. What did he go? He went a1, I think. I think he went queen a1.
Queen a1. I was thinking queen h1, and even then maybe queen a1 after. But he starts with this. This looks fine. Oh, you know what? If king back to e4, there was queen h1.
Oh, and you lose.
So the c5 might have been the only move from Murzin, and he plays it. He finds it. Insane what we're seeing here.
Can you go forward? He does. Oh my goodness, because all the checks are covered. I was just saying that.
He goes forward again.
And you go forward, guys. Crazy. Queen d8. It could be mating. Nuts. It could be mating. Queen d8, king g7, f6, knight f5. Which is a very nasty sequence.
He goes from finding the only move in the position to now potentially getting it done all over again. Queen d4 played. I would consider taking that. Hold on. Takes, pawn takes. If you play knight c4, d3 does not work. So this should be a win. He goes knight d5. Same thing. You cannot push the pawn. This is GG.
Head shake. Fabi shaking his head there. Realizes what's going on. Deep breath.
This is over. He's going to win that pawn. And the endgame with the advanced king for white is absolutely winning.
Wow, Fabi realizes that you can tell all over his face here. He is not happy. Murzin! Going
That's
crazy
incredible.
Here.
What a young competitor. What a moment for him. This is only round 2 of the competition. That F pawn is going to take the attention of one of the pieces, and the B pawn is going to take the attention of the other. This should be a win.
Head shakes from Fabi here as we understand why. Very great game here. Nice composure here from Murzin, creating problems and keeping the pressure on Fabi's clock.
Yep, we'll see b5, and we just get to witness the technique here shown by Murzin. Of course, this knight is going to have to move, but I think what white can utilize is maybe a move like, well, here I was going to say f6, but prior to that move, I was going to suggest king e5.
Yeah, it's a matter of taste here now for him. Of course, maybe a little bit of precision here, but this one's over here. You see it on Fabi's face here. And there it is, resignation. Murzin with the win over Fabiano. That is a huge upset right there.
And we got to experience just every bit of that emotional roller coaster. What nerves from the young Volodar Murzin to take out Fabi in round 2 of the World Rapid Championship here. What a fight to the end. He had to find some only moves. He walked his king up the whole board, James.
His king was on e6. You know that's a square from the black side, okay? If you're playing with the black pieces, he was on e6. That was insane. Very nice here. Murzin was able to get it done. He looked very calm too, not nervous. Takes a lot of confidence and skill and work and discipline to get there. He was able to take down Fabi. Great. Still lots of chess left, but very good as a score for Murzin there.
I was just checking one of the games still remaining, and it just really reminded me of the game that we saw already. James, are we going to have one of these every single round?
Every round, just one. You know, it's just your day. It's your turn. But this one's a little bit different.
Oh man, yeah, we might be here for a while, but no, this one is far too easy. The queen is going to take that pawn, and that will be the end of the game, which maybe takes me back to the Anish game, James, because this one, he does have winning chances. I don't know if it is winning, but I would feel pretty good about this position.
Yeah, definitely. I would feel good. I got the 2 pawns, rook and knight, versus the bishop. So seems very good, but it's not very easy to do. And you do have to watch out for possibilities of sacrificing the bishop for the pawn and winning the h pawn as well.
Right.
Very
Yeah, the
doable.
connected pawns here are pretty reliable. It would be a tough defense, especially because king is coming into g5, rook d2 check. Big advantage here for Anish. A few games still going on here in the open section.
Let's see what we got. See what's still open. Let's just see who's still playing. Right?
Who's still fighting?
Who's still fighting?
I know that Prague is also still going.
Oh, he is. Oh, that's an interesting pawning game.
Yeah, it's just a game that's much more simplified. It's really just 2 pawns and a knight against 1 pawn and a knight. And look at this move. Bishop d1. What do you make of this move, James?
Bishop d1 takes. Oh, he tried to hit him.
He tried to hit him with the stalemate trick.
Oh man, that was cool. At least he tried.
Like I'll just go back and got to show the people a little appreciation for the attempt at the stalemate trick, but of course it could be declined, so it did not have to be taken.
Online, there's a lot of people would take that online.
For sure. Oh, for sure.
Online.
But, yeah, looking at some of these other games, probably the position that seems the most interesting is a game between Oparin and Johann Sebastian Christensen, and we have 4 connected pass pawns and a knight against a rook, and then this a pawn here. So I don't even know what to make of this position. I assume that white has to be better, but it's not that easy, is it?
Yeah, what an imbalance here. You do have to figure out a way to keep everything tight and constricted here. For instance, having a queen on g3, king g4, so you can be able to push the pawn. Knight can block the check with knight g5. And you're just trying to push these pawns up one by one without allowing many checks. Maybe giving up 1 pawn, but not more than that.
I could see a position where maybe the queen takes the pawn on a6, black takes on h5, and we get some endgame with 3 pawns and a knight against just a lone rook.
I can see that one. I can also see even just running the e-pawn at some point while defending the a-pawn. Or maybe it's going to be a pawn race in some cases, but the queen may be able to pick up the pawn, the a-pawn, without it being defended by rook or queen. So it's black has to do a lot. You try to push the pawn, but I'll also hold these pawns and keep my king safe around my pieces that I have left.
Exactly. As black, you definitely take a draw at any point here. And look, queen f6. This is sort of what I was talking about, because you threaten to play h6 here. So as black, queen takes h5 starts to make a lot of sense.
Takes, and then hope for a draw here for checks. But there's so many ways to block the checks. So with knight g5, moving my king around, shuffling. And you also have to watch out for even queen trades. Any queen trade, especially if we trade off the a and the h pawns, it's going to be game over for black.
And I wonder, can you force a queen trade here? If you check on e5, that's one way to force it. I'm not sure if you can make that happen.
Okay, he's going for it. Stopping rook g7.
Yep. I believe that should be winning. I don't know anything about that position, but maybe queen a1 check here I would try.
Yeah, queen a1. Rook a7's in the way, but queen a1, what a check. Any way to force this? There's not yet. Maybe just knight e5, get close to him.
He does try this. Yeah, you must play rook a7 here, because this move is such a... You can kind of see the end of the game after that.
You know what's funny, though? Maybe it's even possible to even take the rook. Of course, why would you do that? But
that's
queen
funny.
Takes and then knight and 3 versus a queen. I've never seen that type of imbalance, but I feel like the 3 pawns versus a queen, if the knight should be enough. It's kind of crazy how that works.
That would be a very funny imbalance. Of course, it's never going to happen from here, because why would they? But definitely funny to imagine.
Yeah, something to play around with on chess.com.
Queen e4 check could happen. So any kind of rook move down here, queen e4 check. I mean, obviously, if not winning the rook by a fork, but you have the queen trade when you want it.
Hey, still not allowing it. Maybe you just go queen e6, try to get close to him. You could also maybe, it might be a real risky, pushing e4, allowing rook b3. But then you do have king g4, though.
Yeah, I kind of like it, but I agree. I would be nervous to play e4.
You can play it here. See what he chooses. 22 seconds. Easy move.
Queen to b1.
Check. Like, bunch of checks. He's going for it. Or the king is running for the heels, but there's no checks. Wow. Look at that.
He's walking for the hills.
Walking for the hills. Be careful where you land. King g4.
Now I like e4 a lot.
Yeah, he just has no checks. There's no checks. 1 game left in the women's, and we have 3 games left in the open section.
And it looks like most of the games that are on at least have winning chances in the open section here.
King g1, maybe just king f5.
Yeah, I do like that king f5 move, but I can see how queen b1 is maybe annoying there.
And then your move e4, which is crazy.
That's right.
E4, I'm going to
play
push
rook
forward.
b5.
Right.
Maybe that's the way.
That might be the way. This is the way, young Jedi. This is the way.
There it is. Look, he just like set it up beautifully so there's no checks or anything.
Yeah, he just runs the king here. You have time to get it done, especially with the increment here, but don't move too slow. Maybe throw in a check first. Push again.
G3, you know, tuck it together, keep it protected.
By the way, Prague's game somehow was a draw, and now he's apparently winning here, but he has to find. I wonder what that is. Just 96 king of 7?
Yeah, we can quickly jump to that game just to show the people the position that we're dealing with here. It's a really unique endgame, and it's actually been a draw the entire game. Like, he's been working and working Prague to try to get this win. And he finally manages it in the final moments here. And it's actually because of this. Because he takes on g6. And even though you liquidated a pawn for a pawn, you have knight e7. And then the pawn just goes all the way.
There's nothing he can do about it. There's no tricks. There's nothing. As he thinks about it, he's probably going through the head shake moment here. I'm like,
wow.
You know. Okay, knight f3, knight check, king f8.
I can't believe that.
Wait. How does he... Okay, knight e7, king f8. Oh, hold on. What is this?
It's
Knight
just
f3, knight
G6.
e7, king f8, g6. Yeah, you can't even go knight e5. He goes g7. That's GG. Unbelievable. That's crazy. This is like very rare. This ever happens.
There's
like
nothing
this.
to do here.
Yeah. Wow. He held for so long, Elshan did.
So in this position, he actually could play knight here for a draw. He could play knight here for a draw. He could play even king here for a draw. But knight h2, which looks just fine. Like, you know, you're taking the h-pawn. But amazing that this works out. And Prague gets the win, which means we'll jump back to our other game. This is looking crazy here, but impossible to stop the onslaught of these pawns, right?
Remind you of like game 6 of World Championship. Of course, there was no queen for white here. But it's just the formation of like how he walked up the board with the pieces here. It's very similar, and we're seeing that right now. The pawns and the knight are all working together. The queen defending everything. There's not a lot of squares for black to actually do anything. Yeah, queen f4 is going to be nice too.
Queen a3 here probably spells the end of the game. I think that'll be it.
Yeah, see if he plays it. a3 check.
I mean, you could also push a pawn here. It's completely fine.
No trickery. Okay. I think that is it for games. Let's see if women's still going. They still have that game. Yeah, there's still one game over there too. which is a nice imbalance. 2 rooks versus a queen over there.
Yeah, this one looks over. He missed queen a3, so I think we will jump over there and check out that final game. So it really will be the final game of the whole round here. In the women's section, Monica Matchlick against Inga Charkolashvili. And you feel like the rooks should make some progress here, but the problem is that annoying queen keeps going back down here and threatening checkmate on h8, so it's hard to do anything.
Yeah, and if there's no checks, I just go rook h3 all the way around to e3, back and forth, never moving the d rook. I have like a clean draw there, but not allowing me to. That's a nice move. Check. Okay, king back to g7. Draw coming soon.
I don't think there's anything you can do because anytime you block, you're actually blundering a rook over there.
Wait, can you actually give it up? Okay, in certain positions where there's like Zugzwang, but no, there's got to be a check where they don't have to do that, then take on g3. So don't be risky. Just take the draw.
Yeah. And I think that will spell the end of the round as a draw is agreed. And I'm quite certain that in the open section, but we're still live here in the game, but trust me, this is about to be over, and it quite literally is this second.
Whoa. Game over. Well, pairing wins. 2 queens on the board there. Pretty nice. That's awesome. Well, all games are finished from the round. Okay, let's take a look at the open, the standings there. What happened, of course, in this round? We see Magnus gets the dub against Dennis there. We saw that one. Merzen beating Fabiano. That's a big upset there. And Via winning against Antipov. Incredible. It's absolutely. Wei Yi, draw. Danchenko was able to hold him off to a draw there. Levon Aroni, I'm telling you, when he's hot, LeBron. Aroni wins there. He wins all the way down. Norderbeck with the win. Lanier with the win there. Yuyangi wins. And Arjun with the dub as well. Prague winning against Elshan at Crazy Endgame. Anishgiri winning with black. We saw that too as well. Take a look at that next page. Got more pairings here. Dubov with that crazy Catalan. It's insane to think that even comes from a Catalan. There's a draw there with Grishuk and Andy Woodward. Great job for Woodward. Luka losing to Sindarov. A draw there. Ivanchuk with 1. Robson with 1 as well. Now let's take a look at the other standings. We got more for you here, guys. Boom. Here we go. Kamagami losing to Bortnik. He's on the board there. Bortnik with the dub. Lou winning there. Naroditsky with a win, guys. Bogdan wins as well. Draw with Boris and Mikhail. Brandon Jacobson drawing with Rasmus Svein. Okay, and then we go over to the women's to see what it looks like for those rounds as well. As you have the women's section, lots of great players and a lot of chess to go. Oh, we still have more, actually, all the way down to board 30. Okay, this is the last one. So Zavin wins. Okay, Gleb wins. Alexander Linderman with a dub. Hans with a win. Sam Shanklin wins as well, and Sam Sabian. The Sams are on the board. Pretty good.
Yeah, there you go. It really has been a round of upsets. I just keep thinking back to that Alireza one, that missed opportunity, and then he ended up losing. It's kind of shocking as we go over to the women's. When we see some of the results, I was going to say, right at the top, Zhu Wenjun, Tan Zhongyi getting it done, a couple wins for Team China there, but Zhao Zhui not able to pull it off there, James, as going down the list, it's the All-American matchup there as well.
All-American matchup, Jennifer, you and Alice Lee. Alice like, I got you this time. I'll see you on the next one. But Alice was able to win that one. Pates with a draw. Carissa Yip is still hitting in lips as there she wins another one. Carissa Yip going hard there with a dub. Valentina Gunina, previous champ, is won as well with a dub. Josephine loses to Paulina Shuvalova, who's been on a tear lately. She actually just won another event, women's event. Shout out to Paulina, very strong. Moore winning as well. Atuza goes down to Irene, very strong and content creator. And draw with Vantika. Yuzin Song actually wins that one. Leah wins. Natalia with a draw there, starting off strong against Nino there from Georgia. And then Zainab versus Terminate with a draw. We see a win here for Uluvia. Une wins. Rochelle Wu goes down to Takir Genova there, very strong, plays in the Women's Championship. We have draw there with Bibi Sara, and then Zhu Jiner with a win. Nana with drawing against Alexandra over there. We got Katarina Lagno, I think that's 2 out of 2 for her, by the way. Going hard, half point for Maria. We have Stuvrola with a half point. You have Vishali, nice, getting on the board there. You have Firouzja winning and Lou winning as well. All right. Ooh, we look at the standings, we look at the round, we look at the pairings, we play the game, we talk the chess. It's awesome. We got more of this coming up. Amon, how you feel about that, bro?
I'm just loving the action so far, James. We were treated in round number 1 to one of the longest rounds, one of the most interesting games. Round 2, I feel like we just zoned in and got to experience everything out of that Merzen and Fabiano game. Incredible moment in Alireza's game as well. Got to see some brilliance from Magnus, so we're getting a little bit of everything.
We are. We're getting a little bit of everything, and there is more chess coming up. We're going to take a short break before the next round, and we'll be right back.
My name is Wesley So, and I play chess.
Wesley So strikes first.
The game is Wesley's.
It's all over. Lights out. The magic continues. Wow. Oh my God. What a finale.
And that's it. I was born originally in the Philippines, in a small fishing village in Bacoor, Cavite. We were relatively poor, but I was always a very happy child, you know. I would say we were really living paycheck to paycheck when I was young. It was a struggle, career.
And we are back to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships. Of course, I'm James Canty III here with Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. Amon, how you feeling, bro? We choose a few rounds in.
I know. It's good to be here, James. I hope everyone is enjoying the action so far. We're about to get into round 3, and as we ended right before the break, I feel like I just need to reiterate, we have seen a little bit of everything. We've seen the upsets, we've seen the nerves, we've seen the blunders, and we can expect more of the same, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be more of this, of course, as we have pairings ready. So we do want to see who plays who plays what. Okay. And pairings up on the screen, we have Magnus Carlsen versus Gleb Dudener, MVL versus Bogdan Levon versus Zavin Linderman, Norderbeck. What are you excited for, Amon?
Well, the interesting thing about the pairings there at the top, ignoring Magnus's board where he's up against someone who actually has more points than him. That's because obviously Magnus is probably the top with 1.5 points, but the matchups there look super interesting. You're starting to see some of the similar ratings match up against one another, right? I'm seeing like Sevian and Erigaisi is a big matchup here on the screen as well. Martirosyan and Dubov actually sounds very interesting on paper.
Yeah, that's actually going to be nice to see Dubov, see what he gives against Martirosyan, who's actually very underrated, very strong player there. Sindarov versus Bach. Okay, Bach, a fan favorite there, a streamer as well. We got to go check out Bach there. And Chucky there versus Sargassian. It's always good to see Chucky play. Ivan Chuck, Bortnik, and Merzen, as Merzen is on a tear there. He was able to beat Fabi. I'm sure he's ecstatic after that. Ranik Sadwani taking down Firouzja. Naroditsky versus Tani. Definitely got to take a look at that one. Wei Yi versus Fresenet. Nice to see. Jan versus Alan Pichot. Hikaru versus Donchenko. So we're going to take a look at some of these games today in this round and throughout the tournament. For fan favorites, if you have anyone you want to see in chat, let us know. We may be able to make it over there as well. But more pairings. Let's see what else we got. Yad, Christoph Duda versus David Moravian there. Okay, Shaq versus Lamasov. Grishuk versus Denis Lasovic. Oh, yeah, he was the one on a tear lately. Volkidov versus Shaq. Vasif Dirabeli versus Oparin. Mikal versus Sarana. All right, Sarana the Piranha. Very strong. Okay, got some more boards too as well. See those pairings. We got Salim Saleh, very strong. Andy Woodward, good to see that. That's going to be a battle. A lot of taxes there in those games. Ray Robson versus Ivan. Boris Gelfand versus El Lardabai. Rasmus Svein versus Vukar. Oh, that's Rusa. Vukar, what we call him. York Meyer, Brandon Jacobson. That was going to be nice to see. And Brewington versus Matthias Bluebaum. This is awesome to see. Which ones are you like the most excited for?
Well, there's so many that scrolled by, but obviously just thinking about the top boards, seeing some of the matchups like the All-American Dominguez against Hans up there.
That's nice.
People that may have played against each other before. There's also the interesting matchup between Aronian and Andreasyan. And those are both, one former Armenia and one current Armenia playing against one another. So I'm sure they'll be quite familiar with each other's style.
Yeah, there's so many pairings to look at. Of course, let's pull up the women's too as well. I'm excited for the open section with the men's, as we have so many to look at, and the women's section as well here. Iris Mook versus Stavrula, who is in good form there. Ju Wen-jun versus Irene. We got Tan Zhong-yi versus Yusin Song. Irina Bulmaga, very strong, versus Ina, our guest. Josephine Hyman versus Sarah Kadam, who's very strong. You got Kokir Genova, very strong at the women's U.S. Championship. Seen her play. Alice Lee, that's going to be a heavyweight matchup there. Good to see. Let's take a look at the other pairings of the page. Muzichuk versus Paulina. Wow. They fight a lot, but it's always good to see them two fight. Su Chen versus Gargana. You have Govar versus Sahidi here out of India. You have Mangatul versus Carissa Yip. Carissa Yip is definitely up for a challenge there, but she will always fight. Valentina Gunina in great form. As always, Leah versus Leah there. Denara Wagner versus Rochelle Wu. Good to see Denara playing as well. Rochelle Wu. All right, who we have? Gune versus Morert. I'm definitely saying her name wrong. Morert. Definitely saying that wrong there. Come on. Are you familiar with her? Come on.
Not familiar with that name. No, I'm sure I'll butcher it as well. But Morert is probably how I would try to say it as well.
Yeah, I'm not familiar, but she's definitely here. She's on board 13, swinging, of course.
Oh, she's undefeated. Yeah, I saw she won both her games there. So that's a name that I will now become familiar with, along with everyone else.
Yeah, she is definitely playing very good. Okay, so all right, we got games. Alex Linderman versus Norderbeck here.
That looks like Norderbeck. Yeah. Looks like, if I had to guess, based on the fact that I wasn't seeing maybe moves on the Magnus board, it's like maybe he's not there at the board yet. It's possible.
Right, man. Of course. Magnus showing up fashionably late this team. Okay, he's here. Yeah, he definitely showed up late, setting up his pieces. Okay, now playing Knight of Steel. I mean, he looked like he's in a rush steal, even though he's sitting down.
Classic. Yeah, we can, as always seems to make sense in the open, starting with Magnus's game. But I like to bring up the bird's eye view, especially in the early stages of a round, because you really get to see the overview of just how the openings are developing. As you can see, top right of your screen right now, the All-American matchup, and way up there on the top board, undefeated so far, is Hans Niemann.
Yeah, in fact, guys, who you have for this one? This is nice. You got Hans versus Dominguez. Now, of course, in the U.S. Championship, we did see Hans win a nice game in the Italian game. Not familiar with what round, I don't remember, but Hans had a very nice attacking game against Dominguez. So I'm sure Dominguez is looking for revenge here, especially as it was reverse colors in their previous matchup at the U.S. Championship. So let's see what happens here. Got to see what that game they're playing with.
Yeah, and they're currently in a good bit of theory here in this one. I would say nothing too interesting so far. Both players pretty much playing instantly, and you're just seeing a pause to like, okay, let me make sure I remember the theory. I'm not trying to embarrass myself here.
Yeah, that's always the thing. You don't want to embarrass yourself. In fact, there is, I don't remember where that is, but there's a famous game, of course, of Anand, 5-time world champion, definitely blundered a piece or something in 8 moves, or lost the game in like 8 moves, whatever. It happens. And he never did that again, but even
that's right.
Great. Sometimes happens.
Yeah, interestingly, the positions as they're developing here, I'm trying to see one of the games that seems the most interesting, and I actually find myself looking at that Lenderman and Norderbeck game. Maybe we can jump to that one first. I mean, it's hard to find anything too exciting in the opening phase of the game, but in this one, we have an early fianchetto from Norderbeck. And then, even though he's played e6, he sets up another fianchetto with the bishop coming to g7. So I'm not that used to that, James. This struck me as a little bit unusual because you already had bishop e7 if you wanted it. So I thought g6 was a little bit strange.
Yeah, actually, of course, g6. Usually, what you'll see there is like some dark square problems with having the d6 square. Like they always say, you shouldn't play e6 and g6 at the same time, which is not the greatest thing to do. So playing e6 and g6, it gives you some dark square weaknesses. So I think that's the problem that we're having. But I mean, he seems, Norderbeck seems to have it under control, but definitely those dark squares are weak.
Yeah, no, this makes sense, and we see the pawn capturing on d4. In this game, the one thing about this, and yeah, he does take and just castle right away. The one thing about this is I feel like we're just kind of working towards maybe a big central thrust with d5, just blowing the whole position wide open. But let's not forget, you can also just play d6, a6, like kind of like a hedgehog structure. That hedgehog in chess refers to usually arranging your pawns. For black, it would be on the 6th rank. For white, on the 3rd rank. And you just kind of have that hedgehog appearance to the pawn structure where the pawns cover absolutely everything here. And, you shall not pass, kind of. But I like the try here from Norderbeck. He's definitely playing, and we do see d6. He's definitely playing in a way where he can get easy moves out, a6, knight d7, queen c7. And I definitely expect, James, that this hedgehog setup for Norderbeck is, well, I like his position early on with the double fianchetto.
He's treating it more of like a Wait, what was the opening choice again? It wasn't. Was it Sicilian? No, it wasn't. It just feels now. I feel like I'm in a Sicilian, but I know I didn't see one. So that's
It was actually a Queen's Indian, I think.
yeah, Queen's Indian, right? That you're like, wait, this is a Sicilian, but it's not a Sicilian, right? This is
beauty of chess, all the transpositions, right?
I mean, it's so cool because I'm like, oh, this is like a Maroczy bind you would have with Queen C7, Knight BD7. You go A6, B5, even bring the rooks to the center, and even sometimes even having the queen going all the way to A8, believe it or not, which is a crazy idea, but putting pressure on the whole diagonal, and then maybe trying to spring open. This is the beauty of the hedgehog structure is being able to spring with the what do you call those things on the hedgehog? I forgot, quills or whatever. You know, those things are sharp, exactly. Very sharp, and which meaning the pawn breaks, stuff like E5, D5, B5, F5. All these moves can be played at the right moment.
Absolutely. Going down the list, thought maybe we could jump to another game here. We leave this one in the opening. One of the games, James, that I was looking at was Arjun Erigaisi against Sam Sevian, two players that we haven't spent as much time on as we may have liked. But just checking the opening here, it looked like we were already getting a pretty spicy one here with G5 played. And what do you make of this, James? It feels like there's a lot going on.
This feels like the Knight BD7 variations of like the Queen's Gambit decline. I'm actually familiar with them because I just had a recent tournament and I didn't lose one of my first tournaments. I've never lost in 9 games, and like I got second place. It was like,
oh, congrats! That's the best feeling ever.
You know what I'm saying? 3 IMs. I was playing great, but it's also I remember these positions. Like I was switching up a little bit with my opening repertoire, just playing 1 D5, but playing it aggressively. And like I've learned from the Indian camp, in fact, Lukash specifically, who likes these G5 positions, which. You know, of course, Arjun is now facing from the white side. But you do play Knight BD7 very early on the Manhattan variation. You go Bishop B4, you go G5, and then you go G4. You also go F6 in some of these lines. But Rook being on C1, I forgot what the line looks like. I might have to see it from the other side. But there's a lot of stuff then for exactly H5 comes. You take on G3, and then the Queen comes out, even D6, Knight B6, and stuff like that. That's very good. It's
Knight
very,
D2
very good.
or even Knight G1, and even though you lose the bishop and it looks like such a bad structure, you kind of put your king on F2 and then the knight onto F4, and all of a sudden it's like, wait, position is fantastic here.
Yeah, it is. It can be very bad for white but I mean, we are playing Arjun here. Arjun is well equipped, 2800 classical, so
right, very well prepared.
Very well prepared. He should be fine. Should be fine. But Black, I think, is taking it to him. He does want to question what he's doing here. Be careful with an F6 now. Exactly, Queen A4 checks out there in the works. So he's like, yeah, combative. I'll bring it right to you. Arjun likes these type of positions.
Interesting. Yeah, Queen F6 played. I mean, talk about blundering Queen A4. He'd be happy if that bishop was taken as he set up something a little bit more powerful than that.
Yeah, so that's crazy. Queen A4, King. Okay, let's go D8. King takes B4, Queen F2, King D1, Bishop G. You can go Bishop G4. So, what is
I think Queen D2 was just
Queen D2 is
there.
just mating. Yeah, he's just mating. Yeah, he just made it. Unfortunate. Queen check, King F8, F3. Knight takes, pawn takes. Wow. Can you just go F3 after Queen A4 is the question?
Oh, like
F3. Yeah,
start
Queen
with
A4.
Queen A4?
Correct. King D8 and then F3.
Yep, definitely possible. I imagine at some point what may happen is maybe like taking here and just Bishop D6 and just, you know, the position looks comfortable for Black castle. The knight probably needs to move from E5. The bishops do look pretty nice.
I do like Bishop D6, F4 he takes. I'm not castled yet either. That's pretty good. Okay, so we got to bounce around. We got to see more games. We would love to analyze this one. We got to see, let's go to Nakamura's game. We've got to go over to Dan Naroditzky. Then we got to go to Bortnik. We just got games, guys. There's so many to catch up with.
There's so many places to be in a tournament like this. So let's have a look at Hikaru's game. The last time we checked his game in a previous round, it looked like a great position, and come to learn later that he actually made a draw in that one. So let's see what he's got going on here. He's got 1.5 out of 2, so he bounced back with a win, and now he's up against the 2 bishops, but kind of an interesting F takes G6 recapture here. Clearly, Hikaru gave up his great bishop for the knight.
First, how did we get here? What was this? A French somehow?
Yeah, this looks actually like
Caro-Kann.
French, but it was a Caro-Kann.
Caro-Kann, the knight D2 stuff or something.
Yeah, just the advanced into the Botvinnik Karl's defense, and knight b3, bishop back, finally defending that e-pawn, and with queen c7 or bishop c7 coming, it's tough to keep that pawn defended, so he does end up giving up the bishop, but great strategy that I always like to highlight if anyone needs a tip when you're playing against the bishop pair and you have a bishop knight. Just always look to trade whatever bishop you have for the same color bishop in your opponent's position. And I swear, that is always, if not the best idea, a fantastic idea. Every time.
Every time. 100%. 100% track record there.
I'm telling you.
Very nice.
So he didn't want any part of that and was quick to remove the bishop. But Hikaru plays knight d4. Rook was under attack. You need to recapture this. Honestly, everything kind of looks good here, except knight d4 probably drops that pawn needlessly.
Rook e5. Is this live board? Oh, this is. Okay, this is live.
This is up to date.
Okay. Queen takes or bishop takes. Maybe just bishop takes. You don't have to deal with the b6 stuff.
Yep. Bishop takes looks very, very solid. I was thinking one thing that may come to mind here. What do you think of this, James? I could be just making stuff up here, but after b6, I was actually looking at maybe bishop d6. Like,
anyway,
I know I'm giving up a pawn, but hear me out. I love the look of that knight e5 move. I just want to double the rooks on the dark squares, put the knight on e5, and just say I'm doing well here. What do you think?
I mean, it is rapid too as well. I do like it. Only thing I don't like is queen c5 at some point, trying to get me off of the square. But knight e5 doubling the rooks. I think his bishop goes to a6. Yes, it's hitting air there, but at least it's developing. And then my rook comes to f8, the other rook on a8. So there's something to it. I am a fan of it. I probably would go bishop a3 first, just to chill. Makes sense. Then swing the queen around or something. Maybe rook e3, double the rooks. Then finally go bishop d6.
Because this is always there for you. So you can just set it up, do everything you need to do, and then this is waiting for you.
Right. I like it. I like it. Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, cool. We got to move around. Let's go. So chat's asking for all the games. So we need to go to
every single one.
Everyone at the same time. So let's go to
same time. We need a bird's eye view of 50 boards
at the same time, guys.
Where are you thinking, James? Any players that we haven't tuned into yet, or any faves that people feel?
Yeah. The Naroditzky one. They said they want to see the Naroditzky game as a pawn there. Also, Tani, who's performing well, beat 2 GMs. So the chat wants to see the Naroditzky game.
Jump in on that. Always a fan favorite.
Always a fan favorite there. And here we go. In this game, there is what's going on here. This is more of a I don't know what this could have been. Maybe like a knight f3 b3, but I don't know how he responded to that.
Yeah, this position here looks pretty nice for Naroditzky. Nothing special, but clearly, if you just look at the space and the quality of the pieces, you have to be happier as Naroditzky. He can decide whether to push and open things up with b5. He can keep things nice and locked and just take more space in the center with e4. Easy bringing the rooks into the middle here. He can lock things up with a5. It feels like Naroditzky can choose the character of the position.
I believe so. I mean, he just has it's for choice. I mean, like the Catalan type of ideas where you're just slightly better because of the bishop. No, but you do have the bishop here, which black does too. But if you compare the bishops, we just see kind of what's better. Light square bishop's better than the one on c8. I feel like I control pawn breaks, meaning a5 is going to shut down knight b6 type ideas. Maybe he could go for knight b6 into d5 just to kind of free some things up.
Yeah, this is one of those maneuvers that if we put it on the board here, knight b6, let's put the bishop somewhere, b3, a2, doesn't really matter. Knight d5, I'll play bishop d2, and you've successfully kicked my bishops back, but you're on a square where your knight is about to be kicked by my pawn. So you feel like you're the one gaining time, but it might actually backfire.
And you know what's funny? I remember this quote from Bobby Fischer. I never forgot. He was like, to get squares, you have to give squares. And I think that's what this gives me here. You are giving white a lot of squares, but I guess you get some squares in return. The knight, at least you can now move the bishop to d7. Not that it does anything, but at least it's off the back rank, where you have a problem of being kind of squashed here. If you just keep all your pieces here, and white gets e4 in, rook a d1, and I can go e or d5, open up the game. And especially with the light square bishop, it's going to be a very menacing piece once we open up the board.
And I would also say that this is the kind of position where you can expect a time deficit like what we have, 12.5 minutes to 7 minutes and ticking down. It's not comfortable to play Tiny's position. You don't have a lot of space, not easy to move around, as you said. So yeah, understandably, he's in the think tank here. And shall we keep moving around here, James? I know people have been asking, and we have a top matchup here as well between Lenier and Hans as well. So
let's go over there. Let's go back over there.
The All-American matchup definitely feels like a one to take a look at. Two very feels like almost different styles. We talked about that Lenier style, how it's evolved for him over his career, over the years, and it just feels so polished. It's just so almost surgical when he's got the position that he's looking for. Do you think this is one of those positions here, as he's got a pretty, I would say, noticeable but small edge?
Yeah, I think he's the guy that when I look at this game, he just can at any moment he can switch gears, and now known as like a positional beast type of thing. I mean, he even he has a course on the semi Tarrasch. I was like, bro, this is so boring. Like, my goodness, but he can play some very sharp, aggressive chess, if he needs to. So he has a whole nother gear that I was not familiar with until I Googled him. And then I actually went through his games, and I was like, oh, he was a beast. Now he just, 2,700 plus. You want to keep rating. I understand he plays more solid stuff. So, this position, I think, is very nice for him. Knight takes, you have queen d3, you have rook c1, you have all kind of things.
Did we mention that he's got more time than what he started with, James?
Oh, yeah, 10 extra
Did we mention?
Here. That's going to do it. That will do it here.
That's crazy.
Wow.
18 seconds, more than what he started with is incredible. It just shows his familiarity with the position on hand here. And Hans cannot be happy with the current situation. I wouldn't say the position is that bad, but just when you think about how comfortable he knows Dominguez is, how difficult it looks like to formulate a plan. I mean, yes, he's got that knight in there, but the knight on a5 is really dominated by this pawn on b3. And it's kind of tough to recommend a move for me other than knight to c6. I keep going back to just returning the knight to c6, and I don't really know what that does other than maybe walk into losing a pawn.
Yeah, it does just drop a pawn there. There's also knight f5 ideas. You really are for choice with white here. I mean, it feels good. It feels good to be with the white pieces. I also have the classic blockade of the isolated pawn, which is a pawn on d5, and you want to blockade it, which has happened. I mean, look at this time edge, bro. It's just growing as we sit here and keep talking about the game. He's still losing time here. This is an incredible time edge. This is probably the biggest one we've seen so far.
Yeah, it was to the point where, as I was saying it, I was like, man, this is the biggest time. Wait a minute. And then I looked at the camera, and it's not the case that it's even Hans's move right now.
Wow.
Which means he could still have a serious time deficit, but more than likely there's just some moves we're not quite seeing, or at least one. So there must be some inaccuracy here. There's no way it's just ticking and ticking and ticking.
What is going on, bro?
As we were saying it, I was like, no, it can't be. It can't be. It can't be that crazy.
He went knight c6, so he did go back.
Okay, so it is a pretty serious time difference. You have to say, shout out to the production, by the way. We got the immediate zoom in on the board. I feel like I'm controlling a drone from afar. Let's go. That was beautiful right there.
Nice. Yeah, so we were able to see it. So knight to c6 came in on the board. Hans seeming a little bit uncomfortable. We understand why. The position is not the greatest. We are sort of defending. We have an isolated pawn. White has pieces on the king side of the board as well. A potential of a very vicious attack.
Yeah.
All types of things going on. Pretty nice for Lenier.
Very nice. All right, James, take us places, man.
Man, let's go. Let's go back to the Magnus game. Let's see if we got to bounce back around just to see what's going on there. We can move around. We'll probably look at Magnus and go MVL and just go down the line and see what we have.
Of course, Magnus is he's up against definitely a player that I'll admit I'm not too familiar with. He's He's 2400 rated here, so clearly up against it with Magnus, well over 2800. But he's not here for no reason. He's won both of his games so far, and with his rating, it means he's probably got back-to-back upsets, if I had to guess.
Yeah, of course. And this is a format that it can absolutely happen, as we've already seen it. I mean, even Fabiano went down to Mersin in the last round here. Anything can and will happen in these type of positions here. So I think white has a pretty nice position. I mean, the knight can go to e5, but black is saying, okay, I have a bishop, I have a little bit of space, and my king is active. He might, I don't know, king f5 might be kind of risky, but knight e5, king e6, I mean, king e6 might be kind of risky, but knight e5 is a real thing.
Yeah, 95 is there. It feels like he's not too disappointed. I was just looking at Gleb's history, like who he's actually played in the event, and I see that he beat David Anton, 2600. He beat Karen Gregorian, another 2600.
Gregorian,
so,
dang.
I mean, you're not, like I said, you're not playing Magnus Carlsen in round 3 without a very, very good event thus far.
Big dog Gleb is out here really taking some nice scalps. In fact, I see the picture here in the production. His performance rating is 3429 right now.
That's, I might just withdraw and just leave it at that, call it a day.
It's like, you can have it. You can have this, buddy. You're clearly better than everyone else. No, but he's playing good, and that's good, and you have a good start. You get a lot of confidence, and that could go into the games. As you see, he's not losing against Magnus Carlsen. So something's definitely up. I know Magnus definitely probably doesn't have 4 minutes here, or is this correct?
Yeah, no, I mean, we're experiencing the same thing. At this point, I'm kind of interested to maybe stick to the cameras, because those will at least show some character to the position, because these positions that we're seeing are definitely not representative. We constantly see one side, way down on time, and as you can see there, it is quite the opposite with our enhanced.
Enhancements there. Very nice. Okay, so 10 minutes for Magnus. Is he still thinking? Cool. So that's not bad. It's not like he's in some time trouble at all, but he's figuring out what is the best plan here. And for him, it's more of, he really wants to win, but also make the best chances without taking extreme risk. So let's see what he's thinking. Maybe king e6 immediately. Maybe bishop d6 as a move as well.
And just to say, I think we're about to get some updates, and we are. Every single game just got a lot of moves in it, so we should be back up to date here, much closer to the live position. I think everything looks normal now.
Okay, cool. Looks good. Oh, yeah, king did go to e6 and the bishop with the d6. Right, so he's kind of improving all his pieces.
And we can say that Maxime has made a draw against Bogdan Daniel Deac on board 2. Really board 1, when you think that, Magnus is pretty much always playing on that board 1 spot. So, top in the tournament, MVL, making a draw there with Daniel.
Nice. I think MVL had black too. Okay.
Yep, he did. MVL with the black pieces. We can see deep in the tank here is Gleb. And by the way, Gleb is a grandmaster. So that rating is also more reflective of his rapid rating as well. This is the World Rapid Championship. So you will occasionally see some grandmasters who are a little bit lower rated in the specific time controls. But like I said, James, sometimes it's just the case that players are not playing time controls as much as they should be and just don't have as many games in it. Like, clearly he's worth a little bit more than 2,400.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely cooking here, of course, as just sometimes you just don't have the chances to play, which I totally understand that completely personally. So let's move around. Let's actually go around. Says this one's going to be a grind, I assume. They're going to be here with ideas and plans and trying to play and grind this in-game out. So we had actually one from chat that we probably do want to check out is the Ivan Chuck game. We always want to check out and see what Chucky's doing. And then let's come back and look at maybe Roni.
One thing that's a guarantee is, his game will probably feature an interesting position, and lo and behold, it certainly does. Look,
what is this? What is this?
It's like he's got the knights supporting each other behind enemy lines here.
How does this happen? In fact,
Yeah, I don't even know how we get here, but I will point out we did have a brilliancy just a mere few moves ago, and Ivanchuk wasn't phased. I mean, in the face of a brilliancy, he just calmly played King H8, which is the best move. And by the way, in this position, Ivanchuk is not even that much worse. So despite the brilliancy, we've still got to fight here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's just, I mean, he likes this type of chess. I mean, he was one of the people that played King's Gambit, many games in a row. Like, did not care Jan Nepomniachtchi as well. But it's incredible to watch his games play. I think he even beat famous game. He beat Kasparov in like 20 moves.
Mm-hmm.
When he's on, he's on.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's such an interesting player to watch and has been a part of so many intriguing games over the course of chess over the years. And look, right here, he's in a position that I would say is probably troublesome just due to rook e6. So first of all, you feel like you got to move the queen, right? So let's say some variation like queen f7. Then it looks to me like the rook slides in, and you kind of have queen e2, rook e1 to follow, and just tripling up. And if the bishop ever tries to hit the rook, snap it off and play from there. It looks like you have full control over the e file.
Yeah, that is not fun. If I can get f4, f3 in, I have some chances. I have a bishop d5 kind of shot in the dark, depending on if white moves queen away. But he's going to try to create some things, which it looks like this is on the board.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Rook e6 is a real strong move, and Ivanchuk is under pressure from Sargsyan here. James, this does not look like a position he's going to be enjoying, because it feels like at some point you have to play bishop c8, but white's happy to snap that bishop pair off and just enjoy the clamp that he's got on that e file.
Yeah, not looking good for him. It's not over, but it's just not looking good. Let's move around. Let's go over to Aronian, and then man, the chat's like Prague, Danya. What else they got? Hikaru. I mean, we can't have them all up, chat. We just can't. We're gonna try, but we can't.
We can't.
We are gonna try.
I'll bring up the Aronian game. We haven't tuned into this one, but I also know that while the chat's clamoring for all these games, James, we're also got to make sure we head over to the women's section and take a look at those ones there, because we saw some of the pairings earlier on before the start of the round, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of intrigued with some of those. So let's take a look at Aronian here, and then we'll hop on over to the women's section.
Sounds great. All right. So Aronian, somebody just snatched a pawn there, and okay, he said, "I'm getting a pawn out of this." Wow, that was a move. Very nice tactic there, because the d2 hangs. Interesting. Is there a bishop e3? What's the?
Yeah, this is the first move that comes to mind. I mean, playing this move when there's like a hanging knight, such a dangerous looking move. I understand it though. The bishop on d2 is hanging. It just feels like, look, if I'm hitting the queen here, some move like bishop e3, how could this possibly be playable? And it's playable because of knight e5.
I'm about to say like this. It has to be something we just overlooking. Yeah, knight e5. That's crazy. Yeah, that's a struggle. Yikes!
No, this is very strong.
What a move that is. Okay, and he spotted that, and Aronian is like, okay, I see you. He has to try to bounce back here. Obviously, maybe taking the knight, but I did steal a pawn from you. But I have the bishop there. So is there a bishop h6?
Ooh,
that's probably the move.
That's an interesting one. Bishop
h6.
h6.
Pawn back. Yeah,
but I guess I start to worry about a knight e5 move. Maybe hitting
anyway. Oh my goodness!
At the end of the line, because if the rook takes, knight e5 hits your bishop.
Oh, bro, that's crazy! Yeah. Wow.
So let's see what he plays. Bishop f4 takes, and it's going to be knight takes, bishop takes. So actually, I mean, in this position, the rook can take, right?
Right.
But look at this knight. How cool is that? Have you ever seen a knight kind of get trapped like with bishop c7 or rook d1? It's such a weird place for a knight to be trapped.
Oh, that's very strange. I've never seen that configuration. Which he made a move there, c4 with the idea of, I don't know, knight d5.
Yeah, I think rook d1, even knight d5, giving up material to play knight e6 safely, and then just with the rook able to hit all these pawns, I can see how that works out.
I can definitely see that one. Yeah. And Levon up some time here. He's going to try to milk it here, but I think black may be okay here unless there's a super blunder from black. I think this is closer to a draw there. Everything looking kind of even elsewhere as well. Let's go to Arjun and Sevian. Let's move over there. I haven't seen that one.
Well, I think I'm going to jump to the women's.
Oh, the women's. Let's go to women's first. Yeah, you're right.
Jump to the women's section here because we're also missing a lot of the initial action in those games, just because the games that we stick with in the open section, we see all the action, and then by that point, it's already happened in the women's. So definitely, especially on the top board here, between Zhu Wenjun and Irene Sukandar, with Rook E8 just played in this one. These are currently the leaders over here. We see a draw on board 2, actually, but between the two Chinese players. And wow, what a time to tune in, James, as we see a double question mark on the board. Could this be a big moment for someone?
Yes. In fact, if Rook F8 and maybe just Bishop E7, is that just GG? Rook F8's coming?
So Rook F8, and this is, by the way, Zhu Wenjun. Like, what is the miscalculation that Zhu Wenjun is experiencing here? Because Bishop E7.
I don't know what she was thinking. Maybe is there a Rook D1? Oh, I guess that's no Rook F8. No, yeah, this is GG. This is over.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. It's not Bishop E7. Because, I mean, we're talking about Zhu Wenjun here.
Correct. Takes
I mean, check, right. This is like, what, amateur hour. I mean, she's actually probably going to catch me, you, the chat, all of us, Bishop E7. Yep, just...
Bodies.
Yeah, that's...
Is it Bishop G7?
We're all falling for it. Can you believe that the best move in this position is actually...
Bishop G7. Oh my goodness.
7. I'm in shock at this move. That's never expect it.
No, I'm not even gonna lie. That's just beautiful, bro. Queen takes his mating, and then king takes, you lose the queen.
That's insane.
Yo, that's sick.
Because you see the eval, James, and I was thinking the same. I was like, oh, how can you miss Bishop E7? But no, she saw that and she set a trap. She did not see this. The question is, will White see it?
Yeah. Irene is in great form. I think she won both her games, but Bishop G7 is diabolical. I'm not gonna lie. How much time she got? 4 minutes? Okay, she could find it. But man, I mean, Bishop E7 is so easy to play, but Bishop G7 having that stop and breathe moment.
Yep. I'm actually really intrigued whether we're going to get that move from Irene on this game. So I feel like I kind of want to stay here.
Same. I want to kind of see if she finds
I just want to, like, it reminds me of that Knight F7 from Alireza, and I was like, no, I have to know. Are we going to see it? What a cool move that would be.
Okay, chat, place your bets. What are we playing? Is it Bishop E7 or is it Bishop G7? Will she find it or will she not, chat?
Well, the thing is also, if she doesn't find this, she may just play probably like a, like
Bishop
a decent
C3.
move.
Exactly. About the same. Like Bishop C3, just go back.
Bishop G5. There's lots of good moves to play here, but Zhu Wenjun really up against it. Trying to guess from the webcam whether could she be even considering something like this ever?
Yeah, especially when you just see it. You're just looking. You know what's funny? It's easier said than done, but you're just move. Okay, what if I put the bishop here? Like you just calculate all the moves where the bishop can go, and then you just pick one. Easier said than done. But here she goes, hand in the air. She's gonna move. Here we go, chat. Oh dang! Oh,
that's the fake, the pump fake, the hand. And
she plays it. Oh, Bishop G7.
Oh goodness!
Oh my goodness!
I want to can we get the cam only on this one? What a moment! Bishop G7 is such a cool move. I mean, what a shock for Zhu Wenjun. She probably thought she was setting the trap by allowing Bishop E7. Like, oh, gotcha. But gotcha right back with Bishop G7. Absolute madness, James.
The first thing I always think is when you get caught with one of these moves is, should I knock all the pieces off the board? That's always your first thought when you get hit with one of these. Second is, should I flip the board? Then you calm down and then you say to yourself, that's not the right thing to do here. And then you have to figure out what to do. So now we're figuring out how do we do damage control at this point to try to get the most material out of it.
Well, I mean, there is always simply king takes, right? Like that's the most basic. It does exist. You will get some material for your queen. If you move the queen somewhere here, probably rook f8 is coming. Same deal. So it feels like this is a rook and bishop for queen situation. And although queen f3 is possible, I think it's probably wrong because you lose some pawns at the end.
That is correct here. She is going to try to make it work with the rook and bishop, which is very possible. Irene is locked in, loaded. I'll take those. I appreciate the generosity. And king takes f8.
Amazing. Well, there's going to be a whole conversion phase here, and this is not going to be easy. If you think this is, I got news for you. The f2 pawn will be targeted as soon as possible, which honestly makes me want to move my king because I'm kind of scared of that. Unless, hey, here's a blunder for us, James. Queen e5, right?
Oh, queen e5 is a great move. Why not? I centralize my queen.
Well, it's a great move, eyeballing a great move afterwards, but really falling straight for it with rook d1. So that is absolutely not what you want to do. But that was very cool that we could catch that moment right there. And she does move the king. King h2, I think we saw there. Makes some sense. Now, I think this is going to be tough to win, but nevertheless, you should not lose. So what a move, what a moment for Irene there, James.
Absolutely. What a move, what a moment. Let's move around. That was incredible to watch, to see on camera. She found the critical move, bishop to g7. That was amazing there.
I wanted to bring us over to a king hunt because, hey, who doesn't like to see if we can find a checkmate? Valentina Gunina is the defending champion in Rapid. And the king, I just want to point out, the black king is on c2 in this position.
What? Hold on. Wait, let me make
and
sure
it started down here.
Flipped? You sure it is not flipped? You sure that black is not? No, it's not flipped at all. The king is on c2.
She won this game. Let me just walk you down for fun the last 10 moves of this game. Because the rook and queen coordinate down there. All of a sudden, it's check. It's check. 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 And the king walked all the way down the board. Oh, that's entertaining right there. And we do see Valentina comes away with a win. A very nice game there. James, where would you like to take us back now?
That was amazing. I thought that was awesome there. Let me see. Let me go to bird's eye view while I look around for some games. Look around for some spice.
The open games are heating up.
Ooh, let's go to Prague's game. Prague is losing, actually. Oh, maybe it says. I don't know. Maybe we have to wait for the boards to reset. I feel like. Okay, let me actually refresh my board. Yeah, it seems like everyone's 0 time, but I know that's not the. It says everyone's flagged.
Yeah, exactly. So, everyone's flagged.
Everyone is flagged, but Prague has a. Prague is losing, actually. So I'm just curious to see. This doesn't seem like, so obviously, bar on, it's like, oh, okay, white's winning, but it doesn't say everything in this position. There's so much going on. We don't know really what's going on, actually. These boards are frozen. Clock looks crazy. So we are waiting to get that back. But who's the last move? Was king c7, apparently.
Well, in some ways, isn't this kind of easy? Like, Prague actually does just look completely lost. Like, there's just hanging pieces in the position, right?
It looks like 2 of them, in fact. You can say bishop is going to be knight e3. Even there, you probably could still get away with king f2. Rook d5
looks like that.
Yeah,
correct. I agree. Yeah, that just looks like what can you even do against it?
Yeah, there's nothing. Rook d5. There's no tricks. Might be just GG. But I guess as we wait for boards to be updated, might as well bounce around and see other games. Let me see anything crazy. Chucky's game, he is losing there.
I do not know if we are seeing live positions or not in Lenier and Hans, for example. Time's ticking, but I assume that it's just going to hit 0 as we wait for more moves to come in. Yeah, everyone flagged GG.
Everyone flagged. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Everybody flag at the same time. This is crazy. That's crazy.
And we are in the World Rapid Championship, so to make sure we correct my own error there, Gunina is a defending champion, so not to gloss over that, but defending champion in Blitz. And we are in Rapid here, so that would be Bodnaruk, who's defending the Rapid crown, and it's also competing.
That's crazy. Like, is all the? Can we get a refresh? We all want to see the clocks. We want to see the clocks. What's going on, man?
Well, James, at this point, I'm trying to go back to the women's section because we had some games, we had some action there.
Hey, at least fighting over there. All right, let me see. Let's see. Let me go. Yeah, the boards actually are updated over here. Perfect. Let's go over there. What? Okay, somehow. Yeah, we got to go back to that Irene game. Somehow she's like, okay. It looks like she's built some type of fortress. She's trying to, at least around she's trying to hold the 5th rank. Right, trying to hold the 5th rank.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this game had all the action for me. Even you have to be a little careful. Like, I could somehow see B4 and A3 happening, and with an A pawn supported there, you also have a little bit of risk too.
You know, I actually see a rook c5 and a king walk because you only got the queen, so I could get the king walking to h6, g5, h4, g3, rook takes c2, and I'm mating in some cases due to the queen only being the only piece you have you're dealing with. So I mean, you do have to be careful. G5, I like it, controlling the dark square some more. Ju and Jun is not going down like without a fight.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, g5 is nice because it clearly white was ready to advance some pawns, right?
Right. Yeah.
I wonder what you do here. Is it just h6? Is it even h5? Yeah, h6 looks
and hold the line, boys. And hold the line. You want to draw, Irene? You want to draw? You said draw what? What are you talking about?
I wonder about the move c3. I can't tell if that's a good move or not, but I kind of like the idea that there's no b4a3 just ever to worry about. So c3 makes me feel pretty safe.
That actually is a very safe move. I do agree. And then we have a move. Let's see what she played. I feel like she made, I think she made a queen move. Okay, she went queen c8, checking from behind there, the back rank. But yeah, I like how she held everything. Everything's defended. This is the way to do it. Like, every piece is defended. The pawns are advanced pretty nicely.
This is what I mean, though, James. What about b4? This is exactly what I was saying. Don't let this happen.
Scary. Oh my goodness, it's there. It's on the board.
Yeah, I do not like allowing this. We needed to see c3, in my opinion. Just keep everything nice and safe.
But you know what? Maybe there was a eighth. Okay, you might. Yeah, c3 is nice. Like, c3 would have at least. Okay, I'm not as scared if you go a3. I could take at least still have the c pawn. Here we go, a3 on the board. Predictions. Yeah. What you think, Amon? Is she going down? No, y'all have a perpetual. I'm going to say perpetual at the very least.
You don't always have it though. It's not there guaranteed. I know what you mean though. It really should be enough, but I can just see Black winning this game now all of a sudden.
You got to keep your nerves in check too. What's the time at? Both under a minute.
The rook goes back. The reason I didn't like rook there is queen f5 g6, but can you go queen f5 and feel good about that position when this pawn is a couple squares from queening?
With no time, under 30 seconds? Absolutely not.
Right? Like, she's more likely to play queen a4 or something. But then I think all of a sudden Black starts to turn this game around.
Ju can feel it as well, but there's so many nerves here, as you see. Of course, you can see on her face the nerves and also the time as well, guys. Under a minute here is no time at all. A2 play.
Okay, but hang on a sec. A2. Okay, that's going to be queen a5. I think, yeah.
Update that.
I think that move is a mistake because of queen g6, taking the pawn and some sort of queen f6 and like back to b2.
We got moves on the board. She did find the best move, rook e3, which is attacking the pawn, threatening rook a3, which would be lights out if she allows it. Does not allow that. Rook takes f3. And okay, yeah, I think this one's clean. Not clean. I think this is closer to a draw now.
Definitely closer now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trading everything off. The pawns are sort of symmetrical, meaning there's just the same pawns for both sides. They're not placed exactly the same, but yeah, I don't think white is in any danger anymore.
Really hard to break through now if you're white. If we had some extra pawns, if we had literally anything else on the board that we could use that was not symmetrical, we would win this game. Well, you see the bar swinging for Black there, but no, it's going to be tough for Black.
Yeah, I actually think white still has some pretty decent winning chances here. in this position, but probably have to start getting the pawn up, trying to work the king around, get the queen in.
Right, with no time to as well. They have gained some time on the clock, making quick moves. Chat says Alice Lee about to be 3 out of 3. That is correct. If we want to bounce over to Alice Lee very quickly, she is about to win her game. Actually,
Yeah, I think she already won. I think she just won it.
Yeah, she already won.
She is on that 3 out of 3 score.
Hot start for her.
Amazing. Yep.
Hot start for her. Looks like the men's section is the open is still waiting to be updated.
Yeah, keep an eye on those. We want to jump back to those critical games, but if there's no moves to jump back to, then makes it a bit different.
We will stay over here. This is like a draw. I'm going to come back to the women's section. See what we have over here. Okay. Katarina Lagno is trying to be 3 out of 3. It's going to be difficult with these extra pawns versus the exchange there. Harika's winning.
I think we're going to get a draw here.
Wow.
I think that's a little bit because of the rating disparity. I want to say, obviously, Ju Wenjun, the considerable favorite in terms of rating. So more likely that Irene is happy with a draw. A tense game could have gone either way. But in my opinion, there was a little bit more to play for here for White. Just a bit. May as well extend the game. Only White can win is how I feel about the game now. So even though a draw is probably a fair result in the end, I do think Irene had more to play for.
And correct. And open section has moves again. We have a lot of updates. Whoa, stuff is getting crazy. We got to first go to the top board. Obviously, let's go over there to Magnus and figure out what's going on. Is he going to draw this game? What's going on there? Han's game is looking like a draw. Samchenko has some things going on. Sam Sabian's beating Arjun. Just so many things to dive into, but let's get into it. Let's go to Magnus.
Yeah, I see as some result updates. Aronian and MVL drew their games. Lenderman beat Norderbek Abdusatorov in.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's probably one of the biggest results of the round so far. Currently looking at the Magnus game, he's trying with the black pieces here to force something. Can he do it? I don't know if this position is winning or not.
That is difficult. Yeah, that's a good question. It should be a draw, but I mean, you are playing Magnus. I mean, I guess the not easiest route, obviously, easier said than done, is you gotta give up. We already know what you have to do. The knight's gonna give up itself for the pawn. We got to try to push both the pawns to decoy the king and run our king over to b6.
But I don't think it can happen because if you play king d5 here, first of all, if you play h1, you just lose the game because you sack and king f3 and you lose your knight.
Ooh.
So black can never promote the pawn.
So
even king f3, you can't do it.
Where do you go? We have some
moves. You probably have to play knight e4. I don't think Magnus is getting more than a draw here.
Little repeat. Wow. Gleb. And Magnus with 2 draws here. If he draws this.
Yeah, there's still a lot to play for in the sense that he is going to win this pawn. That guy goes pretty quickly, and White's king will be all the way over here. So I wouldn't say it's a guarantee. I definitely would not, but it really should be.
It really should be here. As and in the meantime, we'll come back to he has like a few seconds too, but we can bounce around. Let's go to Arjun's game. Arjun is about to lose.
Is he in trouble as well?
Arjun is about to lose to Sam.
Let's find that one. He's up against Sam Sevian.
Sam I am. Arjun is going down here. I like how Arjun never shows any emotion though. I think I've never seen him ever be like mad about a game or even any type of reaction. Win, loss, or draw, which I think that's something you really need to work on as a player. It's awesome to see, but I mean, yeah, clearly Black's better here, but you don't see any reaction from Arjun.
Yep. Yeah, look at this. 3 connected pass pawns, and White can't even use this pass pawn over here because kind of needed to defend the king.
Yeah, this was excellent. Let me actually see. I want to see what was the beginning of this game. I don't remember. I'm going to check and see what he chose as the opening. He went d4. This was a Nimzo. Oh, no, this was like that crazy, d takes g5 stuff.
We see Giri with a win. Dubov draw. Prague drew his game as well. does appear like Magnus is closer and closer to that draw result, and kind of in a couple rook end games in the open section between Hans Lenier as well as Sam Shanklin and Yu Yangyi. Maybe we can pull up the bird's eye of the top boards, because there are a lot of games still in progress and a lot of just 0.00 evaluations, which feels kind of harsh, but that's the reality.
Let's take a look. Working games are drawn, huh? That's definitely drawn. Look like Shanklin and Yu Yangyi, clinical draw there. Keep the rook where it is. If king approaches the pawn, you check into oblivion. Nothing you can do there. And what is Neiman and Dominguez there?
He's holding an endgame that it's kind of interesting, actually. Yeah, it should be completely holdable, but you can definitely panic here.
Let's see what happens. This might as well bounce into the game. Obviously, bar moves. What's our we move the king up. How do we get shelter when we get to c6 is the question.
Well, we have to take a look at this game now, because everything has just changed. We were just talking about how Hans is earning his draw. The move was f4. The only move to draw is the counterintuitive pawn captures en passant, which
but it's
I thought was a forced move.
It's forced.
Rook b2, and did Hans just throw the entire game away? White is going to try to attack this e-pawn by putting the king to e6. Black is going to have to defend it, and you know what I think is going to happen? With the king on e6 hitting that pawn, the black king has to stay here. White can then play some sort of rook move, give up the pawn, and maybe, like, let's say rook d8 and rook d7 check, and win the king and pawn endgame. That's my prediction right now, James, and I think that was very difficult to see ahead of time.
Absolutely, especially with no time on the clock, and it makes total sense here as you put it up. I love looking at in games with overall types of plans, like looking at the whole thing, the whole picture. What do you do for the whole plan? Which he's doing. You bring the king up, bring the king around to attack the pawn, which he's doing. This is all happening. This is all happening. Take the pawn.
So now if you check here, king e6 ends the game, because you're going to win that pawn, and that's GG. So you have to go back to the B file here, and then maybe he can even throw it in right away.
And then zigzag?
Right?
King e6.
Rook e8. Rook b1, rook e8.
And rook e7, and you have shouldering. Wow.
Yep. So here, he's got to go back rook b1. But at this point, Hans knows. Dominguez, he is so surgical, especially in endgames. Wow. He just made it happen out of nothing. But he kept giving Hans a chance to make a mistake. And after f4, the only move was not played. And that was enough for Hans to lose this rook endgame.
And, that's what they say, though. In fact, chess is a draw. It's supposed to be equal all around until, you get that mistake. Someone is able to make a mistake and you pounce on them when they do. And that's happened. Now, this one is a little bit... Oh, he has the extra F-pawn. This is easy.
Yeah, it's over.
You just push it and check and, check and check.
Wow, what a turnaround there. Looking at the games that are still ongoing, there are some other ones that we can take a look at, especially in the realm of rook endgames. I was actually looking at, so this one will be a win here. I was looking at Hikaru's game. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do anything with this one, but very interesting. He's actually going to have, an on classic. I mean, this is how you might, if I had to pick a day where you might see this position more often than not, it might be Tuesday.
It might be Tuesday. And why is that? Because you got twice as many times to do it, because you got 2 title Tuesdays. Okay, so it's a lot of twos there. But yes, you will see there's a lot of title Tuesdays.
Bishop against Rook. Can he win it in the World Rapid Championship? I mean, at this point, it would be quite disappointing from Donchenko to lose this one, right? This is one that you have to be able to do. But despite that, it is so difficult to get right.
One of the most difficult, as I've seen. I mean, I've seen so many games. If at this point, yes, it's drawn, But you think that it's just a win for white because black has to be so accurate, which we've seen. One of the first times I ever saw this, which you can even, it's still on YouTube. It was Magnus versus Levant. I mean, not Levant. Magnus versus Peters Fiddler. I think Peters Fiddler had black too as well. But first time I ever saw that you could win this was with that. It was a long time ago. So, and they've been doing it back then. It's still very possible. And even as strong as Peters Fiddler was able to win down Magnus versus Rook Bishop versus Rook. A lot of people do. It's a small thing, right? And of course, when the time gets lower, like you make the mistakes. So I think we are going to see a win here. What do you think? You think it's going to be a win?
Oof, that's a bold prediction. I feel like the big favorite result is definitely a draw. Not to say it won't be a win. Hikaru's going to be pushing this on, but Danchenko with a minute, it really just comes down not really to technique, but more to nerves. Like I think he knows the technique, the way he's playing so far, and you just don't make it to this level in your career as a player without that knowledge. I'm sure he knows it. It's just whether he can execute it under pressure. And I'm going to say that he can. You know, you should expect a draw out of a top GM from this position.
That's correct. I think I always say that too. I'm like, oh yeah, he should get this, and then he'd be like, oh, he blundered, and then the bar go crazy. Everybody's just like, what happened? But easier said than done here. Of course, it's very tough to do. Let's see if he's able to try to create this.
He's going to keep playing it on. Hikaru magic is needed.
Yes. He's going to play it on. Sam Sevian is still playing against Arjun. Arjun is Sam is closing that one out. Let me see what else is left here.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing a pretty good job there.
Bobby's winning. Okay, bouncing back.
Looking at some of the other games still going, trying to find those like really exciting ones.
Fabiano is bouncing back after that one. I think someone just won. Some result happened just immediately. Okay, Sam is closing that one out. Oh, Andrew Hong, shout out to him. He's playing Makita. Oh, black one. Fabi's game says it's now a draw. That doesn't make any sense. Oh no. Okay.
Jump quickly to Arjun against Sam and just kind of observe the end of this game. It looks like Sam has, just really put on a clinic this game. It's not an easy conversion here when you're trying to convert a position where the pawns you need to push are right in front of your king. So that's not easy to do.
Easy to do, especially with accuracy too. And
can you take on G2 here?
Take. Oh my goodness, he might be calculating that. He did it.
Is that a thing?
He took on G2 and he's pushing the pawn and said lock in.
Yeah. That's rook A1 it will be, yeah. There you go. Yeah, this is just clinical here. I like that move a lot. It's just you end up spotting those moves. I feel like the more blitz and short time controls you play, because you're always looking for those moves that eliminate counterplay from your opponent. And taking away the guy's queen, that's the best way to do it. What a move right there.
I'm not gonna lie, that was brilliant. That was very nice. Very beautiful tactic.
And it was literally brilliant. You're correct.
Literally brilliant, guys. Brilliant. All right, brilliant move. Pawns get very close there, and Sam is going to convert, especially with the extra pawn. It'd be different if this pawn was gone, but Sam should successfully convert this.
Amazing. Glad we jumped back to that game. Just got to appreciate the technique on that one. There's a couple more games still going. I think this one is quite an easy win, so I think we can move away from this one. But it's also looking at a game between Daniel Darda and Alder Escobar Ferrero. He went for like a kind of a stalemate trick, which I thought was interesting. And instead of taking it, he actually created a checkmate trick in the corner. So it's kind of like a reverse of fates there. Nice finish.
Very nice checkmate there on the board. That was some type of old Indian.
It looks like we may be back to the Hikaru and Danchenko game, because like I said, this game is too easy. So I think this game may be one of the last ones to look at here.
Which move are they on? Or from?
That's a good point. Yeah, let's get a move check.
Right, from the pawn check. From the pawn
so where was the last capture? So it was right here. Move 78.
Okay.
Okay, and we are currently on move 99.
Still got a ways to go.
We got a ways to go.
Still got a ways to go.
And yes, Sevian, I believe, did win that game. So beautiful, beautiful technique. What a game by him.
Very nice. And we got word that there's a final game in the women's section. It's very interesting. As we wait, we might as well bounce around. They're going to be here, Carl's game, for a little bit. We'll come back.
Let's take a look at it because I think there's only so many games remaining. I'm not sure if is there actually a game still on right now.
There's it's the final game. It says Les Bikova.
I'll have a look here. I don't actually see that game myself. Is it possible that maybe it just ended?
Oh no, it's up. Yeah, it's still going. It's like 10 seconds left.
Don't see it.
That's crazy. It's like two bishops. It's a crazy imbalance too. It's two bishops and a pawn versus king rook pawn. Very weird imbalance there. Last game.
Okay, here. Able to find it. Just
there we go.
Scrolling down the list manually.
There we go. You know, you can type on the only active games too. There's a tab you can type for that.
Yeah, well, that was my thing. Is nothing was showing up there, so I was I was like starting to doubt whether it was still on. But hey, we get there eventually.
We there. Okay.
It's so interesting how the table base just calls out, oh yeah, no problem, win for black.
Right, win for black. 72 moves exactly. I'm like, bro, what?
Like, what does that even mean?
Relax.
So what happens here? A2, is the rook trying to go all the way down to G1 and maybe sacrifice itself while the king goes up here? Because
that seems right. That seems correct.
So bishop c3, king e6. What happens there? King e6.
King
b6,
and then king d2. That's crazy.
But
Wait
king,
a second.
Yeah, king there, and then king e7. I'm starting to get concerned.
I mean e7, yeah. It's in fact, we have word. They say check. Whoa, this is crazy. Check move 42 from this game for white. Check move 42. This is like a puzzle rush here.
Oh my god.
How did it get this far? How did black turn this around? Okay, move 42.
Guys, this was the position on move 42, and this is the position at the end of the game. I mean, talk about a glow up.
Yikes. Yeah, white was completely winning. It was +4, and then it changed around to now black.
This is not easy at all, though. Like, if you make a queen, it's just a draw. Yeah, black did not have... By the way, the time was almost expired. So there was not much more you could do than a draw there.
Yeah, she couldn't find it, which is understandable.
She just couldn't find it. Honestly, guys, the best move in that position is shocking. It's literally not queening and moving your bishop away from that square to pin the pawn again. I mean, that's real deep stuff. So we will see a draw there. And maybe we can... I don't know, is the Hikaru game still going? We can go back and have a look here. It looks like he's still fighting as the games have concluded in the women's section.
I think they need 20 something more moves. I'm not sure. And then this might be a draw here. He's holding. He's definitely holding. He is getting closer to the back rank. That's usually when you see the scary stuff happen.
That's right.
When the king gets to the back rank, this is where you have to be ultra cautious.
And remember, move 78, right? We're almost at move 108. So we're getting up there, but as you pointed out, still, a good 20 some moves to go.
See what happens. Is this the last game of the round? Probably. I agree. I'm pretty sure it's probably the last game. We have another one actually too. Oh, that one's going to end the draw very soon, if not already.
Okay, he is getting him on that last rank. He hasn't quite established the position just yet. I'm assuming we'll see this rook move somewhere. Actually, rook here, maybe king there. Actually, wins outright. Yeah, so rook g8 will be played.
King on the back rank. Well, the rook, it's kind of hard configuration. I can't get to 7th.
It feels like king e4 almost makes the most sense because black's going to try to run out this way.
Yeah, that looks good. King e4, bring the king around. Then you bring the rook. It's like, here we go. This is where the mistakes happen. Let's see, 30 seconds for Danchenko. Oh, he went king f5.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about this because it seemed to me like the king kind of escapes there. We'll see king g2. Could also see rook check. It's another good one.
Okay. Should be draw.
It really should be. We're only at, just past move 108 here. So we're in 111 right now. 78 means we need to be at 128 for that confirmed draw where it can be claimed. But don't forget, the players are most likely just going to play and play and play, right?
Until he's getting mated, like in the last game. Like, oh, I'm
exactly.
getting
And
mated.
then they're gonna,
no, it's
exactly.
a draw. It's a draw.
Exactly.
Claim it. I'm claiming right now. You're getting mated. No, I'm not. I'm going to draw this. Wait, isn't there a king? Oh, there's rook g3. Ha ha. Look at that. King f3, rook g3.
All defenders have to know about this one.
Yeah, that's a nice one. That's a nice one.
And you can just see in the live feed there just the amount of people gathering right around the board once again, like vultures.
Yeah, let me see the action. As should be a draw here.
So again, for those wondering about that, 50 move rule, how does it work? The guys are playing. They're playing so quick, and there's so much pressure. They're not trying to sit there and like count out every single move in addition to trying to defend a tough position. So he's probably just trying to find the best move every single move. And usually what you recommend doing is doing that as long as possible. And as soon as you've messed it up and it's like there's going to be mate on the board, then you go for the claim. And otherwise, it will be automatically claimed as a draw after 75 moves. The arbiter can just step right in, but they will not step in after 50 moves. You do have to make that claim yourself.
Kind of funny. I've seen in Blitz games, but you see this sometimes too in other states. Just growing up, I've seen a lot of people, they start counting. They literally would count 1, 2.
That's funny.
While playing Blitz, that's funny. They count the moves when certain situations like this happen. So,
okay, so he's got the best position yet, and we are at pretty much move 118 now. So he's finally going to have at least 1 to 2 chances of getting the king here, blocking a check, and threatening a mate. So
here we go.
10 moves. It's all come down to this. 5 seconds for Danchenko. This is not easy. Hikaru might have an opportunity here. There's one move on the board that works right now.
And he has to go rook.
He finds it.
Yeah, rook
only move.
Only move. Because he can block. Rook check and blocking. Whew.
Mm-hmm.
A4.
He finds the only move. King here does not work. King here does not work. The king is absolutely stuck.
Come on. Yeah, he should have it. He was here at 128. 7 moves.
Because the thing is, even if Hikaru manages to win and get a winning position after 7 moves, what's going to happen is his opponent, realizing that he's lost, is going to try to claim, because may as well claim the draw if the other option is taking a loss. And then it's going to be found out that it's over 50 moves. So Hikaru really has to win in the next 7 moves.
And it is possible. This is the time where all the blunders happen, but Danchenko has shown I just have to block. Bringing the rook back around to a5.
And Hikaru knows it. It's so tough. You can't really improve your king, right? These moves don't help.
Sure.
Moving the bishop, you're just going to get checked. And moving the rook, it looks like black's just going to keep shuffling the rook here. So you need a new move, and honestly, I don't see it.
And you have look at the crowd too as well. People are
Maybe
crowded around, ready to go. Yeah, I like rook c1, and it is.
We'll probably play that, but still,
yeah, he just moves away. Exactly, he just steps.
Gotta try.
Rook b2, block with the rook the other way.
Dang. Yeah, Hikaru, he's trying to find something, but I don't see any good tries. He probably will. He'll probably think of something, but I'm not sure.
It's funny. I saw a head shake from Hikaru all the way from where the camera angle is. Like we saw a Hikaru head shake from all the way away. So he knows. He knows.
He knows. And now it's actually Hikaru. Like, just look at the time. It's clear that the players understand there's no win about to happen here. Yeah, see, he understands the drawing mechanism now. He just needs to leave his king and move the rook back and forth. So, yeah, Hikaru's going to try a move here, but most likely it will not be successful. There are only 2 moves on the whole chessboard that work for a draw here, but between these 2, you feel like one of them is kind of likely.
Yes. Hikaru's still trying to make it work.
Only one move here that works.
Yep. And even if he gets the setup, he's 2 moves away here. He gets the setup, all made it, call the draw.
This is so funny. So we're on move 126 here. King h4 is the only move. Bishop f6. King back. Right? King h4. Bishop f6. Here.
Correct.
Rook here. And what move are we going to be on? 128.
Oh my goodness. He would have to claim, and that'll be it.
So rook h5, by the way, is 128. You actually cannot script this.
Yeah.
It is move 78 right here, which means by 128, you have to have mate on the board, and here you do not. Rook h4, rook takes
his mate,
and that would be your 129th move. So black makes rook h4. White does not have time to capture it anyway without exceeding the 50 move rule. So obviously you can see just briefly there the arbiter getting involved. Hikaru, I'm just going to tell you straight up, James, he is going to be upset. It does not get worse than that. That's a bad beat.
It's a stupid rule. Stupid rule. Knock all the pieces over.
I would be furious. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, my goodness. He fought so hard, too, as well. And he's going to come back and say the decision is a draw. Shake hands. He storms off, which is totally normal. Totally normal reaction.
He actually made the win happen literally 1 move short. It's so sad, so frustrating.
It might even... Oh, yeah, you can see. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Crazy.
Yep. And it's a draw with a win in 1 move. Checkmate in 1 on the board. Draw. How defeated does that feel? Like, that just makes you feel awful.
A real...
Oh my goodness.
Breathe through that one.
Well, there you go, guys. I want to say we've had a little bit of everything. We've truly had a little bit of everything and then some. We're seeing stuff that doesn't even happen in chess. Like this is such a bad beat. Just incredible, guys. We are witnessing everything under the sun here. Hikaru, truly an amazing effort to turn that into a winning position by just 1 point there. Just 1 move, rather. It does not work out for him. You can see the results on your screen. Magnus actually drawing on that board 1 position. It's time to start talking about how Magnus is not having an amazing start to this tournament. It's become clear now. A couple draws up top. Lenderman and Dominguez, we remember getting that amazing squeeze victory against Hans. Making it happen there. Sam Shanklin also a draw with Yu Yangyi. Those are the results from the top boards as we keep moving down here. Erigaisi going down to Sam Sevian in that beautiful conversion that we were able to witness. Altaj Anish getting a win along with Sargsyan at the bottom there against Ivanchuk, and a couple draws to round things out by Sindarov and Martirosyan. Moving on in the open section here with more of your results. This tournament is becoming very, very competitive. You cannot count on any of your favorites winning here. Bortnik losing the game to Murzin, who's really emerged as a dangerous opponent for anybody. Rishuk beating Denis Lazovic. What a matchup that is, all the way down on board 21, by the way. Sarana drawing Kobalia, Dora Bailey getting the win, and Salem going down to Andy Woodward. Amazing talent to watch there, Andy from the USA. Ray Robson getting the win along with Rasmus Svane, and Brandon Jacobson, also not a bad scorecard there for USA with half a point and a lot of wins there.
See all the action that happened today, as we see in the women's matchup there. Irene was so close to taking out Ju in June. She found the critical move, Bishop G7. Draw there. Draw with Tanzong Yi as well. Tokyo Genova goes down to Alice Lee, American matchup there. And Emoji Chuk draw with Paulina, very strong. Carissa Yip draw, somebody who was able to stop her. Leah goes down to Valentina Lunino, who's still going strong here. We got a few more pages of standings here to check. So let's take a look at the rest. Who did what? Hune wins. Then we have draws there with Sue Jiner. Katarina, I think that's every game she's won so far. She is going crazy right now. Marika with a win as well, draws with Elizabeth Pates. Alina drawing with Almira as well. Nice to see her. She commentates a lot. Good to see her playing. Next up is on the standings, all the way down. In fact, as we have more standings to come, but it's good to see, it's fun, right? And what stood out the most to you, actually, Ahmad?
Well, James, I am so happy that we tuned in when we did to the women's section, because what a matchup, what a move. That might be, so far for me, the move of the day, at least. Bishop G7 by Irene against Ju Wenjun. Such a cool move. And then obviously in the open section, an incredible finish. Like, the game just going the absolute distance. Heartbreak for Hikaru Nakamura, as he is quite literally one single move away from earning the full point, and instead is a 50 move draw. I mean, you just have to feel for him at that point. We've truly seen it all. So action in both sections here at the World Rapid Championship.
And we still have more chess to come, of course. This is very exciting, but we're going to take a short break, and then the round's coming up when we return.
Next, we have the big four of chess tactics. These are by far the most common tactics, and if you just learn these tactics from this video, you will win a lot more chess games. First, a double attack is exactly what it sounds like. You create two threats with one move. For example, attacking two pieces, or maybe attacking a piece and threatening checkmate. Next, a fork is the most common form of double attack. One piece moves and attacks two different pieces. In this classic example, white sacrifices the queen to make way for this gorgeous knight check. The knight attacks both the king and queen, a special case known as a royal fork. White bags the queen on the next turn. A pin is when an attacked piece cannot move, because doing so would allow the capture of a more valuable piece hiding behind it. An absolute pin is one where moving the pin piece is illegal, because the piece in hiding is the king, and you are not allowed to make a move that puts the king in check. A relative pin is one where you can move the pin piece. You just don't want to, because you will lose material. Here's a great example from a World Championship challenger, Viktor Korchnoi. He captured this defended pawn because after the queen captured, rook d7 pinned the queen, and white was guaranteed to capture the queen on the next move. You will also see spectacular examples of unpins, tactics that break a pin, like this one where white shocked black by sacrificing the queen to free the pinned rook on f2 to deliver a checkmate on the back rank. Finally, among our big four, we have discoveries, or discovered attacks. These are when a piece moves out of the path of another piece, unveiling a threat and hiding. Our previous example of a double attack included a discovered attack, as one of the threats, bishop takes f7 check, is a discovered attack to win the black queen. Discovered checks are special types of discoveries, where the revealed attack is a check, and double checks are the most powerful form of discovery. Both the piece moving to reveal the attack and the attacker give check. Double checks force the opponent's king to move out of the check, allowing you to follow up by executing any threat that the opponent wishes they could have stopped last move instead of moving their king. I used a double check recently to finish a spectacular forced checkmate. After sacking my queen, I gave this double check, which forced my opponent's king to the h-file, where I was able to checkmate it.
We are back with the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships 2024. James Cantor third here. I'm here with Mr. Hambo in that Lambo. No, I'm kidding. I'm on Hambo, but I'm not kidding.
He's not.
Hambo, Grandmaster, my guy. What's up, bro? Hey, we're still here. How are you feeling about the game so far?
We're still here. I'm probably like everyone else watching, just wondering whether we're going to see another maybe 100. Should we go for 200 move game, James, maybe in round 4 here?
You've had that in like 2 rounds already out of the rounds we've played. Of course, this is the last FIDE event of the year with 4 titles up for grabs, Rapid and Blitz. That is absolutely amazing here. And the ladies are actually going to have their last round while the open section has 2 more rounds to go. This is the final round of the day in the women's section of the FIDE World Rapid. So, yeah, where do you want to go, Hamad?
Exactly, James. I mean, you called it. We are going to have a round after this where it's just the open section. So no better place to start this round, James, than over in the women's. And I thought that the game of Carissa Yip actually looked like the most interesting so far. But obviously, we'll make our way around the table here as we always do.
Let's do it. In fact, we'll go around to Carissa Yip. Is always a player I love to watch because she's just very aggressive. I mean, playing the modern defense every game. U.S. Women's Championship, don't care. Modern. She went, I think, 7 or 8 in a row, almost doing the Bobby Fischer 11 in a row. I think you get $70,000 extra if you do win 11 in a row or something like that. But she was so close. Still became, women's champ. But dang,
I remember following that. I was rooting for her.
That was as well.
Yeah,
So, I mean, we got to go over there. Look at that, 3 pawns on
I
all the
know.
4.
I
E,
figured
F,
that
and
would get
G.
you excited, James.
Oh, 100%. Of course, this is a lot when it comes to these type of positions. I'm always a fan. This probably was a Petrov because I can see the bishops out early, but then the bishop got the b4. What is this opening? I have no idea now. Like, now I'm confused, but I do want to check that game out to see what is going on.
Yeah, it's actually just going to be just the center game, which
Oh, she likes that. E4, E5, D4. Yeah, she's played that. She
yeah,
beat
I was going to
Dimitar.
say usually the queen goes back to E3, but queen C4. If you're mentioning that this is an opening that she likes and she plays, no doubt she has investigated and explored many a different move here. So queen C4 might be one of hers.
In fact, Dimitar, I forgot his last name, but Russian, strong international, and I am young. I remember him losing to Carissa Yip in a Charlotte tournament, actually, over the board. And not only does she play this she plays it in all-time controls. It doesn't matter. Very, very aggressive opening, to say the least. As you can see, you can just launch a kingside attack, which she is very, very good at. I'd love to see her play there. But what is going on the live board?
I know. Yeah, G4, knight E5 played, queen G2, and then F4. So I'm wondering, is this like something she's familiar with? First of all, F5 played, knight D2, pawn takes on E6. What are we missing at this point? Because it seems like, is Carissa just dead? Lost? What was
we
this
just
variation?
have to go to, we might as well just go to another game.
Like, really, James, I'm shocked by this because I thought bishop takes knight is usually how you deal with that knight, maybe in a Sicilian or some type of game like that. I mean, yeah, takes back and okay, we can get the knight out and maybe keep the pawns going. But this is almost inexplicable because we're talking about, I feel like Allen Iverson, I mean, we're talking about rapid here, James. We're talking about rapid. Like, what is F5? Because this calculation, I'm sorry, this is definitely something you expect Carissa to have locked down, but it seems like knight E3 and the game's over. I'm sorry. Isn't that the case?
Yeah, in fact, and Queen H3 happened. It's definitely interesting to see reactions there at that game. Queen H3 happened. Rook has been captured. This one's just clean over here. She just miscalculated, which does happen.
Very unfortunate for her. After a great start, 2.5 out of 3, it definitely looks like, if she manages to do anything other than lose this game, that's a huge achievement for the position that we see. But yeah, let's maybe keep moving around here, James. It looks like this one is kind of over. Shall we jump maybe to just the top board here and observe Alice Lee against Valentina Gunina? The reason I mentioned that one as well is, I mean, we're just dealing with 2 players, top of their game, 3 out of 3 right now, James. And remember, the women are on their last round of the day. So wouldn't it be nice, 4 out of 4, head on home.
And also playing against, very strong player, Valentina Gunina, but also Valentina playing against Alice. Like, it could go either way here, in fact. So definitely a fan of this type of play from both sides. I like the 2 bishops. But okay, black is solid. I have no weaknesses. I also can break with E5 if I need to at some point, try to use the diagonal. This is a very equal game so far, though.
Yep. This is a situation where if we utilize my piece of advice previously, it was, against the bishop pair, trade the same color bishops. So maybe black can try to do that. At the moment, the B7 pawn's a bit of a liability, but I'm looking at queen c7, bishop f4 as just an idea to try to make that happen. But as you pointed out, very comfortable game here for both sides. If I'm playing white, I'm probably going g3, king g2, bishop e3, rook on d1, and leaving it at that. And as black, I'm not sure you can improve your position as much as white can. So for that reason, I would say I probably prefer white here, but keep in mind, I am eyeballing this at all times.
Yeah, I like the white position too as well. It's just easy to play moves, as you mentioned. I mean, you can especially as much 30-second chess as we play, and online. We always watching the mod play on Chess, and we have arenas every night playing 30-second chess. We do, this is easy. G3, bishop B3, king G2, bring the rooks to the center, and then look for something. Wait, maybe A4, A5 at some point. Bring the queen back to C2, A3, B4, B5 type idea. So easy to play. I think easy to play for black too, as well as you can make a lot of waiting moves, but as you mentioned, improving is the difficult part. Is how do we improve without allowing or giving white anything in return? So, maybe giving up, for instance, a6 will weaken the b6 square. And in fact, the b7 pawn is completely weak. So you got to be careful about which kind of waiting moves you make. Maybe we'll see an h6 and like maybe a g6.
You're bringing up a good point, and the last thing I'll mention, maybe this is going to be useful for people, but one of the ways that I like to get a really clear picture of a position of like who might be better, and obviously you can look at the engine and see, but the character of the position is I look at the top 3 engine lines and I look at the moves in those engine lines, not just in one of them, but in all of them, and you can get a clear idea. Like if I look at the top 3 engine lines, what is it suggesting for black in this position? I'm seeing queen c7, rook d7, h6. I'm seeing like bishop b8, rook e8, and these are kind of like nothing moves. And then for white, I'm seeing bishop e3, rook d1, rook e1, g3, king g2, h4. That feels like we're going somewhere. So that immediately tells me that white is kind of pushing the pace a little bit.
And in fact, I believe that. I like that. That's very good, chat. You always take notes here. In fact, men's boards or the Open has started. I see in chat, they say board 17 is a Jobava London. We 2 for 2 now, Aman. We ain't seen no Londons yet, but we have seen 2 of them Jobava things. So there's a 17 on board, a 17. We got to go there first. Fabiano.
Jobava board London. 17. Okay.
Gotta see that one.
Very specific request here.
100%. Got to see that one. We have to start with that Jar Jar Binks London there. I actually drew Fabiano with the Jobava London. It's on his YouTube channel. You can go check that later. But let's see what happened. Oh, this is a knight h5 line. Okay. See it.
Yep.
See, he's playing Andrew Hong. Oh, shout out to Andrew. That's my buddy. We talk Jobava all the time. Okay, bishop g3. Nice.
We lean on you here, James. What are you feeling about this Jobava London? Is this by the book? Is this happy?
It's actually winning it already. It's a maiden 47 moves exactly. No, but at the same time, I think we're comfortable here. We do have some pieces developed. The knight on g7 is strange, but it can go to f5 in some case. So Fabi played a strange line here, but what we want when you play Jobava actually is you want strange positions. This is why you play it. You don't want to play mainline theory. You want to take them out of what they generally know, and that's what we have here. So knight is kind of weird on g7, but it can go to f5. So it's weird. I think it's already we're comfortable, to say the least, because it's already weird. This is kind of stuff we like. But Fabi is okay too.
That has a built-in life jacket. It's like, oh, if the position's bad or kind of weird, it's like, no, we wanted this. We wanted this.
It's a theory. It's a theory.
So there's really nothing can go wrong at that point.
Yeah, this is the line it shows though is rare line. Like I'm not. This knight h5 line does happen, but generally speaking, white is usually good in these lines.
I agree. I'm not going to let you have the win. I'm going to be looking out for some normal Londons over the course of the event. I'll get back to you. So far being outnumbered.
Yeah, we've been Jobava London for the win. Also chat as well. Chat's with it. Chat's like, and we would like to see some Londons. So we'll come back around to this one though. Just wanted to see what was going on. Shout out to the chat with that 17 Jobava London. But we got to move around to the other board. Let's take a look at, I guess, the top board. Obviously, Magnus. See what's going on over there, and the other guys.
He's against Shimanov, and it looks like we've got a kind of a French position here. This is definitely going to be from a French. Pretty classic. Magnus needs to bounce back. He's 2 out of 3, so definitely not anything concerning. But having only played 3 games, he's not won more games than he's won, which is not a place you find Magnus Carlsen too often.
He's actually locked into as well. I think he's just tired of the draws, which obviously you're used to Magnus winning everything here, and of course he just has not yet. Like he hasn't lost obviously, but he's trying to win. Where we have some players are undefeated, in fact, so he wants to be there, at least just keep bouncing back with some wins here. And obviously people are underrated here. They're bringing their best. They're playing more. They have more confidence. There's more psych involved. So Magnus is also a player that says a lot about this tournament, and this format in this tournament in particular is something he really likes. So having the draws here, I'm sure he's not too happy, but he's going to try to take a win here from Shamanov in this game.
Yep. Agree with you there. I thought maybe we could just take a look at Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Bogdan Daniel Deac, mainly because Shaq is not someone I think we've taken a look at just yet, and he is such an exciting player. I feel like everybody can just hear that name and be like, "Oh yeah, no, I've seen a Shaq game that went hard." So I definitely want to see what he's up to in this tournament. 2.5 out of 3, doing fantastic.
Very nice, very nice. This is like a Kali or something. Bishop got out early. Wait, no, Tori. Wait, something. Trapowski. Oh, okay.
Yep, the early capture on c5. It's the doubled pawns versus the bishop pair. So black has one great thing and one not so great thing.
These are fun. I love the bishop openings, I should say. Like, I think for me, I love Hambo, but definitely London's on the third. It's like the bottom of the bishop openings that I like, but Jabava London's at the top. I do like Trumpowski number 2, Torre, and then the London. And these are all the bishop opening. Even Levitsky attack I like before London, which is all just developing in the bishop out somewhere, F4, G5, one of these. I like these openings for white, but you do have to be careful because black can create a attack down the G file, like F5, King H8, and like Bishop E7, Rook G8, something like that. So it's possible, but his king is slightly weak.
Yeah, and he's playing so fast. He's almost at 16 minutes right now. I feel like we just started here. So he's absolutely sailing through these moves. C4 looking to capture with tempo. Can also swap the queen to the king side. Rook D1, and just easy developing moves. The bishop on C8 is the one that usually needs some attention because you can't really play E5 and get it developed because E5 just leaves your pawns with weakness on the F5 square. It's not usually how you want to play. And if you don't play E5, then the bishop kind of sits there without a lot of scope. So black has some development issues to solve, but realistically, I feel like Shaq is he's playing a position he knows, and he's up 5-6 minutes. That's about all the advantage we can talk about.
Especially when you're playing any format, especially faster formats, the key is playing things that you're very comfortable with, that you can play very, very fast.
That's right.
And Shaq has a very broad repertoire, very broad. I've seen him play everything here. Knight A5. Oh, this is about to get spicy. Might be a B4 here immediately. B4,
dang, I like that.
Hit the knight again. All kind of moves.
Yeah, I like that idea. Knight A5 is the move he was spending so much time on. I hadn't really considered it, but he does want to hold on to that pawn. Bishop takes c4 is not a desirable move here. So, I mean, are you going to do it? Just bishop takes c4 or knight d2 to try to catch it off guard? But I think bishop d7 and b5 is happening. Got to be real careful.
Right, which is why I like the b4 because it's immediate. En passant is force, as chat knows, so he's probably on en passant. Then after en passant, we take with the a pawn. Benjamin doesn't like here, but of course, queen and rook are now on the knight. We threaten b4 again. Right, I guess the b pawn is weak, but we did get some initiative on the a file. Knight to d2. I mean, I definitely like it's creative. Something we like to play anyway. It fits his style for sure.
Yeah, it's possible there. I think he probably. I mean, he's actually spending some time here, so he's really starting to think. Rook d1 can always be thrown in. I'm not sure if that's actually like a good thing or not. Queen c7, and then I don't know. Still, knight d2 feels not good because bishop comes to d7. So I don't know. Maybe knight c3, maybe knight a3 actually, because you can't play bishop d7 now after rook d1.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Knight a3, get him into trying to give it up that bishop. He might do it though, and then get b5. Actually, bishop takes b5, and like.
And this, I would say, that's definitely in Shaq's wheelhouse. Maybe he wants a position like this, like some queen c3, b3 next. I don't even know.
A lot of spice on that, which also time as well. Okay, real time. He's figuring out what does he want to play. In the meantime, let's find somewhere else to go. What else we looking at here? I'm definitely keeping an eye on that. That's Joe Bavo board.
That's right. This is round 4 in the open section right now, and there will be a round 5 in the open today.
Definitely. Let's take a look at Alireza. There is a he's playing with there's a pawn g4, king on e1 type thing. Looks like a Sicilian, maybe a move 6 freak attack. Is what the name of it is. I think that's a cool one to jump to, and then we'll bounce around. Maybe go see Hikaru or name some others.
Let's see it. It starts with Sicilian.
Najdorf.
You have the Najdorf, and wow, what a commonly played opening this one is. Alireza, and it looks like Volakitin really going at it here in this line. Knight to f4, h4. He's going all out.
That's the general thing too. I think in all Sicilians, this is just a general idea. Like you just go g4 and h4 and try to mate them. Like,
yep.
Very easy, in fact, which is why it's, you know, sometimes difficult playing a Sicilian because they can just do this and you have to be ready for it.
Yeah, it's so annoying because white can also.
Whoa!
Wow.
What? Yeah, no, that's a mouse stuff. You did that, right? Come on, you had to. That was you. But he didn't play it.
My hands are up off the mouse. I promise.
Wow.
I did not do that. That was his move. I mean, takes bishop h4. You can see his idea, right?
I'm going king d2, and I'm staring at you sideways.
takes king d2, says Candy.
D2,
He's ready to lock it in.
I don't care. I don't care what the engines say here. All right. This is fun. Bishop d3, queen f1 type ideas. I mean,
yep.
I get it. He wants the h4 pawn. So we understand, but it is wow. What a move, bro.
And I wonder what we'll see here. Queen d2 is the engine's recommendation. Hitting the pawn, and I guess if that gets taken, you just castle and say, thanks for the h-file, buddy, and go for me.
What you want is open files and diagonals, which is what's happening. He gets the queen up. Very Firouzja-esque type position. If you were watching the Champions Chess Tour, one of the greatest games was MVL. And Firouzja beat the white pieces, started with knight f3, c4. In about 20 moves, the whole king side was busted open. Rook f1 ended the game. MVL lost his queen. Crazy game there. These are the type of positions Firouzja thrives in. Also, 7-minute time edge. He's very comfortable. So I'm going to go somewhere else. I think he's very comfortable right now.
It looks like it. Yeah, he's also got a massive time edge. Queen d2. No problem here if he plays that one, but he may be considering a few other moves, so we'll leave him to consider.
Very comfortable.
In the meantime, definitely the game between Sargsyan and Giri caught my eye because, first of all, Giri is 3 out of 3 along with Sargsyan. And on top of that, he's someone that he does such a good job flying under the radar. Such a talent, but he just doesn't have that reputation that some of the other top players do. Of you expect him to win every time, you expect him to be at the top of the table every time, but he still is.
Yeah, at some point he was known for the draw memes, and every meme was like, oh, maiden 1, maiden 3, maiden 4, draw, and it had a Giri face there, right? So at some point there used to be lots of jokes with Giri because he would just draw and draw and draw, but I think that's long gone. And as you see, oh yeah, I can draw, but I could also win, big fella. I'm 3 out of 3 going into the 4th round here, right? So Anish is still incredibly strong, and also has very good courses too as well. All of them. We've talked chessable many times. So I think this was a French or no?
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a French. Interesting that we're seeing so many positions that resemble a French. This one actually started as a Sicilian, but as we can see, quickly transposed back.
Okay. And French is something that Giri grew up with, is what he says before. He got the F break in. En passant was forced there, as you see. And bishop takes is, that seems like the move. Wait, this Rook F6 too. I had a crazy game OTB that I won that was like insane, bro. But Rook F6 happened where I was like, oh, and then he even gave up the H7 pawn, which was like all engine approved in a way. Like you can let them take with bishop H7 because the king runs. You get initiative down the F file. So Rook F6 is a thing, but there's bishop G5.
Yeah, Rook F6 to me just looks bad. Like bishop to G5 and bishop takes E7 looks so easy to do. The one thing that's kind of interesting is, you think for a second about rook takes on F3, but you can throw in bishop takes on E7.
He might be considering GF.
I think so. I actually think GF is the best move. Personally, if I'm taking with anything, it's probably the bishop or the pawn. The rook looks too easy for white, trading off that good bishop, leaving black with that terrible French bishop. This actually, does look interesting.
It really does, because like you do have things like F5 again and E5 breaking in the center. Bishop D6 stuff. You got to move though. Is that 5 minutes?
Yeah, it is, and I can confirm that that's a real 5 minutes 57 seconds. We're not looking at any like, oh, maybe it's the delay. Nope, not this time.
Yeah, you got to move. H4, a nice move, attacking. Wants H5. Bishop D6 because he's going to move the knight back to E7. Yeah, it's double-edged. Definitely double-edged. They say the French is a cagey opening. Like, especially when you get things like this. Like, you can get absolutely crushed in the French. I mean, hence, if you've seen the last game of the Champions Chess Tour, Magnus destroying the French there against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Very tough game. But you can also get games where it's double-edged, like this one. Bishop D6, you got potentials of pawn E5, F5, F4 in the air there. There's all kind of stuff still possible. But you have to be careful. Is French is a cagey quotation marks open, like you can get in a lot of trouble with the French defense quite quickly.
Yep, makes sense. Another game that I thought we could take a look at, James, was the one between Sam Sevian and Raunak Sadhwani. Sam has just been absolutely smashing the tournament so far. I believe he's also on a perfect score, and Raunak as well. I believe Raunak was the one who got that win earlier that we saw against Alireza, right?
Nice. Yeah, he did. He's 3 out of 3. Man, I mean, so many people just under the radar. Like Sadhwani, he out here big dog Sadhwani is what they call me around here. He got 3 out of 3. He's going off, and he's like winning clearly in his position here.
Exactly.
There's a lot of compensation or whatever's going on, like activity to say the least. It's the same amount of material. 3, 6, 7.
Yeah, actually, it is. It is just the same amount of material here. Nothing between them in that sense, but nevertheless, the move H3 here is almost a -2 move according to the engine. That feels like quite a lot.
I see why though. H3 is such a diabolical move because how do you defend it? First off, you go G3, you just lose the queen. You can literally resign on the spot. Okay, so G4, that just don't even think of that. Okay, so what? Maybe have Bishop G3. Oh, that doesn't work either. So you trade queens, which I was looking at, then go G3. But then after trading queens G3, you have Knight G4, and look at your bishop on H2. It's just disgusting.
It's so bad there. I mean, I think honestly, you could just grab E4.
Oh yeah, even snatch
just snap that pawn. But yeah, this move makes the bishop look so bad as well. Bishop on A7 is super strong.
Gotta see what Raunak been doing, man. Let me check his game. What was this? What you been doing, Raunak?
What's he up to?
Yeah. What are you up to, buddy?
Okay, we didn't see that move H3, James. We just saw Queen G6.
Played E5. Okay, Italian. G5, nice. And castle, very good.
And I was actually just reading one of the chat comments, and they were saying like, man, is the guy on one side really big? Is the other guy really small? I thought they were talking about you and me, and then I looked at the cam on the board, and I was like, yeah, wait a minute, it really does look like this very lopsided.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie, Sam Sevian is a really big guy. I actually gave him. I don't know. This was like probably the first Champion Chess Tour, the finals in Toronto, or like the first time. No, that was actually maybe Global Chess, Global Chess Championship. But Sam Sevian, I gave him some workout stuff, and he was big then. And he's a big dude, bro. He really could play some type of ball. And you know who else is like? I was like, yo, Bach, you chose the wrong sport. It's actually Bach, yeah, Benjamin Bach. He's like, I was like, yo, bro, you could have played any basketball, like any sport. We talk about how big Bach is. He was on stream and Charlotte, and we was like, yo, Bach, you could have went to the league, but he's playing chess, so unfortunately, Bach, he could have went to Indie League.
Yeah, no, maybe Sam's ready for some boxing lessons with you, James.
Oh yeah, I'm not fighting that man. Even though he may not even know how to fight, I don't want to get in the ring with Sam. All it takes is one.
That's fair.
All it takes is one. No, boxing's fun. I've been boxing a lot. But Sam, if he does connect, you are not getting up.
Well, I mean, we got a position on the board here where he's actually at risk after queen takes H4 of a big connection. Bishop takes D4 and knight D3. And the reason that I wasn't, up in arms about this knight D3 move, James, is, and we can see the engine kind of supporting this, despite winning material, Black's position is worse than before. Does that make any sense?
That doesn't. In fact, you have to say that a bunch of times. Like, we chat, just have to replay that. Yes, he got material, but he's worse. Wait, what? I thought that was a good thing. Exactly. Wait, what? I don't understand. Exactly. You know what? I'm out. So this is how it feels
just
here.
A quick little repeat here, because the knight was fully hanging, so that might need some clarification for everybody. There was checkmate in one on G2, so the bishop needed to maintain its post, which means any squares over here, it's basically like the bishop doesn't even exist. So knight d3 is fully available. But honestly, yeah, Sam's position here, not too shabby.
And you got the bishops, which of course we can now rook e3, rook to g3, h3 type of stuff.
I like it.
Even pawn e5. I mean, these bishops are extremely strong, and you figure out whose king is weaker. And I'm gonna have to say black here. Rook e3 to h3 is a big possibility. Maybe bishop g3 and somehow I'm trying to get bishop d3 and e5 in. Obviously, you can't hang mate on g2, but if this happens, I mean, everything switches over to.
Yeah, I love the move rook e3 you were talking about, James. I think that could be a game changer. Just rook e3, rook h3, get the threats going.
Yeah, that's very nice here. Very nice. He is lower on time, but he can make some things happen here. Chat says Danya is winning. Let's take a look over. Let's take a look over there to Danya, who's been a fan favorite. I think he has 2.5.
Let's have a look. Yeah, he's up against Andy Woodward. What matchups were treated to here?
Right. And this probably is a King's Indian. I see a bishop on g7, so immediately like
King's Indian, lock it in.
Lock it in, right? You know, put the house.
You are correct about that one.
Of course, let me go check this game myself. So I just want to see what variation. Let me flip.
Pawn takes on e3, and I was going to say, if with black to move here, Naroditzky has to be just crushing. I mean, that's
knight a6,
bishop pair, knight collecting a free pawn, amazing square on d3. This has to be, very, very good.
I'm not gonna lie, he made it look very easy too, as well as I just kind of went through the game, and he definitely made it look very easy. Instead of going for the classical variations, he just went with this early knight a6 stuff, which is more topical these days. It's easier, and it takes black out of, or white out of a little bit of theory in a way. It's different, but you still get King's Indian type of what? Bishop h3 with queen g5 being the move. Ooh,
I mean, for someone like Danya, are we going to go so far as to call this move very, very findable? Right? Like, is this what we expect from him, or is this still a tough ask? Because honestly, one thing that could push him to finding this move is the fact that rook takes rook. You want to take back with the rook. So the first thing I would look at in this position are bishop moves. And honestly, most of them don't look very good.
Yeah, bishop d7 is not a move we want to play. I mean, okay, you get the rooks connected, but bishop h3.
Dang, is he going to find this?
Queen g2 takes. I think he's just calculating that. Because maybe there's some knight f5 stuff in there, like bishop h3, gh, queen g5, queen g2, queen h5. Knight f5 doesn't work, though, because rook f5. So he may be calculating that. Maybe knight e4, though. Knight e4,
and just to give everyone the clarity, why is bishop takes h3 a move that we're all so excited about? Even bishop g4 to save it. First of all, no, we're not playing h5 while it's a decent move. We're heading in here and grabbing on d4.
Woo.
Crazy.
Heat. And he has time. He's calculating. Danya is a tactician, ferocious with the tactinos. So let's see.
Is that a Danya move? Does Danya find it? I want to know what people think here.
And you know what's funny? In 30-second chess, he would have played it already.
Yeah. Game would already be over. Done and dusted.
He would have played bishop h3.
I agree with you.
When he's streaming, we would have saw that.
All right, is he going to be blinded? Are the lights going to be too bright for him?
Let's see, guys. Let's see. Chat, it's your time. Place your bets. Don't put the house on it. What is he going to do, chat? Oh, it's on a board. Oh.
Give him the double exclam, folks. Give it to him. He deserves it. That's a brilly.
King's Indian. Boy, he made King's Indian so fun to play and watch. Be my first GM over the board with King's Indian. He's just, thanks, Danya. Thanks for making chess great again.
That's awesome. Love that. And best move for a reason. I think with that move, we can safely say that Danya is he's well on his way to winning this. He's at the minimum going to have an extremely, extremely good position and sizable advantage.
Beautiful. We can move around here. It looks good for Danya there. Absolutely. Andy's playing out of his mind too as well to even get paired here with Danya. So shout out to Andy too. Incredible. But definitely Danya here is got the better of him in that game. So looking good for Danya. No losses, 1 draw. So far. Okay.
All right. I was actually thinking, unless you got something on your mind, I was just noticing that exciting one that we were at earlier from Alireza. He's got a massive advantage in that game now. It could be some even some checkmate threats.
We got to move over there. Let's go see what's happening.
Yeah, we just have this position where it feels like his attack has been nothing but successful. First of all, absolutely crushed it in the beginning, just knight d4, queen d2, and the opponent allowed castle. And then we saw this exchange in the middle. All seems good. But d5, and he went crazy here.
What did he play?
Because he was looking at bishop c5. And how cool is this tactic? Knight takes d5, bishop c5. He
Rook
missed
H1.
rook h1.
With the idea of, if bishop takes d4, you won't be here anymore.
That's crazy. It's almost like it's such a weird tactic to miss that just shuffling the rook to one side, that's the tactic. You already missed it. If you blinked, you missed it.
You missed it. Yeah. And this is this live or what happened after this?
So this is the live position after f5. We see g6. He continues to hang the rook.
Hit him before late splitting, as we like to say at the channel. With moves like bishop c4 and knight e7 being a huge idea here. Bishop c4, knight e7 threatens a nasty, disgusting mate here. How does he defend? Is it possible to defend? Is the question.
That's crazy.
Maybe is rook d8 a thing? Rook d8, bishop c4, bishop d4.
Like this
F6,
one, rook f to d8 maybe?
Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah, maybe he moves out the way. Bishop c4, can you still get away with it? I think not. I think he runs away. I think
So probably got to bring the rook back. I mean, it does seem like at some point you'll have to bring the rook back. If this happens, you also can't take with the pawn due to that, so you got to take with the rook. But, you know, position like this should probably be winning. And, wow, gee, I didn't even realize. Bishop c4.
Oh, anyway, yeah.
What am I doing? Yeah, this is, geez, what a beautiful game from Alireza right here.
So Sicilians, of course, says you will get a fight, but sometimes it's like for who, you know, like for who? Why is just, you know, it's very fun to see, but also, I mean, it could easily change, especially with the black pieces, Sicilian being such a dynamic opening.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to
Very
see.
cool.
Very cool stuff indeed.
Exciting game here from Alireza. What are you thinking, James? Any other games caught your eye?
It's a good question. Let me check the other games. Anything wild? Any big advantages? Magnus looks like he is getting better.
He's got a serious advantage there.
He's got a sizable advantage, it seems.
Yeah, the engine really loving his position. He looks in control and looking to right the ship for himself there with another win on the board. We also
actually, there's a yacht. Oh wait, let's go to. Oh man, there's like so many. Like, let's go. No, but let's go. No, look. Okay, so Hikaru, Jan, Nepomniachtchi, and Fabi. So those are 3 games we can actually go.
Well, let's actually take a look at Nepo because I feel like strangely, is that someone we haven't even visited in the whole day so far? I'm not sure, but let's take a look at Nepo's game.
Yeah, Nepo has some. It's just a wild position. It caught my eye. I was like, yo, what is going on? Like the kings are both unsafe.
Right. Yeah, I agree. What the heck? Both kings in the middle. The knight on e3. I mean, white is up a piece, but not even favored here.
Wow. Whose move is it now? It's Vasif. Oh, okay. Barely.
Because we also have c5, c4. Like, for example, if you just trade queens and play c5, c4, that could work right there.
That is a very strong pawn chain. As you get c4 and then b4, and then you give up one to play c3, those pawns get rolling quickly. Very quickly.
Queen h7. I'm trying to think, like, how do you make a different move than take? Okay, can always throw this in. If the king goes up, maybe he wants to throw rook a2 into the mix.
Yeah,
afterwards.
after trading. Exactly. That's a scary threat, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good. Takes. He plays it. It's on the board. But he goes back, though. He can just take and rook back.
Or knight c2. Yep, one of those.
He's saying I got more pawns. That's it. I just got 3 for the piece. Like,
he can also go knight d1, but that does not look good to me. I think rook d8 might even just win.
ooh, rook d1. I mean, rook d8. Very strong. Very strong. White to move. Yeah, he has to do something. So maybe just take. Take and rook a1 for knight c2. You got to take it.
Yep, it does look like taking is the way to go. Then maybe knight to c2.
Yeah, it very likely to be, I think, a draw, to be honest.
It's interesting because it's a full extra piece, which makes me think that if both sides play super well. Yeah, we get that draw, but I could see one mistake from either side just completely throwing the game, right?
Yeah.
That
Absolutely.
definitely seems like rook takes a2 just to put a line on the board, takes, knight c2. I mean, rook a8 doesn't seem very helpful because you just play knight to a1. And king d5, there's rook takes c7. So, I don't know. If you go c5, the rook goes to a7. It's not that easy.
Yeah, black has to kind of sit on the pawns. All right, here we go. He goes with the rook h1 idea.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, Barsan, this is terrible. What?
Yeah,
this
and
is
I
crazy.
think
Chess is hard, right? Like, that's insane.
It has to do with maybe bringing the king in. How crazy is that?
Insane. Bar really likes black like that. Dang.
Like, have a look at this. E4, knight c2, right? c5, you're going nowhere, right? Absolutely nowhere to go. And king e3, king e5.
And he's like, wow, zugged out, aka Zugzwan. What? I have no moves. Unbelievable.
That's crazy.
That's fascinating, actually.
What a weird position. Down a piece, but Dora Bailey might actually be pushing against Nepo here.
That's fascinating. I'm not even gonna lie. I mean, it doesn't even seem like that so quickly that this could happen. Like it's like a move or two from happening. In fact, let's actually stay here. This could actually happen.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Are we actually gonna get it?
Receive needs to move. He's at 2 minutes, so I'm sure he wants to push. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to find his moves, I guess. Well, e4 is the critical one. c5 seems like the move now, but e4 is the critical, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, fine.
I think e4 asks much more difficult questions, that's for sure. Okay, so he's just, he says, all right, I'm all the way over. c6 seems like an interesting one. Probably not ideal, right? Like, you see, he wanted to prevent knight d5, though, and king f4 was the intention, but he was like, no, I can't allow knight d5. Instead, look at this defense here to keep the king out.
No, and then just walk the king over, take the pawn. Okay. All right, we'll come back. We got some stuff to look at there. There's a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot going on. They say Danya at -7. Oh, well, he's just crushing, so he's winning. So -7. I mean, I guess we could glance at it, guys, because he's winning.
I mean,
-7. Like, okay, he's winning. He's about to be resigned moment. In fact, when these things happen, that might be.
What are we checking here? Just looking at a guy while he's down. It looks like his bishop h3 absolutely paid off, and there's not much in this position. I suppose knight e2 makes the most sense. Guards e3 and hits the queen. That's satisfying.
Great move, actually.
But queen h3 does look pretty good.
Queen h3 should do it. Yeah, looking good. Let's go over to Hikaru. Hikaru's game. We always want to check Hikaru.
Yeah, and Hikaru's also bouncing back from, we keep mentioning it, but it's just such a crazy thing. You almost never see it in chess, but what a bad end to that game for him. After outplaying, it was not enough. A draw anyway in the rook.
Pause. Hold on, Aman. Garandil in chat says the Jobava is much better versus Caruana. We got to go over there to see if Caruana goes down to the Jobava. Is this a weak point? Have we found a weakness in his armor?
Let's have a look. In the meantime, it looks like Hikaru around even in this game.
Yeah, around even. Okay. Okay, that bar. Oh, let's go.
Let's go a couple moves back. This is when it was all okay for Fabi. What a fascinating game. Like, just madness. What is this position?
Listen, this is why we play it.
E6.
Lovely.
Everything is rooks on h2.
Great. It just got crazy. D6.
Knight f3, d5. I mean, it seems like white's made moves that are hanging things more often than just playing a normal move. Yeah, let me just say that we might actually be in serious trouble here for Fabiano. I mean, he's probably trying to play rook here, rook takes d6, but white has the activation, probably not black. Rook h5, rook takes here. Rook b1, rook b7.
Wait, is there just bishop g6, knight e5? What happens on this plan? Because knight f7 is a thing, knight g6 is hanging. Knight f7 is mate, by the way, too.
That is checkmate.
Oh, and if bishop e8, you go d7. He went with rook h5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like in that situation, I'm not even 100% sure what would get played, but a move that stood out to me that was at least playable was maybe like bishop b5 check. At least it would help not make it checkmate.
Right, and there's king g1.
But I like that
not
move.
made right. Yeah, rook h3, rook h5, and rook c5. Now he's trying to convert here. It's possible. Very nice, Andrew Hong, a fellow Jobovian. In fact, as
Jobovian.
Yeah, or Jobovian, however you want to pronounce it. Depends on if you're French or not. And then, we Jobava London players. Very nice.
Always gotta stay in the know about those guys.
Right.
I was thinking of jumping right up to the top here. We haven't checked back in with Magnus, and it looks like he's tightening the screws on a pretty nice game here against his opponent Shimanov. You know, he's got the 2 pieces for the rook and the time advantage. This has got to be too much, right? This is kind of a Magnus masterclass moment. Bishop's blockading.
Yeah, bishop's the blockade. The rooks need the open files to work, but you need to actually, work them with the rooks on them. And the rooks on the c file looks good. He controls d4 and e5 squares right in front of the pawns, which are the passed pawns. I mean, that setup with the bishop and the knight there is like, you can't even get close to.
Yeah, that's unstoppable.
That's crazy.
I was looking at knight c6. It almost like wins on the spot, but the rook can go back to a8 because all these other moves walk into some sort of fork.
It's actually funny. Rook a8, right? Only move there. Maybe I'll just move the king out of the way. King e3, rook f1 type of checks.
Yeah, I like that.
Very easy.
Nice and simple. I was also looking at b4, but I guess black will play a3.
Oh, b4 is nice. And then a3 I take, but then I have h3 and just try to run away with the king, zigzag. Oh, but the rook kind of gets in a little bit. Maybe try to double the rooks. Rook check or rook d2. I got this passed pawn, though. I actually do like b4. It does give some chances.
I was looking at this. Am I crazy for this, James?
b3, big dog.
Am I crazy? Call me out. Call me out. Stop me.
Really? That is crazy, but I like it, though. Like, that's
because you can't use the c file, and I'm gonna put the rook here. Play b5. Get the king over. I don't see it. The rooks really want some open lines to use, but b3, that could be an idea.
That's a sick move. And he's like, what? That's a shocker, too. Like,
yeah,
absolutely shocking.
It's like, you're giving me the pass pawn, supported by the double rooks?
Right.
Giving me everything I want.
All right, Fabi making a comeback. Oh, come on, bro. I mean,
no. James doesn't look at positions where the Jobava London's at risk. We only check when it's winning.
We only check dubs. That's it. No, you know what's funny though? Actually, I update. I don't know if you guys know, but you can update your database every Sunday, every week with Twig. In fact, this week in chess, I always update my database just to see what's new. But you know what? The first thing I check, I go and check every Jobava game, every single one. All of them are usually Title Tuesday games. You get some like in some rapid and some classical games, but every single week I update my database and I go see who plays Jobava. Pretty nice. Pretty nice.
Hey, I got a position for us here.
What you got?
I'm taking us straight to Bach against Aronian because we just saw queen takes d5 in a completely winning position for Benjamin Bach with rook h3. Tough move to find. Not saying it's easy, but queen d5 played, time pressure, queen h6, knight f3. Hey, everything's covered. Guess what? Forced checkmate with the brilliancy. Rook to f1, and look at the follow-up. Queen h3, fancy feet, not going all the way to h1.
Goodness.
Queen g3, walking him down. What a combination by Aronian.
Woo! Heat! Knight f2 mate there. Yo, that's crazy. LeBron Aronian, when he is in form, he is unstoppable.
He gives him the checkmate with the knight as well.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough game.
Dang. Well, there you go. I had to take us there. It looked like a pretty sweet tactic.
Man, that was crazy. I think Aronian's warmed up from all that CCT work, Champions Chess Tour, and all those matches. I think has he won every game or is he the 3.5? He's definitely doing well. I just don't know where he is in the standings or how many he's won. I think he has 3. 3.5.
Yeah, and there still is another round to play, so let's not forget about that. Is this position? Is it getting away from Magnus? I'm starting to wonder.
Oh, it is Shamanov's move. Okay, he could take, but yeah, bishop defends everything. I don't know. I think I could get G4, H4 in. I feel like I'm mating here. I have enough.
So after rook takes B3, how are you setting up the mate?
G4? G4 first.
Because if this, king F5, is this playable?
I guess it is. Oh, maybe there's rook F7.
That's right. And rook here.
Yeah, and check. You actually win material. Kind of. But he goes king C4. I don't see it. But yeah, I like G4 first because I'm just asking the question, where are you going after that? Is this,
G4 looked interesting.
I think he did go here.
I wonder what he's going to do here, because now you're kind of committed, right? If you go for this, is this actually going to work? King E4. Rook F4.
E4, but then he goes king C2. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
Yeah, I don't know what he has planned here, because check king E4, rook F4, king D3, rook F3, king C4. Oh, he just snatched the pawn. Oh.
And this is, I mean, the engine is justifying this by rook F8, king here, and then rook back to C8. Because look, you're hitting the knight. The knight's hitting the bishop. Magnus has to play rook H4 check to get the king away from the bishop to move the knight. But then when the king goes up, I'm starting to like, wait, hang on. You know, it's almost mate.
Yeah, I can do things here. Which moves are coming in? King walking up. Oh, this yes. Oh, he missed rook check. But there was rook check and you forked. He missed. Wait, he looked at king D2. Oh, but knight D4 check. Anyway, there's king D2. King D2.
Right.
He didn't like that.
King D2 is there.
Yeah. He didn't like that.
This position is like actually so imbalanced. I don't even know what to make of this. Like, obviously it feels like white's better, but what a weird position.
Very strange. Probably easier to play for white now that I have a look for the king. The bishop is an absolute monster on E5, defending B2.
Yeah. Having space for the king is quite a big deal there. And we do see the moves coming in. Bishop C3, A3.
Well, I mean, you
Can
got
that
to
be the
take
move?
those.
Yeah, you have to take that. That's one you don't even calculate.
And think later.
But you know, after rook C1, you can play D4 or E5, and I'm not sure it can be taken.
That is a great move, actually. He's playing it. All right, we got to find a move. He has a minute to figure it out. Hey, bishop G7. Yeah, exactly.
All the way down. Maybe. Jeez, what a position here. I don't even know what to say.
That pin is kind of annoying there. I don't have any other moves. 97, no. D4 is coming. What about knight D4? That does nothing.
I think Shimanov has done an amazing job here. Magnus is not guaranteed to win this. Giri has lost to Sargsyan. There's been a couple draws. Sevian, MVL. Lots happening on these boards.
Yeah, bishop B4. And I think he's looking for a move. He found bishop G7. Moving quick.
Makes sense as an attempt. Watch out for this move.
Here come the rooks.
And look, the coordination for Magnus is just not good. He might actually have to play H5. No, is he trying to do this? But what happens after rook C2 here?
He's probably run the king, G4, H5, which is crazy that he even got here.
You could almost lose that as well. Rook takes G7.
Shoot. Oh, boom.
2 connected pass pawns in the middle. Magnus Carlsen is definitely worse here.
Wow. I mean, okay, you have the pass H, and it's low on time. But, I mean, if he loses, this is going to be terrible for Magnus. He got 2 draws. You know, okay, happens.
He'll move to 50% with a loss here.
Yeah, with a loss, right. Yeah, that wouldn't be good for him. Still, you know, as we say, we even saw in chat earlier, they said Magnus is a slow starter generally.
Mm-hmm.
But here, you know, have to find the footing.
Yeah, it's like, can't start that slow.
Yeah.
Rook d5. A huge move because I think you take, maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. Taking with the pawn seems to make sense to me because why not bring the pawn closer?
They're queening. So, here we go.
Once you make queens, queen g4 check, I think it's completely over because you can play queen d7.
And then he goes queen
f5 and maybe queen e5.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, queen f5. That's the move that you missed. Oh my goodness. Yeah, queen f5 is the dagger. That's the one that's like hard to spot. Queen f5 and that sequence, yeah, that's over. That's crazy.
This should be a win, and it's really just up to Shimanov to find it. Magnus, it's out of his hands at this point. He was up like, I don't even know what, +2, +3, maybe +4 in this game earlier. This was looking like we showed up, it was a Magnus masterclass. Like, we are not used to seeing Magnus mess up positions where he's in that much control.
Yeah. There we go. Shimanov trying to gather himself, trying to find the moves, and he plays queen g1 instead.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, this might still be winning, but is queen g4 is not that, like, there's not that many moves to calculate.
So he says, he's probably going to try to take the pawn and try to win that way, but, you know, Magnus is going to take draw. Which you see a head shake there, he's not happy.
Well, I think Magnus is shaking his head because he kind of maybe feels like he got away with one there, and he's optimistic again, perhaps. He's still going to have to do a lot of work to hold this, but I think he's optimistic again.
Wow. Pawn push. He didn't even take the pawn here. He's going to grind this one out, boys.
Makes sense. I think there's a lot to be afraid of here. The thing is, the king can never use that square. So a double question mark move means that Magnus has queen h1, which he finds on the board. There is no way that this king can escape the checks because king cannot go to that square. And like at this point with the draw kind of in hand, I have to just go back on this board. You'll see the game play out on the webcam there, but I have to go back to this moment because I'm like, wait a minute. Queen g4. It's very clear if the king goes somewhere where you can just trade, that you just trade the queens and get the win, right? That's plain and simple. So where do you go from here? You go king f7. I was thinking queen d7, but it doesn't really matter. Queen here, and then queen e5. And you just trade the queens.
I'm winning.
And the finesse is king d5, right? Just going over to collect the pawn before it queens.
Inside the box there.
Now, obviously, stress is high, nerves. Not saying that's the easiest, but hey, if that is your opportunity to beat Magnus Carlsen, the defending World Rapid and World Blitz champion, it's not going to get better than that, James.
And he's probably, and of course, Magnus not going to be too happy, but what he'll do is try to step it up in the next games, as we should have a perpetual here.
Yeah, because look, the king just can never get here. It can never get here. So it's stuck just kind of going up and down there. And yeah, I think we will get a draw.
Should have a perpetual. Is this Merzen cooking again? Bro, what is Merzen doing? Merzen is about to be 4 out of 4 here, by the way.
Is he winning again?
He's winning again, and he's beating Linderman.
Yeah, Merzen is a real talent. But especially in these formats. Yeah, king e2, queen takes d4 here.
Calling arbiter. Draw.
Yeah, Magnus is shaking his head, but if we're really trying to get inside his head, I think he's actually extremely relieved. He knows he was dead lost there. he's probably just shocked that the technique from him could be so poor that such a winning game could go to such a losing one in a rapid game. That's honestly very unlike Magnus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just a lot of things that can happen here. He got 2 draws as well. This is a 3rd draw now. He's trying to get at the top of the leaderboard. Easier said than done. Linderman with a head shake or hand gesture, understanding, okay, I'm losing. I need to make a move. He's not too happy. Merzen, I love the calmness that we've seen from him so far in the body language and the play. Playing very incredible chess, being able to take down Fabiano. And now, on the verge of taking down Linderman, being 4 out of 4, staying calm, playing great.
Yep. This is the one of the top boards here. Board number 4, 3 out of 3 for both of these players. Amazing.
That's nice.
Such a young talent, and he's just crushing here. Like we're seeing also not just expect the kids to be good at tactics, but we're seeing technique as well.
Very nice. So you get the passers here.
Well, hey, you know what? I'm taking us somewhere. It's not the most exciting game, but you know what? These you're not going to have many opportunities to see these guys battle at the World Rapid Championship in person. It's Eric Rosen against Tuan Minh Le.
Rosen.
I see these guys all the time play online. They probably played a bunch, Title Tuesday, whether it's Arena Kings, whatever. And Eric Rosen, fan favorite. People always ask, hey, check out Eric's game. I see he's still playing here. One of the longer games. Battle of the Streamers, indeed. Gotta show him some love.
Yes, the soft-spoken monster here. Eric Rosen playing Min. Is very wholesome. This is a very wholesome game. Like these guys are just Minh Le uses the word wholesome all the time, and like if you have a problem with Minh Le, you're the problem, right? So that's how it is.
That's 100% correct.
And same with Eric Rosen. He's just soft-spoken guy. Like this game should be a draw because of who's playing. Just like no, we don't want to hurt anyone.
Well, let's show him some love there. Eric Rosen, Tuan Minh Le, not the most exciting game, so we'll keep it moving, but had to drop in. How about Hikaru here? He's playing a position that he's converting beautifully. He's got the 2 bishops against Bishop Knight. Just masterful technique as he brings the king all the way down underneath the pawn structure. We see a couple moves ago. Like, how the heck is he taking this position into a win, right? Look at this.
Well, of course, as first world champion, the king is a fighting piece. You use the king too, and there's a mating idea with king f1, bishop g1, bishop g2. That is an absolutely beautiful checkmate that you can do at home. Try that at home. That's a beautiful one. And
wow, what a win there.
That was nice.
What a win. And you're not wrong. If knight d5, king f1 is just nasty. Just put that on the board for everybody. Wow. Yeah, beautiful. Let's keep it moving. Stay with the active games here. I see that Jörg Meyer and Rasulov are in a game, but honestly, this is about to end as soon as we tune in because he's forced the rooks off the board, and that'll be that.
Then we have what we call the fox and the chicken coop, is what they call it in Jeremy Simmons' in-game course. Highly recommended. Then you go into, obviously, Dubov's and in-games you must know, but very nice. E4, okay, nice little tricky move. F5.
I think you just bring the king close.
Yeah, bring the king in, which he will find. Yeah. And the king being too far away for the pawns here.
That'll be it. Nice try, E4, but not going to do it. At this point, G takes F5 he's not even going to make him play it. Yep.
Nice job, Jörg Meyer.
Okay, let's continue to have a look here. We see the all Kazakhstan matchup between Jumabayev and Isangelov.
Oh, scripted draw here. It's like, this is what we're going to play, buddy. We don't want to hurt each other. Okay, cool.
Yeah, just one of the longest games in the entire playing hall.
Right.
Yeah, I tell you, if I was scripting a draw, I don't think I'd script it to be there for 45 minutes.
He's trying to win, of course, with the rook pawn here.
Yep.
But it is going to be difficult. You can try some things, but this should be theoretically drawn, even with the time as low as it is.
Yeah, the king is absolutely close enough here. And now, with only a couple games remaining in the open section here. And look at this, just understanding that, yes, you can trade those rooks despite being down a pawn. It's well known that the rook pawn is absolutely nothing to worry about. But with games concluding here, what about this position, James? What an interesting endgame.
You know what? I mean, you have to favor white. I have the pawns, I have the bishop, but the question is, how do we make the progress? And if we go f4, he blockades everything with king f5. Does that mean this is a draw? Can I walk the king around to g3, get the rook out of the way, play king g4, f4, f5 as an idea?
Man, yeah, I'm not too sure here.
Never seen this, actually. Imbalance? He has all the squares blocked. Wow, what a game.
So the only two games left are this one that we're on right here, and then Eric Rosen against Min Lei.
Man trying to win.
We just saw g5. Obviously, en passant, James, was forced.
Absolutely. Gotta be careful. You do have to be careful slightly, but I think you can just shuffle his king and then take the pawn when he takes mine.
Yep. As long as the king is not on g2, which it is right now, but as long as it moves, it should be all good.
Should be all good here. Very nice. Good to see Eric here. And Min. Anyone on 4 out of 4? Yes. We have Merzen, I know for sure is 4 out of 4. What makes you see? Can I see the result thing?
Yep, that's one of them. Definitely. He's been on a tear.
Oh, Dominguez too. He going off. I mean, yeah, we saw him, but like, did we really see him? You know, like, no, y'all see me now. You know, 4 out of 4.
King g2. I feel like this will probably not amount to much.
Seconds left on the clock.
Yep, I think we will see a draw here, but maybe not immediately. We wait for these games to conclude before the next round starts, and it is going to be just a draw between these two. Makes sense. And the final game of the round is right here. And yeah, it really should be a draw. I think it would be different if the pawns were back on different color squares, right? On light squares or something.
Yeah, because you get to dictate the whole thing. I like this move, though. Very tricky. If you take, I get to push. And
I like it a lot.
Yeah, win there. So he's creating something like this f4, king g2, king g4, and f5 is a huge idea because the king has to kind of sit where it is, or else I can like push h7. So you have to be careful. I think white has a real good chance. Black is going to stop that, obviously. Maybe he has a whole bunch of checks into oblivion.
And I thought that maybe there was some kind of interesting idea. Like, for example, here, I'll just make a few moves to show a variation. Rook here, for example, bishop e5. If the rook just kind of stays here, I thought maybe is there some idea to go h7, king h5, and then, you know, you can't really stop me from doing this. And, you know, if the other pawn starts to get going, it could be kind of risky. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. It's somehow give it up. Somehow that's a good chance.
This makes sense. F4, bishop d4, and then king up to e4. That's a good try.
Across. Ooh.
I'm not gonna lie, you know, I start to panic a little bit here.
Yeah, especially with no time, I'm actually panicking for him because like that's a great plan, bro. That's an excellent plan, and you have to just sit here and watch it happen. Bishop d4, f4. I walk the king up, and what's the right plan?
Yeah, actually, I really don't know what to do about that. It looks like you achieve it by force because you can't play king f5. Now, why is he not going for it?
Oh, yeah, maybe gaining a little time there. Maybe he'll gain some time, then go for it.
He's second guessing himself. I thought that was a great attempt.
It definitely is a great attempt. I believe it so as well. Maybe he just doesn't want to risk it. So I understand, but you're not risking much. Can't move.
We'll wait to see if he does actually go for that plan. I can't think of a better one. Yes, you could play... Okay, maybe the one that I mentioned with trying to play h7, but I think the one we saw there was a better attempt.
Okay. We see players in the playing hall standing around and watching, getting ready for the next game as well.
Fabiano did win that Jobava London game, by the way,
took
James.
the Jobava at the end. Dang, man. Come on. We were there.
That is crazy. I don't know how he turned that around. It's amazing.
Yeah, we were better, but all good. Showing Jobava. It's a good Jobava showing. We are half out of 2, though, I think.
Okay, now, even if he didn't plan this, he can definitely still go for it.
Did he play F4, or is that you?
Nope, he played it.
Played F4. Okay, he's going for it.
Yep, got to connect those pawns.
I think he now probably realizes the plan. Maybe he'll try a king F3, E3. Bishop D4, E4.
I think he wants to go here to just get an idea whether the opponent is afraid of the move H7 or not. You know, just to check it out, see what he thinks. But I would definitely try king F3, king E3, bishop D4.
Yeah, a little zigzag. Gain some time, then go for it. There it is. King F3.
Yeah, he's definitely on it. It's just 0.00 here, but I struggle to see how we're supposed to handle this.
Here's the moment of truth.
Could play king D3. Don't really see a particular advantage to including that, so he does go for this.
Bishop D4, guys. We are in for a game. And once you get this king to E4, it's looking promising for white. Even though engine says equal, but like you have to find the the engine plan, not just the move. But okay, cool. What's the plan? I mean,
I'm not gonna lie, I don't see it. I've been looking this entire time. I straight up do not see it, James. Help me out.
F5 is going to be played, bro. King E4, F5. If you take on G5, I go H7. Here it is. It's a moment of truth here. All right, if you hold on the line, I go F5. Rook A5 by the engine. F5 doesn't work.
Rook A5 only move, by the way.
Rook A5, and F5, Rook F5, H7. How does this?
Rook F8.
Wow.
Only plan that saves the game. But I was going to say bishop E5, and maybe you can work the king up a little bit better. I assume it's still the same issue, but dang, he really did find that that one idea.
Vicious. Very nice. Yeah, we can walk the king up and block checks with bishop D6. He goes Rook A5 again. Is that same idea there? F5, Rook takes, push. Yeah, it's the same idea. Wow. That is the draw.
I'm still not fully convinced here. So bishop D6, the rook will have to go back to A5.
Maybe then you try H7.
But then F5 and here, and there's no rook.
Oh, there's no rook
F8. What about that?
Yeah, bishop D6, played. Rook A5, check, takes, push. Is there a stalemate trick?
I'm so confused.
There's no stalemate trick either. King takes, queen. Rook E5 doesn't work.
So rook A5 is the very normal move. But F5 check.
Really strong. King G5, H7. Oh, there's rook A8, I think. No, I don't think that works. Maybe it does work.
The one thing that's different, though, is when you're playing H7, that the bishop's not covering the queening square. So that is significant.
We can afford to. Well, F5. I now have the F pawn because I could go bishop D4 at the right moment here. Okay.
By the way, I'm also looking at this move here. Because if you take it, I think I win here.
King F7. Ugh. Yikes. Mate threats everywhere.
I think that's a real try. But H7, maybe rook H1 because my bishop's not there.
And F5, king takes G5.
So bishop E5, king is going back. He's unsure, trying to make something work. Rook A5 only move. Bishop F6. What could he be trying now?
Yeah, nothing. In fact, the bishop is you can't block any checks that way. You could go back with the bishop, but
I think this may be a draw 3 times if he decides to claim it.
And they just might be like, you know what, bro? Let's just go to the next round. You played well.
I have to admit, there was a lot more potential in this game for a white win than I initially thought. So, yeah, it was not easy to defend, I will say. Pretty impressed with the defense here.
I agree. Pretty impressive defense. Especially having, I mean, the material deficit here is crazy. You got 3 passed pawns, and you telling me I can't queen any of them? Like
None of them.
Like, yo, chess is hard, man. Like I got 3 of these.
Brutal. I feel like at this point, yeah, try my other plan of bishop e5 and h7. You could also go h7 now, king f5. I'm not sure if that's what he wants to do, but I think bishop e5 works better.
I agree. You have to get this king off the g6.
I bet we see h7 here. That's what I'm going to lock in h7 because he's really exhausted every attempt the other way. So
king f3 stays on the 4th rank, as we see.
He's got to be real careful about 3-time repetition. But the nice thing for him is the opponent will never be exactly sure when to claim that threefold. So he might escape repeating the position.
Here we go. King g3, he might be coming to terms.
I think king, I was going to say king h4, h7.
Oh, wow.
Still try it.
Where is he going? He is going, guys. He is going. He might be trying this f5 trick.
The 50 move rule is not even close, guys. The move f4 was played on move 96. We're on move 116. So we're very far from 50 moves. Remember, the 50 move rule gets reset every time there's a pawn move. So white quite recently played f4. So we're a ways away from that.
King e4 and f5. All right. Bishop d4 might be 3-time rep.
Yeah, I think this would be close to 3 times. But he won't necessarily know that. So he'll probably just make a move here if I had to guess. Rook a5. That's a move that I do believe it's been more than 3 times here.
Might be calling soon.
Yep. This is definitely 3 times. No doubt about that. But he's not claiming it. He's just moving. So white's moving as well. Happy to do it.
Whoa.
I think this was the same way that he defended last time.
That's what he did, yeah.
F5, you can take because you're covering that with rook h1. I would do h7 as an attempt, but rook h1 is kind of easy to find.
And he has time. White to move. Where are you going? Bishop e5 allows a check. h7, he goes behind the pawn. f5. f5, king takes. Yeah. And I was looking at f6 there, but you just don't have enough time. f5 takes f6.
I was thinking, yeah, bishop e7. Try to get the king underneath as an idea. That could be something.
That is something. It's funny because you can go bishop d8 and block.
That's right.
And then the king is close enough to really create some weird stuff. And then you get that h7 idea that you had before, and then king f5, king f7.
Exactly. One game. It's still going, guys. It's still going.
I'm still going. We'll be here, guys. So I guess a lot of times we just kind of, talk to chat. Hey guys, what'd you do for today? How was the holidays for you? And what did you eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner today? Because we're not going anywhere, so we can just kind of have a conversation here, guys.
Yeah.
We're gonna be here for a while. Get personal, yeah. We're gonna be here for a while.
Feels like we're so far this way that there's just not going to be any winning attempts because the pieces are not close by.
Right. There may be like is there king e6? No, you could just get checked anyway. I mean, I was trying to give up the bishop or something.
After like such a long game, you start seeing things. It's like, wait, maybe king e6? Like, no, that's the same thing that's, been possible for the last 40 moves.
Man, I thought I had a knight. No, you never had a knight. Oh, I need to get out of here now. Like, I know I'm seeing pieces on the board.
Bishop e3. The one thing you have is maybe with checks here is you have like the e7 square where there's no more check. I don't really know if that actually helps, but
you have to be careful of a Ricky one. No, but that looks good. Get that king to e7 and play h7. Oh, but yes, he can go rook behind the pawn again.
Rook a6 once again. king e7 just because you can, I guess.
Why not? I mean, it is like, okay, he went king d7. I guess same idea, but he's trying to ask, what do you do? Maybe rook a3, attack the bishop. Wait, is that losing? No. Close. Yeah, he can give up both the pawns. I was looking at rook a3, f5, takes h7, but then he brings the rook back, and then after bishop d4, you take the other pawn on g5, like we looked at before.
Rook h4 is working there.
Well, while we wait for this game, guys, because we're going to be here for a while, let's take a look at the women's section, closing off from day 1. Let's take a look. The women's section is already done for the day. So let's recap, see what happened, of course, in this round. Alice Lee beating Valentina Gunina. She is on fire. I'm telling you right now, you need to watch Alice Lee. She is playing incredible right now. Hasn't lost a game. Draw for Katarina. Ju Wenjun is winning right behind everyone else. Tan Zhongyi, nice with a win there as well. Harika with a win and a drawing against Firouzja there. So as we keep going through the results page, there's another one. Carissa Yip losing to Nino there after a very uncharacteristic blunder, just a tactical oversight that she missed. Draw from Paulina. Kostinya with a win over Kenim. And Danira is a draw with Lei Tongji. Jennifer Yu drawing Su. And Bibi Sara winning over Teodora. Let's take a look at the standings after all of this. Here we go. Alice Lee at the top of the leaderboard. When you're at the top of the leaderboard, you get a lot of confidence there. And we have 3.5 all the way down to a tie for second, but in the 6th place there with Ju Wenjun, Tan, Nino, Harika, and Une. Right behind them in the 3-pack, lots of threes, is literally everyone else. Everybody's on the board here, man.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, Alice is just leading from the front, and because we know that the women's section wrapped up for today already, she's going home. Perfect slate. 4 out of 4. Ju Wenjun, Tan Zhongyi, that group of 3.5. Can't be too upset either, but Alice Lee just dominating.
Alice is locked in. You know, this is a different type of Alice we're seeing right now, and I think even maybe the youngest in the field as well. But Alice is in incredible shape here at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz. Absolutely incredible to see. But what else is incredible to see?
The game has actually wrapped up. Yeah.
Yeah. Incredible to see, guys. The game is over. It was a draw. Perfect. And we see the standings on the board are actually after this round here, Magnus drawing with Shamanov. Close call for Magnus there. Lin Ye actually 4 out of 4 as well at the top of the leaderboard there. Anish Giri going down to Sargsyan. Merzin winning. I think he's 4 out of 4 as well. Sam with half a point versus Ronak there. MBL drawing as well. Let's take a look at the next. Next there.
Yeah, that Magnus game, he was real lucky to not even lose it as well.
Right, and he was very lucky. He got away with it. Now he wants to look to bounce back in the last round of the day. Levon beating Bach there. Close call. Draws all the way down with Dubov, Yengi, Shaq, Bogdan, Jan, Christoph, Zavin, Hike, Martz-Rosen. Then over here, Tanya. I was saying Tanya so much this weekend. Like, hey, Tanya, Tanya. I'm just used to it. Tanya losing to Sindarov there. That was a young dog matchup, but Tanya went down there, but playing incredible. Ray Robson wins. Daniel Naroditsky with a crazy King's Indian. We saw that one, fan favorite. Half a point with Vasif and Ian Andrew Hung losing to Fabi. Come on, that was a Joe Bava game. We don't want to talk about that one. Arya Antari with a draw as well. And we do have one more page. Next, here's the standings. Here we go. Wow, look at that. 4s at the top. Sarkisian, who no one even talked about, with a 4-piece. Lignier with 4. Merzin with 4. 3.5s, and then 3s all the way down. Anything stand out to you, Amon?
Well, you definitely see a few Armenians on this list. I mean, of course, you're expected to see a lot of the Americans, but the Armenian contingent doing fantastic at this tournament so far. And probably, the story is the young Bolidar Merzin, who, by the way, does well historically at this tournament. So this is it's his jam. He's so good, rapid and blitz, and yet again, people are just seeing it in action.
He's absolutely locked in. Of course, people didn't know about Merzin. They absolutely know now. He is the person to watch. And of course, you have the others too as well at the top of the pack there. But so many others. And we do have another round, one more round of the day that's going to conclude. But what we're going to do is take a short break. And of course, we'll be right back with the final round of the day.
And then the winner of the Grandmaster Group C of last year from the Philippines, Mr. Wesley So, he qualified for the B tournament. Another strong young player.
My mother is an accountant. In 2009, she got a job offer from Canada to move there. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to move to Canada at the time. I was 15 years old. I was very young. I had no idea what's happening or what I want in life. So I thought it'd be better for my chess career to stay in the Philippines. Honestly, like, I want to keep playing chess. You know, I put in a lot of work. I had a lot of databases. And the president of the Chess Federation, he's been supportive towards me. He has 2 condominiums in Manila, which were empty. So he offered to lend me one of those. So I decided to accept his offer. So this was mid-2010. I was just finishing high school. I had no idea how to pay bills or electricity and all that. But I thought it seems like a good idea at the time. I was 16. I didn't really get along well with my parents all too much. My mother didn't. She never been to any of my tournaments. She doesn't think that playing chess is a good career with all this traveling. So okay, yeah. And then she left. Meanwhile, my father is very strict, so I didn't really get along with him too much. I thought it's the best of both worlds. So basically, long story short, all my family moved to Canada and Toronto. Meanwhile, I decided to stay. I had friends in the Philippines. I thought I could play chess. Tried to reach my goal of making it to 2700. Looking back now, it was obviously a mistake. I got into some bad company, relatively bad friend, got introduced to alcohol, video games. So basically my chess didn't go anywhere. I don't think anyone can really do that if you're 16 to live by yourself in Manila. So I think the moral of the story is you can't become a chess professional on your own. Like you can never do it by yourself. That's why my situation is so much better now, because I clearly need help.
And yeah, he is grinding like a grandmaster, stealing one from Magnus Carlsen.
No, this is losing. It's a terrible blunder. Takes HD, finish.
Better say I'm sharp.
One heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Wow, she blundered the rook. It's like a mouse slip.
I didn't even know that was possible.
Where is the killer block? Exactly, Book C2. Fantastic play by Dubov. What a stunner.
I'm talking one shot for the kill.
Oh, look at him. Magnus is distraught. He is furious. He's like, what am I doing?
And Vincent is back in the game.
Check the movement is here, yeah.
219. Wow, what a marathon.
Now the future is yours.
She wins it.
Nonina is the world champion.
Smart setup from Bodnar. What was that? Oh, Humpy lost the time. Anastasia Bodnar wins the Women's World Rapid Championship.
Oh ho ho! And there's another fork. Unbelievable.
And Magnus Carlsen is world champion once again.
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Welcome back to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships. I'm James Canty III here with Grandmaster Maya Hamilton. Of course, we are here, bro. We in the last round. How do you feel about that?
James, it's been a long day.
It's been a long day indeed, of course, but we still have another round to go. Of course, chat's like, Mike muted, and of course it was there. I was acting like I was listening. We all were, in fact. And then we heard Ahmad.
Did I say something great? Did you imagine me saying something cool?
I did. I heard, I mean, it was everything. You were actually talking about, you know, your social security numbers and like what your bank accounts numbers were and like everything, how much you was going to pay us all. So we was ready to hear all that. We're cool with that now. So.
James, it's been a long day. I want to sit here and be like, you know what? I can't wait for more chess. But, hey, you know, if we had a couple quick draws, I wouldn't be upset with it. But we've been spoiled today. So I am excited to really focus in on this open section because these are going to be the only games going on for this round 5 today.
As we have the pairings up, Denis Lazovic versus Magnus. We just seen that already, in fact, from the CCT finals there. So that's awesome. A great matchup there. We got Alexander Rachmanov versus Escobar. Elder, very cool name there. Lenier Dominguez versus Sargsyan. That's the 4 versus 4. That's a big matchup to watch. We have Kanan there versus Andrew Hong with the black pieces. And then Levon Aronian, aka LeBron, versus Murzin. That's going to be a heavy matchup there. We have to see that one. And then you see Jose versus Aristan there as well. Nice to see. Final round of the day as we get prepared for that. Ooh, these are going to be matchups I'm looking forward to. What about you, Ahmad?
Yeah, I was actually, I'm kind of wondering, I guess it's intentional. I'm just trying to understand the pairings because there's a lot of players up there that are on like a 50% score on board number 2. So as you were reading them, I was like, well, how come those guys are up there? But I guess maybe just like, is it featuring just different players on the live cameras? That's kind of cool if so.
That probably is exactly what it is. And like, look at this, the banter here. Yeah, man, I don't know how they paired this together. I know, yeah, it's great. No, Danya and
they know we're looking at them and talking about them right now.
Right now, it's going to be a very cool game to see them as they go way back. It's awesome to see Danya and Brandon.
Should Danya play A4?
You know what? And then he should respond A5. So I think we're going to see some spice here. Maybe he can play anything here, but I think we're in for a treat here. Definitely fun to see.
There's definitely a big opportunity here for A4 Rook A3, but we'll let him seize that moment himself, should he so desire. But it looks like they're quite chummy with one another there, and probably appreciating the how interesting it is that they got paired together this early.
Right, like yeah, they're out to get us. They're trying to nerf us, right? And Murzin, we're waiting. Definitely, he is locked in, very calm. Love his demeanor and his aura there. As he's just ready to play. I don't care who you are. I'm gonna play my best chess here. And we even saw that against Fabiano earlier, where he just converted very cleanly, no problems. Not even as you see Gukesh when he was shaking. Obviously, I mean, who wouldn't be? I was making a move and he found out he was winning. He saw that on cam, his handshake. But you know, those are nerves here, and I don't see any from Murzin as well. Rana Sadwani, another one they're not talking about, locked in. I think is that Big Ray and have a nice day.
Good spot. Yeah. Well, the head was down, but you knew exactly who that was. Raunak, yeah, I feel like there's so many talented players in this tournament, but that aside, so many talented players representing the Indian Federation, and Raunak is not even in the top 3 of the names that you're thinking of, but he's reminding you that he's there as well, James, because he might be scoring better than some of his compatriots right now.
That actually is correct here. In fact, as Fabi, hold on with the suit on.
Hang on a sec. That's
some swag check.
Yeah, let us know how you like your drink there, Fabi.
Oh, Fabi with the drip out here. Hold on, Fabi.
Shaken, not stirred, Mr. Caruana.
Hey, coming out blazing here with the blazer on. Of course, very nice here.
Dang, I like that. Yeah, he's kind of putting everyone else in the dust there.
Yeah, looking clean, of course, as everyone is here. Very nice to see. I see you chat. $5,000 jacket, yes sir, yes. Nice. It's shaken, not stirred, of course.
I mean, I just like looking at the cams. That's Sargsyan as well against Lenier. So this is a matchup right there of perfect scores. And speaking of perfect scores, we got Murzin. He is looking just completely locked in for such a young player. He doesn't feel like the moment is getting to him at all.
He's just like, yo, hit the clock. Let the clock
exactly.
Start. Can
business.
we start? Business, exactly. Business here. Sindaroff, a very strong young player as well, versus Sam I Am. Man, that's a big man, though. A lot of aura there. A lot of chest from that man. There we go. Denis Lazovic, youngster.
Against Magnus Carlsen.
Against Magnus.
Up there, board 1, center stage. That's a big matchup. They've actually played in so many of those online events, even with the in-person final, so they're probably very familiar with one another. And it looks like we are going to get some moves on the board.
And Magnus with a signature, make a move, adjust all of my pieces, readjust them again, and then make a move. D4, C4 looks like. Ooh, Danya with the Knight F3. You don't know what I'm going to play here. And Brando with the Think already.
I like that. Yeah, like these up-close cams just for the opening phase of the game. So many huge matchups on these top boards. Final round of the day. As we go to the bird's eye view, James, and just get an overview of everything on the top boards for the moment.
As we see, everything looks very, very easy as the usual stuff. We got the Danya and Brando cam there. Double Fincito there with B3 and G3 from Daniel Naroditzky.
Yeah, any of those games catch your eye so far, James? Obviously, something that I notice, which can always really frustrate you, is when you're, let's say, in Magnus Carlsen's position and somebody plays the exchange Slav. And you're just like, oh man, really? Like, this guy's just going for a draw. It's like when someone plays the exchange French against you. You feel a little bit of rage building up inside. Like, come on.
This is why I don't play like the Slavs or the semi-Slavs, because I would just see that and I would immediately be like, come on, bro. It's so annoying to play against. But there is, in this day and time, actually, we can see a lot of wins from the white side. In fact, white is actually looking to win in many cases like this. Still looking for the type of positions that you can get very slow. Queen B3, Rook C1. This is all stuff. Queen B3, Knight F3, Knight E5. You can actually play for a win in these positions here, but I think he's totally fine. Him and Magnus.
That's right. Yeah, nothing to worry about here, but it can really get to you sometimes, and you just play a worse game as a result, because you're trying to avoid a very boring position. The matchup that we've been talking about between Naroditzky and Brandon Jacobson, happy to jump to that board right now, because I'm actually wondering, do you think, James, that we are going to get a real game out of this? Because I'm just asking, so far, they're copying each other.
They are copying each other. Okay, well, A4, A5. All right, Queen C1, Queen C8. Okay, cool. Whatever. Knight A3, Knight A6. You know what? Draw, bro. I'm not doing this.
Queen C1 is one of those moves where if you see Queen C8, you know what's up. But if I saw queen c1, I'd say, okay, no, I'm good. d5, you know. No worries.
Yeah. Let's see. Of course, as the symmetrical position can lead to many quick draws, but whoever deviates first will definitely give us some time.
There we go.
There we go. We got some.
Yeah. No, this is gonna be a game. This double fianchetto stuff can actually work out reasonably well for white. I wonder if we're gonna see him seize the complete center with d4. The alternative being maybe just knight c3 and maybe d3, knight d2 is another setup that you could try to utilize.
He does. He goes with the d4, and we have rook c1. You can play d5, c5. I mean, I've seen all of these positions actually.
Yeah,
I mean, it becomes dry. I'm not gonna lie, it does become very dry. d5, rook c1, knight c3, and then you can trade and have the hanging pawns for d and c, or you can do c d5, and then black on the other hand has sort of a hanging pawn type of ordeal here.
Yep, up to him to decide how to recapture. So Naroditzky Jacobson, the USA battle. By the way, we already have a result. It being the final game of the day, James, I do think that is just going to be a little bit more likely, as players are probably exhausted. I mean, if you guys think it's been a long day, just watching these final games of the rounds, I imagine for some of the players as well.
That's correct. And imagine, I mean, you've been here. Shoot, you had to get here earlier. Actually, I came in late today, so you got here even earlier.
Yeah, no, definitely a full day, but not complaining. You know, in the name of good chess, it would be a disservice to be upset about a long day.
Absolutely, yes. This is nice. It's nice to see, and I'm actually going to go back myself and go through all the games. One thing I generally like to do is go through literally every round and all the games. I highly recommend it at home too as well. I learned this from Fabiano. Fabiano knows all the tournaments and all the games going on generally. He just goes through and looks at them, which is something you can do now. Follow along as well, get ideas, and etc. Very nice to see all the games.
Get inspired. Well, where would you like to take us? I see Raunak Sadwani and Ray Robson ended up in a draw already. So that game is concluded.
I'm moving around looking for Jobavas and also other exciting games. Let's see. Okay.
I think I might want to, for the moment, just stop in on Levan Aronian and Volodar Murzin. I mean, we have to take and pay close attention to this game because Volodar is getting it done every single game. He seems to find an advantage against the best players in the world. Reminding us that he is one as well.
Let's go over there to the Murzin game. This looks like e4, e5 with an Italian game with early knight c3 and h6.
Yeah, precisely so. After castling here, it's looking quite fine. Obviously, with this knight on d5, you don't really want to take. But if you are, it has to be with the bishop. I would say bishop takes and knight e7 is kind of an idea at the moment.
We have moves coming in. Knight takes. He definitely take with the queen here. And then there was another move. What is that?
We're just going to see, a lot of recaptures here, like bishop e6, maybe bishop a7.
And probably take with the f pawn. I like taking with the f pawn to open the f file and then move the knight around to the f4 squares, but I've seen it a lot for black having these type of ideas. Which I was always a fan of black. I mean, with these games, like knight e7, knight g6, knight f4, you go g5. It feels like you get a quick initiative quite quickly here. And I don't have to take on e3 at all. I don't have to play bishop takes e3 to allow the same for you.
So I would say that f takes e6. White should probably take on a7 because no matter what piece black takes with, it doesn't want to be there, right? Black's going to have to then move it back or move it back. So maybe f takes, take on a7, and then follow up with d4 would be an idea.
Classic. Very classic. And takes with the f pawn. Levan on the move. This is a big game though. 4 and 4.
It is.
For both of them.
Queen b3 may be annoying. I was actually looking at queen b3, bishop takes e3, queen b7. I was like, oops, a little in-between move on you.
Ooh, I've seen this before, this idea. Okay. Very nice. What else? Caruana is doing what? Let me check his game. I'm just going to move around, see what else is going on. Anything spicy?
He does play queen b3 there, does Aronian.
Dennis, Sam.
Yeah, looking around at all those top games, Fabi's entrenched in just one of those classic e4, e5 positions.
Yeah, everything looks... whoa, there is a knight on F. What is going on that game? Jonas Bier versus... Is this Dubov? Of course it is. There's a knight on F7. Like, how did that even happen? What is that? That's crazy, guys.
Let's have a look.
Crazy.
Let's have a look. Take us to the madness. So to show us how the heck we got there, it was G5 from Dubov. Yeah, count on him for that one, James.
G5, bro. Okay.
Rook G8, D4, H6, and Knight F3. He's seeing just Bishop H3 and didn't like it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the end of the world, is it? Knight F3, Bishop H3. Could even go G3 or something,
yeah, it's
but
G3, I thought.
It's not really a threat here.
He went all in.
So knight takes F7, and we actually saw Queen E7 here. I can't believe that I'm even saying this. Is this a real position?
And you know what? I saw Queen E7. I was like, I don't even have to take it, which is so cool. And then if Knight H6, I'm just going to end up casting Queen's High at the end of everything. So that's a correct. That's
King
funny.
takes Bishop C4. Is this the issue?
And you know what? Bishop E6 just for the memes, because I do want him to take and play check. So my King's on E6, but that's obviously ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Come on.
It will not work out there.
Obviously
and if the king moves, you know, Bishop takes G8, King takes.
Yeah.
I guess you could play this or takes. Interesting. I don't know. I would assume that I'm fine with black.
Very fun game. Actually, we heard they said Arjun is playing a London, so we finally got a London system.
Oh,
yeah, see that.
This is great news. I'm thrilled. We got to go there. Erigaisi playing a London. Let's have a look.
In London system, Arjun Erigaisi.
Just a pure London. Bishop F4 on move 2. In my opinion, the way it should be played.
Okay.
So he's playing it. What I would say is the old main line here, because he's including Knight F3 first. And at the top level, most of those guys do it because it prevents a lot of the lines that black sometimes plays. C3 is the other move order. I'm definitely a believer in just C3. I think that's the most pure form of the London. But Knight F3 early here from Erigaisi, Knight D2, and we will get C3, so we kind of end up there eventually. Knight H4.
Oh.
And G4. So he's just after the bishop there. He's not going to get it. Well, he's going to get the dark square bishop, but obviously with a very compromised structure here, the two bishops are not necessarily the most clear of an advantage.
H5 takes, getting a little spicy here.
Very spicy. Yeah, takes on G4, takes back. There's pressure here on the bishop on H4. There's some Knight E5 move threatening the C pawn, also Knight D3, also the G pawn. So yeah, takes on G4 definitely looks like a decent start.
Absolutely. I think that is a incredibly decent start. H6, G4, just because of the pin on the H file there. So you got yourself a nice London, boys. Look at that.
Good. Happy to see it. Thank you to whoever pointed that out.
So I think Magnus's game is heating up, and also Sam Savian's game, which looks like a French, where a Greek gift is very possible. Something's crazy is happening there. Magnus's game is heating up. He played G5 early. So where do you want to go?
Well, let's start here with Sam Savian against Yavakir Sindarov. And reason being, you said Greek gift. I'm a simple guy. I hear words like that, I'm straight in.
Looks like something's happening.
So look at this. I mean, what a move in the opening, and definitely a good one by the engine as well. It was b4, which seems wrong because the queen is pinning the a pawn, so you're about to just lose a pawn here. But instead, bishop d3 takes, queen c2 to stop the c2 discovered check, and now you're sitting there going, wait a minute. If you play like g6 or something, there might just be a mass sacrifice on that square. h4, h5 is coming. b6 played, giving up this pawn. And he says, I don't even want it. h4.
Yeah, this is a game we got to stay on. This is nice. It feels like something is going to be sacrificed, and it feels like there's going to be a mate in a few moves. And I like this h4 idea because after bishop takes h7, I can just go knight g5 and then go bishop g8.
Dang.
Ooh-wee, here it comes. The pieces are coming.
Dang. Yeah, that's really nice. So there's lots that could be set up here. Honestly, the engine is saying, no problem. Sam Sevian's got a great position. We're definitely going to win this. But I'd be looking at this and honestly be super, super scared. h6 maybe comes to mind here. Gets out of the way of that.
h6, I still go. I might do it anyway. Bishop h7, knight g5 anyway.
And what do you think of g4? It might even just full send.
I'm with it. These type of positions require that type of energy. g4 and g5.
Wow. Well, this is one of the most interesting positions, I think, on any board right now. We have a double pawn sacrifice from Sindarov into just a kingside attack. He's going all out here.
He's going all out, making Sam think about it. And he's catching up on time in the meantime. So very nice. Oh, let's go to Magnus's game. His castled and basically the G pawn may be gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is the furthest away from a exchange Slav I've ever thought it would be.
Let's take a look. Denis Lazovic against Magnus Carlsen here. True, this did start as an exchange Slav, but one thing that I mentioned as soon as we saw this was that sometimes the exchange Slav, it kind of makes you, James, like play out of your normal comfort zone because you overcompensate. You're like, man, I'm in an exchange Slav. This is boring. I got to play for a win now. And so you do too much. And sometimes that's exactly what the exchange Slav player is hoping you'll do.
And you know how to refute the exchange Slav? You don't play the Slav. That's it. You just don't play C6. You play something else.
Great advice there, James.
That's how you refute it.
Everyone write that one down.
Yep. Exchange Slav is so annoying.
Is this cut and dry? Like at this point, are we just winning a pawn here? Magnus cannot be happy with this. It's so simple that you're winning a pawn, which means I think he's got to almost play like a move, maybe knight e4, try to at least double some pawns.
No, it's extremely annoying because, yeah, I mean, we pushed his G pawn, we castled the king, now we're dropping a pawn here. He may have to go for this knight e4 idea to really damage the structure, at least with knight g3.
Mm-hmm. He does.
Maybe which he's going for. Yeah, maybe he might give up the pawn with g3 if we move the bishop away.
So if bishop takes g4 here, knight takes g3, f takes g3, yeah, you want to save the bishop. You know, bishop to h7, for example. But technically, you're down a pawn. Yep. So I don't think this is how Magnus would have wanted the game to go.
And he does. He goes with bishop f4. He says I'm going to move out the way. I want everything here. So g3, I just take it. Magnus is just going to go down a pawn here. So how do we create anything? I'm curious to see. If not, Magnus is down a clean pawn and his king is weak.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he can try to trade the bishop here, but in the way I see it, it really doesn't get that pawn back. And it just looks like you're down a clean pawn. This knight on e4 can be evicted with knight c5 or knight c3 as soon as you get a moment.
Yeah, Magnus having a tough day. It happens. It definitely happens, but there's still a lot of chess left. But this isn't, Magnus maybe in some slight trouble. It's just kind of down a pawn, right, for nothing. No real count.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Magnus is, he's down on time. He's going to be down a pawn. This was the exchange Slav. It's not really how you'd want it to go. A loss here really caps off just a very poor day for him overall with his standards, the standards he sets for himself.
Right.
2.5 out of 5 would be absolutely no good.
Okay, bishop g5. I like this idea. He's saying, I want to damage your pawn structure really badly if you're going to win this pawn. That's very practical. Very good move there.
It makes sense. Honestly, bishop takes and bishop g4 looks pretty simple to me. But I can see how, that king's going to get up, rook over to the h8 square. You could try to scare me there. I'm not going to lie. I could be convinced.
He did win a game, which was the kind of game of the whole tournament there, besides the Alireza MVL game. But in CCT finals, he won a game that he was completely losing out of the opening. I don't know if you spotted that one against Wesley in the Nimzo Indian game, where it was like +3 out of the opening. But he came back and won the game. King got the e7. He sacrificed an exchange on g3, put the knight on g4, which is a very strong outpost, and was able to win that game. Insane here. So it's not over. Obviously, you can use the g file, and a pawn is just a pawn, but not what he wanted, but still lots of chances here for Dennis to go wrong, in fact.
Well, maybe we can move away from this game for now, but we're leaving it with the conclusion that Magnus should not be happy, and Lazovic really is the one playing for the advantage here.
I think Sindarov may be mating in 6 moves, maybe 7. Yeah, of course, eval bar is like, yeah, right. What are you talking about? But when you see these kind of pieces around your king, it's a very scary day.
Honestly, there hasn't been any moves in that game, but that was the attacking game we were looking at earlier, and man, it just did not look like fun to defend.
Yeah, there's a rook coming to g3 and then knight h5, and how are you defending actually?
And what about Lenier? Have we looked at that game? Because him against Sargsyan, that's a battle of, it's actually the only game that's ongoing between 2 players that have a perfect score.
Let's go check it.
Right, these are the 4 out of 4 club, Sargsyan and Lenier, and by the looks of the position, we're not going to have 4.5s. This looks like somebody's going down.
Man, what is this? What is going on? First up, I always got to go check to see. What did y'all play from the opening? Let's go check that. That was, classical stuff. Got a Roy.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, what is this variation called? Chigorin, I think. I think it's called Chigorin. Oh, very nice.
Looks like something, and wow. I didn't realize that Queen c4. So Sargsyan immediately forking the pieces, right? Looks bad. Queen b3, played by Lenier, offering an entire piece, by the way. And then knight e2, and he's saying, look, I'm going to get it back on b2. So already extremely creative stuff, but I think Sargsyan's coming out on top because all he has to do is move this queen, and he has done. And guess what? You win my knight back, I'm winning your e4 pawn. Bare minimum, I'm going to be up a pawn here.
Ooh, which it seems like that's happening. b2, and then I snatched the e4 pawn. Sargsyan is just out of his mind today. Nobody's like, yo, who you think would be at the top of the leaderboard? You would not even, he wouldn't even be close, of course, but it tells you the strength of this tournament. And if you get a hot streak, listen, it could happen to anyone, as he's having a hot streak right now. Not to say that this game's over, but he is winning a clean one. Which, did he take it?
He took on b2, and Sargsyan is probably thinking, how do I take this pawn? I could take with the bishop, I could take with the knight. Both look good. He decides to play bishop takes e4. Yeah, hard to fault him for that one. He's a clear pawn up, and depending on the result of the Merzin game as well, he could, because just Merzin against Aronian, we were looking earlier as e4, e5, looked kind of a drawish. If that game goes drawish, he could have the sole lead in this tournament after today.
Yeah, and then going into tomorrow, being the guy to beat, everybody's talking about me. That is a good place to be. His confidence will be through the roof going into tomorrow.
And bishop b3 played the best move found by one of the best players in the world. Is not surprising. At some point, it's like, yeah, we do expect that from these guys. So impressive nonetheless when they do.
Absolutely, so impressive to see and watch. On the good end of that, lots of games that I can pull from. There's a lot of action going on. Definitely watching the Magnus game closely. His king did go to g7, and that pawn is gone on g4.
Yeah, that looks tough to deal with. Couple other games going on. Fabi, Hikaru. that we
let's go
can
over to
take
the
a look
Danya
at.
game. Actually, chat's like, Danya. Okay. They said Danya's going all in.
Oh.
So
What does that mean?
They sound like exactly. I thought the same thing. What does that mean exactly? Whoa. Queen on A1.
They tricked us.
Looks like he's going all in on the queen side. Like all of his pieces are going to the
This
queen
is
side.
all in. You guys gotta check yourselves. We got trolled. Daniel's going all in. Yeah, he's got an equal position in the middle game.
All in, chat. All in. Nice. This is.
I tell you, chat's just late in the day, late in the show. Can never be trusted.
You know, we always say chat is either 5,000 rated or 500 rated. There's never an in between. It's either one or the other. It's never.
That's right.
Never anything in between.
I mean, definitely not a position with nothing going on. Not at all. I think the position is interesting. Black is doing the right thing. When you have this Fianchetto setup, I've mentioned a few times, even this broadcast, but when you're fighting against the Fianchetto setup and it looks like this, and there's no knight on f3, it is a great time to play h5, h4.
I do agree there. H4, yeah, that looks good. Knight of 3 looking good too. Yeah, it's Danya playing checkers. That's kind of funny. Playing all pieces, all dark squares over there. Kind of look like some checker pieces, but
that is funny.
I like Danya's flexibility. In fact, in this position, I think Black is very active, where one thing that Brandon is very good at is active positions and tactics as well, which Danya thrives into. But so far, so good for, I think, both players. I mean, it definitely is dynamically equal, is what they say. Black has activity, but White does too. And a lot of times when you see these dynamic type positions that are equal dynamically, you'll be able to trade things off. And once pieces trade, it just becomes, you know, as we see Engine saying zeros here. But at the end of the day, you know, time can play an issue here as well. Danya's a speed demon. Brando is too, though. But let's move around. Let's go back to that Magnus game, as Magnus is down a pawn fighting against the young Dennis.
It is not looking good. Position seems to be getting worse and worse for Magnus. We left it a few moves ago, and I just did not see any way that this was going to turn around. The king is getting to g2. There's no, you know, queen h6, nothing like that. That's never making any threats. Yeah, this is a problem here for Magnus.
Wow, and Magnus not having the greatest start, obviously, here in this tournament, but we do have to remember he did just win the entire CCT again. He went crazy in the rapid format here, and he just didn't get off to a good start, and he may, you know, it's not good this game. He's down a pawn. Position is just clearly better for Dennis, but it just shows this is hard. This stuff is completely difficult. We had 2 draws early with Magnus, trying to get this game. We're trying to get something from this game. It's a very good question, but it doesn't seem like he's getting anything here. Down a pawn, and Dennis is looking to convert.
Yeah, he's just playing solid. He's not in a position where there's much risk. He's got things solidified around his king, most importantly, not just a good pawn structure, but a safe king. So even though there's an open file against it, yeah, he has it. You know, he's basically claiming the open file just as much as Black is.
See, we have a move. Queen d3. I'm a fan of that move too as well. They want to kind of maneuver my knight around to e3 and then put the other one on e5.
Very interesting position here. I wanted to jump around to Fabi's game.
Let's go.
He's playing against Rasmus Svane, and I just thought this position was completely nuts. I don't even know what's going on in this one. Definitely some kind of e4, e5. Yeah, it was like an Italian game, but look at the amount of space that Fabiano was afforded by his opponent here.
Maybe a b4, d5. Yeah, shoot, everything opposite forced. Okay, takes. Bishop d3.
So rook b7, c5 is definitely not how I would expect that to be met, but it's due to the a6 pawn there.
A very strong pawn. He takes, and stepping out of the way there.
Bishop all the way back, and he actually played c4, I think because he was realizing, wait, knight c4 is about to happen, and this bishop is not going to be playing the game of chess today.
Yeah, that bishop is so bad. Like, switch diagonal, same thing, different square.
Mm-hmm. Knight takes c4, of course. But now, isn't this what he wants? Takes, knight takes e4, and that bishop is actually coordinating on the f2 square.
It does have black here. As takes is on the board. Knight takes e4 play. f2's hanging. Bishop e3 comes out. I got to pass her on the a file.
And at this point, I feel like half the reason we want to check Fabiano's game is, just to go full screen on the cam and check out the fit. I wouldn't mind just dropping in on the game just to do that a few times.
Drip check the drip. Got the haircut. Got the blazer on him. My goodness, he killing them.
Yeah, forgive me if this ends up in a dead drawn rook endgame. We may come back here to analyze it in depth. For the fit check, of course.
For the fit check, of course, got to check the fit. 100% fit check gives you extra elo depending on your fit.
And it's a good thing he's got that distracting suit because, I'm not sure that I appreciate his last couple moves. It feels like the advantage has disappeared a little bit, James. Queen takes d1, knight takes e4. Is this really good? I feel like the advantage has slipped away.
I think so too as well because of the dynamicism of black's pieces. Besides the bishop on e8, there is a trade. a5 could be a little loose at some point. The knight can swing into f4. Now the bishop trade, I guess, that bishop was bad for black. I mean, black has a lot of weaknesses too. e5 and c6. We have one on a5. A lot to play for still.
Right.
But yeah, of course, slipped a little.
Certainly has. Moving around the stage a little bit. Shall we look at Hikaru's game? He's down there on board number 10. He's against Andreasian.
Gotta go check that.
Kind of, how do you spin around at the World Rapid and Blitz without checking in with Hikaru Nakamura? 3 out of 4 right now, so definitely having a good event. Even a draw to close out the day would be fine, but I would say in this position he might be looking for more.
Yeah, the dark squares are weak around black's king. The question is, how do we get there? So we would love to play e5 and put a knight on e4. So trying to figure out that route would be amazing. e5, maybe rook c1, knight c5, knight e4, knight f6. It takes a lot of moves, but it will take some time. In fact, we just got word, though. Go to Blue Bomb's game right now. Wow. Okay, we got to go over there to Blue Bomb. Let's go see.
We're on the way.
Whoa, his king is on g5 and it's equal. What? You've lost your absolute. Y'all need to figure out. No, refresh. I don't know what they talking about. Throw the engine out. How did we get here?
All right, I'll take us on the walk. Bishop takes g4. Double question mark by the engine. I'm not sure that I buy that because if my king has to end up on g5, I might be awarding it a double exclamation mark.
That's right.
h5. Bishop h3, queen a6, heading into the d3 square. Obviously blocking that. If the knight's covering it, let's hit the knight. Knight takes h5, queen d3, king g4,
oh my
rook
goodness.
e4, bishop
King
f4.
Woo! Craziness. f5.
g5. You were actually supposed to take on... I mean, this is great. You were supposed to take here. Look, I'm telling you.
Oh
James,
my goodness.
There's no way that this is supposed to be the position. This is crazy.
Nah, this happened. This is not real. This is not real.
What was played was king g5 instead of king f5. Obviously, double question mark doesn't mean it loses the game, but missed out on a big win there. Queen takes h3, and I don't even know where to begin here.
Rook g. Well, he has king f7. Oh my goodness. And then you're getting... Who are you? I have king h6. And wait, no, there's a perpetual. Okay, so that's crazy. The problem here... Can I go king f6? Yeah, the problem here is obviously the king. So knight f6, king f7. Oh, queen h5. Oh, that's how he's getting out of there.
So king f7, queen h5 check. Trading that menacing piece on h3 is the only remedy here, it seems.
Yeah, because you have to get rid of that. King on g5.
I have no words for this.
Me either. Like I've had one game OTB where I had to walk the king from E8 to like, where was it? H5 or something in the game. Won the game, but it's just crazy. This is very scary. Very scary.
Let's see if he plays Queen H5.
Queen H5. Whoa, Rook G1. No, he didn't. He didn't play Rook G1. He played it. Now, Rook H8 is hard to find, but Rook G1 did not.
The Rook H8 is not that hard to find.
Really
Let's be honest here.
I didn't think he was going to play Rook G1 because, like, your king, like, how do you play a quiet move when your king out here in the middle of the street, Amon? How do you do this?
I really don't know. That's a different level of cool, calm, collected.
Bro, his king on G5, Rook G1. You got to play Queen H5 there. But, of course, chat going crazy here. He plays Rook H8. That's a cold shower there. So, we have a few things. Dennis is cooking. Oh, my goodness. He has a queen.
He's pretty much earned his win at this point. It's just a matter of technique. I will say Rook H8 in this particular game should wrap it up. The only move to avoid checkmate is Queen H5. So, kind of a cool game to finish the day for Matthias Bluebaum. Very cool game right there. But we got to go back to the top here. Denis Lazovic, Magnus Carlsen, the character of the game has shifted incredibly since the last time we were here because Magnus Carlsen does not have a queen.
He does not have a queen, but of course, okay, listen. Yeah, Engine says, oh, completely winning for white. Oh, knight G6, brilliant move there.
Yeah, brilliancy from Lazovic.
It's not that easy. Despite the bar being all the way up, I mean, you still have two knights here, and good squares for the pieces. And white having weaknesses. So, practically, yeah, black still has a lot to play for.
Yep. I would say pawn to F3 also feels really good for white. Just taking away those squares, put the knight on G5, and after that, feels like you should be good enough.
I'm not going to lie, F3 would really annoy me. That's such an annoying move, bro. Like, I'll be so mad. Like, come on, bro. F3 and F4, like, how can you have both?
Exactly, it's not fair. You got one. You're supposed to have weak squares then.
Yeah, but you have none there. Like, it was just kind of crazy. Queen B3. Okay, there's a B5. Queen A3 hits the knight, so he goes knight C6. All right, best defense is offense. He is fighting. Magnus. One thing he will do is never go down without a fight. So he still has some. Oh man, this knight on H3 is a vicious knight, though.
I think Dennis is saying, look. You can take the center. You can try to fool me and say that you've got big threats with Rook G4, knights coming in. But look, I'm up a queen. I'm just going to say I don't believe you.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. I don't believe you here. And Magnus is... okay, there we go. Repeat.
I would say Queen D3 looks very, very good here.
Defend and push the A-pawn.
Yeah, I like that plan a lot, James. That looks reliable. A4, what's stopping you?
Exactly.
Maybe knight C5.
Knight C5. Can I throw in the check? You do go Rook G4. It doesn't really do much, but maybe I go Queen A3 there. I hit the knight and queen behind the pawn.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe I could just take and then grab the knight, but I still have the B pawn to deal with, so I don't know.
We do have some moves. Craziness on the Jonas's board versus Dubov is completely equal is what it says, but the imbalance there is absolutely crazy. 2 rooks versus a queen, bishop, and pawns. Like, what does this round come to?
It is madness. We've got this game in front of us. It does look like a win. We'll leave the technique to Denis Lazovic. Another game that is really heating up is the one we started with, and chat was like, man, why'd you go to this game? It looks symmetrical. Daniel Naroditzky and Brandon Jacobson is now at a point where Daniel really is going all in. No, this time I mean it. He really is going all in.
All in, chat. All in. This is nice. They played G3 after. Oh wait, he just took on E5. Okay, Bishop takes E5.
Back a few moves. It was B takes A5 that really did the position in for Brandon Jacobson. And Rook C4 to defend his queen. You already know you have a bad position at that point, right?
Yeah, just to defend the queen. Rook, oh my goodness, snatches something. I probably take with the pawn, but when Danya goes into the think tank like this, of course, when he puts his head down, he's trying to come out on the other side. Already calculated everything. So D takes C5 or knight D5. What is he considering? I mean, all these are moves. Rook E5 also is a move. Really depends on matter of taste.
But there isn't anything to discuss here, right? Aren't we just taking a piece back? We're up a full piece and we're winning this. Like what are we even doing here? Danny's up a rook.
That's what happened. Rook E5 and knight G5 with the Tactinos from Brando. I think I can take the rook, knight F3, king H1. And then he takes back queen C4. That's a clever move. That boy is clever. I'm telling you, the tactics in this game are vicious.
They certainly are. I struggle to see what's happening after king G2 here. Bishop E4, I'm just immediately sacking for that probably, and then taking on C4. And with the time that low for Brandon Jacobson, I think that Daniel Naroditzky is going to win this game. Denis Lazovic, official over Magnus Carlsen with the win. What a moment for him. Magnus is absolutely off his game. He's 2.5 out of 5 on the day. And with everything heating up, I want to take us back to Hikaru's game. We were there earlier, but we had to jump to that madness position with the king on G5. But how about Hikaru? He looks like he's sacked for an attack here. Let me just go back to the moment. Knight takes G6, crashing through. He's just going to collect some pawns, come back, and handle business here.
Which looks like maybe a rook A3 is possible after this, which is a devastating move. How do you even defend against rook A8?
E8, rook A3. That's unstoppable. It's different than just rook G7, where you may have a bishop or rook move, but rook A3. Ouch.
Yeah, I don't even see. It's just no way out of that. So maybe you go bishop. Oh, you can't go bishop D7. So you just hit the button.
Hit the button.
Just hit the button, bro. Like, all right, you know what? I lost this game. It is what it is. I'm about to go get some early, some dinner here. It's quite late there now.
Wow. So Sargsyan and Lenier, by the way, draw official, which means potential opportunity for Murzin to take sole lead in the tournament, but it does look like he and Levon Aronian are probably ending up in a draw.
Wow, I mean, it's incredible. The switch up in the standings here, you would never guess what it is. You would always say Magnus at the top here. Yep. Magnus with 2.5 out of 5, not characteristic of him at all here. And of course, the underdogs stepping it up. Murzin, another one you wouldn't even think would be at the top here. He says, think again. Murzin is going crazy.
So, I mean, I think the simplest is rook, check, and take, and you win the bishop. But he's naturally going to be looking for a little bit more than that, I think, and he's probably going to find it. Hikaru, very much one to seize the moment. Look at that. Queen D6. It's just like a boa constrictor. Like, he's sensing that you want to bail out and just hang a piece. He's like, no, you're not hanging a piece. Like, at this point, you owe me more than that.
And even better here, which is now if king F7, you have rook A7. The clinicalness here is just insane. He broke a high in Puzzle Rush in the Speed Chess Championships. When we watched that live, I was hyped to see that. He did 60 in 3 minutes. I'm actually out to 50 now. I remember when I broke 44 high at the Chess Bra pad. I remember this.
That's right.
Now I'm at 50 now.
You've come a long way since then.
Came a long way, but he found Puzzle Rush.
You know what I'm looking forward to, James? You're telling me Puzzle Rush? All right, King G6. Hit us with Queen G3.
King H5.
Rook G7. Set up the Queen G4 and G3 mate,
Ooh, nasty.
But obviously, you're not going to waste your time doing that. When there's a hanging rook on the board, beautiful conversion. 4 out of 5. Hikaru Nakamura on the day, undefeated. Wow.
Hikaru going crazy here. Yeah, undefeated at the top of the leaderboard there.
How about Duda and Hans Niemann? By the way, lots of draws in this round.
Duda up in exchange, but not too easy. I mean,
no, and he's got 5 seconds.
Oh.
Not easy at all.
Yeah, not easy. Not easy to move around. See what is available. What's left? Alireza game. It looks like a draw. That happened to be a draw right on time there.
Mm-hmm.
Levon and Murzin, that should be a draw probably.
Yeah, Murzin and Aronian is looking very, very drawish. Fabi's game also almost for sure a draw.
Prague looks like he is going down, unfortunately.
Bishop A1 is a funny looking move, but hey, it does get the job done.
I love that. I love that Bishop A1 move.
I feel like F4 here is the move.
That's sick, actually.
Can't take it.
Oh, that's a nice move. F4, dang.
Can't take it.
What a move. 97? But then maybe Bishop E5.
I like Bishop E5 a lot. You can never really capture that.
Okay.
The games are starting to wrap up here. Remember, there's only the open section right now. The women's section is done for the day. They only played 4 games.
That is it. Still a handful of games left. Still a handful. Anything crazy? Nothing?
I see. I think Prague just lost his game, so tough event for Prague.
Yeah, it's very tough. I think he lost the last game as well. This tells you, like, no easy games. You will never get an easy pairing.
No. And look,
every round, think about it.
Bishop E5, you called it. Nice move there. Rook G3 looks all but over, intending F5 and Rook G6.
Yeah, I think Hans did Hans lose the last? He played Lanier in the last round.
I don't know if that was the last round, but you're right that the last time he played Lanier, he lost that rook endgame.
Yeah, Christoph Duda with the win there. Much needed win.
We can definitely have a look at that Aronian and Murzin game. It is one of the leaders in the tournament, so we have to pay this one some attention, even though it does appear, it's just even. We're in a time scramble with Murzin, the young player. Anything can still happen here because it's hard to tell who's playing on. I would assume that Aronian is hopeful for something to happen here with the weak D6 pawn.
Yeah, with the weak, but it's so crazy because, Black just shuffles. Don't move anything and just shuffle. Even Queen B4, A3. Exactly. Just stay around this pawn until the end of time. And that's it. Yeah.
I definitely think it'll be tough for either player to win this one.
Oh, it's nice. Very nice. I mean, they're both in incredible form here. Aronian not having the best Champions Chess Tour, and then bounce back here to now be, almost one of the front runners here if he's able to, convert.
That's right. Form is temporary. Class is permanent.
Wow. Oman 2024. Let me bounce around. Any games here? Bach. Oh man, Bach's losing again. That sucks.
It does look like it. Shimanov, after that game that he should have won against Magnus, appears to be winning his final round here. Wesley, we haven't even been on a Wesley game. I feel like he must not be having the greatest tournament. I haven't seen his name sort of near the top, but maybe I've just been kind of glossing over it.
Same as well. I actually checked. I was like, "Oh, Wesley all the way down here. That's crazy to even say." Oh, Wesley down here. But
where's he at?
Maybe a draw. He's actually playing Iran Hakobian.
I mean, how many points does he?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me check. He has 2 out of 4.
Okay, yeah. So not a terrible tournament, but kind of on the same type of tournament as Magnus. He's definitely going to be dissatisfied with that.
Yeah, he not the most satisfying results. Obviously, you want more. But there's still more to go as even Magnus went down 2.5 now. Out of 5, Levon and Murzin likely to draw.
They are. Queen E6, Rook here.
Yeah, very likely to draw there. Move around. What else I got? Everybody down to seconds.
It's true. There's only so many games still underway. This one, there's not much in it, but kind of wondering if we're going to see any fireworks in this game or if it's going to end peacefully. I feel like when there's a time scramble, you kind of both just, you're playing on because you want to see how nervous maybe the opponent is.
Yeah, you want to catch the nerves there and see get how low they can get on time, which Baronian is playing with fire there. Makes a move.
Okay, this
didn't update. Oh, they really on seconds. 6 takes.
I think really should be a draw now. Start to feel good about calling it a draw, but hey, playing on.
Yeah, you gotta. He wants to. I think Merson is looking to play this one all the way out type draw.
Yep.
We need to play it out to kings. Kings only.
Games are starting to finish here. He's got that 4 out of 4 to protect. With 4.5, he'll move into a share of first place with quite a few others.
Very nice.
You could probably even play G6 here, by the way. It's probably maybe not the ideal move, but I think he could play it.
Trade it all off, which is played.
Yeah, King H4 we'll see almost for sure. But takes Queen H3 is not something you want to have, so takes you probably have to take with the queen. The reason that I suggest that is I was thinking like maybe there's some line like this, which could scare you a little bit. It's just that queen takes, this is not the one you want to do. But there's so many ways for him to not do that, like queen G6, king F7, king F6, so it's not forcing.
Forcing. Seconds left. Don't flag. Don't do anything you're not supposed to do. Don't flag. Game should be fizzling out quite soon here, boys.
Yeah, we might see king H4, but honestly, I think it might be time for H takes G6, which point not much between them, and they will play absolutely everything out here, but a draw has been the result for the last little while, and I believe that will continue to be the case.
Now just checks into oblivion, it seems. Maybe even here we might see the draw. Rep it out. Rep it.
Yeah, as soon as you start moving that king, maybe the queen will come down as well. Based on the quick checks, start to wonder, this may be the draw moment.
Draw.
I think he's trying to say that one more check will be the 3-time repetition. And yes, the draw is official. You can see the players already talking on your screen right there. And that is a tie for first place for Volodar Murzin. 4.5 out of 5. Aronian, obviously, a phenomenal day as well. He's on 4 out of 5 and joins Hikaru Nakamura.
Very nice. Let me actually take a look at those standings up there. 4.5. Wow, all the way up. And Danya joins the leaders with 4.5. Big shout out to Daniel. Leading with the top dogs up there. Got a few games left.
Indeed, there's about looks like 6 games still ongoing.
It's crazy. I only have 5, which usually 6, and I only see 5 active. But
so that's what I was saying. Like sometimes I couldn't find one that you were seeing.
Refresh.
Okay. I see Eric Rosen is here. He's still got a game going. Unfortunately, he's on the bad side of things here.
Say Rosen. Let me refresh. Okay. Oh, there's more games. Yeah, that's just refreshed and like I got an extra 3 games out of nowhere. Did not see those. Okay, Eric Rosen is losing to Rika there. Close though, very close. She has that extra pawn. Oh no, this is not Harika. This is Harsha. I was
gonna say, I think she's in the other section.
I just saw Har, and I was like, oh yeah, Harika. Har in India, and usually it's Harika. Generally, well, she's in the women's. Okay, Salem Saleh playing Johan. What happened in this game? Whoa, this was a crazy game. He defended well though. Nice deep.
Bringing up a game of David Anton's here. It looks like he's about to secure the win.
Oh, okay. I see. Got the pawns, but versus the bishops.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these pawns are too strong.
Yeah, that is going to secure things. Benjamin Bach, there's nothing you can do, unfortunately, about losing that G pawn and then going on to lose the game. You probably will not be interested in playing this one on, and he does give it up. Tough event for Bach, but again, he's 2.5, and there are some strong players on 2.5. This event is no joke.
No, it's no joke. Even Magnus is on 2.5. Like,
and that's exactly what I mean.
That's crazy. Incredible strength at this event here.
And here we go. I wonder who's actually pushing this game here. I would assume that Black's playing for the win. Petrosian against Bogdan Deak.
You said White's pushing?
I would assume that Black is the one pushing, just putting all those pawns on dark squares.
Mm-hmm.
I do think, like, if the rooks come off the board, some chances for Black.
I agree. I do have to watch my C7 pawn. Maybe some. Oh yeah, the dark squares are so weak though. F5, the king starts marching in. I get to F4. Might have some chances.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely have chances. Yeah, king E5.
I think this will be our last game. Eric Rosen is about to lose his final game there, and he does so. So I don't know. There might be a few games, but this one looks like it has the most action.
Crazy imbalance there. Minlay and Jeffrey Zhang. Yeah, that should be a draw. King Rook versus King Knight should be. You know, we always say should be. Crazy things happen.
That's right. You always have to use that qualifier there. F5. Can always try that move here. But it looks like it just simplifies. Knight c4 does make some sense. I think if the rooks could be traded, Black can give this a real attempt to win. And in fact, I would assume that it is winning.
Yeah, so we have our pawns on the same color of the bishop, which is the worst thing to do when you have a bishop. It's the worst thing you can do. Pretty tough, but a lot to play for. Gotta play, though. I am running out of time.
Yep. We have a couple other games. Jeffrey Zhang. We have a rook against knight.
Knight, yeah.
That looks like it is going to be a draw in the end. That one is honestly on the easier side to defend. Salem against Johann Sebastian also does look tough. Bishop against knight to find any win. I think, is that all the action? Just those 3 games?
Just those 3. Just those 3, which men's game ended in a draw just now.
That's right.
Respectable draw there.
F5 takes. Yeah, I think Petrosian can play for something here. But realistically, yeah, this has to be a draw.
It has to be a draw, yeah. King takes, bishop g4 check, bring the bishop back to c8, kind of keep that whole diagonal in some cases. Well, actually, c6 would be hanging, so I gotta be careful. It'd be good.
Yeah, bishop on g2 covers both of the weak pawns. But
like
still, look at the position. I feel like it's kind of improved. We may need to go back with this rook a7 idea just to bring the rook back to e7. I do think the position has improved for Black.
Then Johan and Salim. Yeah, who's winning there? 3-3. Can't really push much. Pieces don't seem correct. Yeah, I think that's a draw too as well. Last 2 looking like draws.
Yep. How many rounds left is a great question. The answer is 0 for today, but there are 2 more days of Rapid. So the total, I think they play 13 rounds of Rapid. So there will be more chess tomorrow and the next day.
And the next day. And the next day. And that chat. We're never leaving chat. No, I think we do have a Thursday or something.
Yeah, between the two events,
Mhm.
I think. Okay, rook c3 looks mandatory. Black is the only one with chances to win here. Probably rook c3. You got to keep that knight for any winning chances, I would guess. So knight d4.
Bring bishop g2.
And then I kind of like the idea of knight e6, knight f4.
Oh, it's nice. Yeah, just don't. Because h3 is a little weak. Yeah, don't hang anything. Easier said than done. Bishop needs to move. Maybe you do have rook c3 once again.
But yeah, rook d3, you have knight b4. So you may have to move this bishop off the pawn, which is not that desirable.
Where would I go? Rook c3 seems like I could get in a little bit of trouble there.
Agreed.
Where do I go? Bishops. Wait. Yeah, you're right. I move off the pawn. Where am I going? Bishop a2, knight d4.
Can't go to e6. That's
Whoa.
one thing.
Have I messed this up?
We can see the game in question on just in the background of the camera there.
I mean, rook e2 is a threat, and my pawn's hanging.
Yeah, rook e2, but this is what I mean. He's barely covering it by always hitting the knight so that this isn't a real problem.
Oh, I guess his idea is rook c3, but knight d4 again. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It did snatch a pawn.
No, this is the outplay is kind of happening here, James.
That is happening. Black. Okay, looks like we're going to have a draw on the Salim game. They are.
So are we truly in the last game now, or they're still fighting?
They are still fighting. He didn't play f5 yet and liquidate everything, which I think. I mean, that might be winning.
I don't see why he would.
Right.
As white, though, I feel like now he's got something to play for.
Knight versus bishop.
Yeah, we can head over and also look at that game as well. It's different type of position. This bishop against knight, one of the last ones in the playing hall. There's only 2 games remaining. There's really nothing going on here, but yeah, this is what we have. Should be a draw.
Should be, exactly. We always say should be. And just kind of dance the king around.
But real progress has been made in the other games. I feel like I want to stick with this because black is now up a pawn. So we're talking about real winning chances.
Take a look at that. Yeah, got that clean pawn. Rook g4. What happens? He plays it. Okay, maybe rook h5 played as well. Bishop e2. Quick trick in there. Threatening rook takes knight. Oh, not really, because rook f5 check. Oof. Tactics in there.
That's right. Rook f5 can be played. Yeah, if you go back rook h6, you might see rook c4.
Just gotta move.
Yeah, gotta find a move here. Oh, king e5. Look at him.
Fancy. So let's go ahead and take it.
Gotta be sure of yourself there.
Oh, yeah, that check is diabolical. King e3, there's knight check. King g2, maybe go there. Just set up at least a threat.
So rook c4, by the way, it's so crazy because rook c4 you feel like works, but there's rook f5.
Once again.
But actually, rook f5, you move, and then there's 2 pawns hanging.
Oh, there are 2. Keep calculating.
Yeah, you're going to win that.
He goes for it. Oh, he says this is a draw.
Oops.
This is a draw. Giving one back. Question is how? Which one do we want to give up?
You could go knight d5. No, he goes here, then knight d5. But okay, I think it's fair to say this is now much closer to a draw again.
He did. I think he chose the right pawn to give up too. He wants to try to push this one. But everything can be traded out, which is most likely the possibility here.
There's the trade, which means I think these players are probably going to agree to a draw. And they do so in a very fun way. By sacking the knight. And this will be a draw.
It was an extra move there. But no, he's putting the king on the square.
I think they're putting the king on the square. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So back to the the other game, which is still in progress here. Your final game of the day, Johann Sebastian against Salem Saleh from the United Arab Emirates.
Salem is a fighter. He is looking. You know what's funny? The other long game was his, right?
That's right. Yeah, we
the
can
other round.
see some of the results there on your screen, James. We were there to see Denis Lazovic beating Magnus Carlsen. We saw a ton of draws on those top boards, which means that someone like Daniel Naroditzky with a win is able to jump into shared first place.
It's incredible to see the upsets today, and of course, people upset today at their results. And it's crazy. Magnus lost there, so Fabiano with a draw there. He's not struggling, but definitely, he had a loss too as well. So Linderman drawing MBL, Shanklin with a draw, Hikaru catapulting a lot into the standings with a win. The win there, Nordbeck winning, and Jan Christoph Duda beating Hans as well. We still have a game to go, waiting on that draw game. Antipov drawing Shaq Basif. Bailey drawing with Yuyangi. Arjun with a win. We have Kazabek with a win. Anish winning. And a draw on that Dubov board is insane, where there was a knight on F7.
It was madness.
Played C5 out the opening. Likely result is definitely a draw.
Yep. I can't believe that.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was insane to see, but still got games left, boys. Look at the standings. Voldemir Murzin, 4.5. He is one of the guys to beat. Sarkisyan as well, 4.5. Linier, 4.5. Daniel Naroditsky, 4.5. Getting it done. A lot of fours there, and behind the fours are the threes. Literally every single win counts. Every single one. Because if you don't, obviously you'll be behind in the standings. As Magnus, it's crazy. You don't even see Magnus in the top 20.
Yeah, he's not even there. And there are a lot of people with 3 points ahead of him. So if he makes this comeback, back into the event, James, we'll all be shocked, because 2.5 out of 5 compared to the 4.5 that the leaders have is definitely something you can come back from. But he's going to have to put together 90% plus days from now on.
Yeah, that's crazy to think about. He has to just really lock in and play even better chess than what he was trying to play as well. It's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I did not expect this, but it's good to see underdogs are playing great chess. I think it's great to see for all fans too as well, to understand that even the best can be hit and be upset by this strong competition here.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can. We've had a really full day of chess, James. We had 5 rounds in the open, 4 rounds on the women's side, but we want to let people know, what they can expect from the rest of the days in this World Rapid Championship.
You know what? And let's take a look at the schedule, because people want to know, when's the next games? What's the next this? What's the next that? We got you covered right here. Today is the 26th, so we have the women's 1 through 4, open 1 through 5. Tomorrow, women's 5 through 8, and open 6 through 9 on the 27th, on the 28th, rounds 9 through 11, and the open rounds 10 through 13. Then we have ourselves a rest day. Get some rest. That's going to be on Sunday. Get you some rest there on the 29th, but keep playing and doing your puzzle rush on chess.com. We're going to be asking your scores for the next day. On the 30th, stage 1 of the 11 round switch is going to be there. Then you have the 8-player knockout on December 31st. So lots to come.
Yeah, interested to see this new knockout format, James. Obviously, things get more exciting when you have a semifinal and a final. So excited to see that one play out.
And of course, I love to see the opening choices that they do and what they use, because it matters. It absolutely matters what you play and what you're going to be doing. So you have a lot of switches depending on what they want to play there. So I'm excited for it. Mom, what about you, bro?
Oh, absolutely. I do think there's part of me that just feels the nostalgia of the nonstop blitz, but I have to say this just does make sense. It makes it more accessible. It makes it more fun to watch when there is something you're working towards, like a semifinal, a final, and you can clearly follow the event. So it makes sense that they did it, and I'm excited to see it in action.
We are too, guys. In fact, we're actually getting out of here. That game is still going, but it's going to be a draw unless somebody hangs a piece, which is just probably not happening. But of course, we're wrapping up here. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. It was a great day with you, Aman, and more
Absolutely.
To come.
A true pleasure, James. Hope everyone enjoyed. It's a really long day, not just in general with chess, but some of the results, we saw some things we've just almost never seen in chess happen in this tournament. So long day for everybody, but excited to do it all again tomorrow.
Of course, we'll be back tomorrow, guys. So make sure you stay here. Don't go anywhere. Literally stay in your chair and wait until tomorrow, same time. So we'll see you guys then, and have a good night, everyone. Until tomorrow.